I thought that Jesse was cooked.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. Another day. I just realized I don't have music on this OBS scene. Huh. Let me fix that real quick. I feel like I want to use the face cam scene a little bit more, and I'm not using it at all right now. So I have to add audio output. Perfect, right? There we go. Should be back now. Europa Boy and Karate Dumb. Thank you so much for the subs. Appreciate both of you very much. 6 months in Europa Boy and 2 on Karate Dumb. Thank you very much. Why Jesse walk is or G walk? No, this is Jesse walk. Okay, how is that different? I don't see that. Why can't I see them? When I go into like Twitch and I don't see it. It's a Farfa thing. I thought I had 7TV enabled though, which is the weird part, so I don't know. Okay, let's switch over to Master Duel. For now, we'll start off with that. Okay, so let's reboot Master Duel. So we had a couple days for the ban list still, so we can't Can't do any pre-ban list or post-ban list stuff yet. Master Duel, let me log in. That's great. And we're still missing a lot of the Despia cards, although we'll get there. Okay, I don't know what that means. Wait, what? Wait, are the new packs here today? Hold on. New archetype, Transcendosaurus, secret pack is available. Wait, I didn't know the new packs were today. This is a new selection pack. This is super heavy. Oh, I didn't know this was today. Shit, do I have to get the credit card out again? What is tryout duels? No, not today? Okay. So there's nothing today. No new packs today. Right? 7 minutes left. Nice. I don't think I care about the Dino stuff that much. And then there was a new event. What are the tryout duels? I feel so out of it. I feel like I haven't been keeping up that much. Rental competition 7, dragon type only. What is this? Dual trial. Choose one of our 3 loaner decks to play with and seize victory. What do you win? 1 pack? You get 1 pack for all of this. Let's go with good old base dragon rulers, I guess. No, this looks fucking dog shit. I'm just gonna play rockets. Did it in 10 minutes? Yeah, I guess we can do this real quick. The other decks can't out Borland. I think the other deck have a Dragon Maid Tidying and Guard Dragon Apocalypse. Dargon versus Dargon. Tim's hand looking nice, except I don't know what the fuck this does. Fusion summon 1 fusion by destroying fusion materials listed on it from your field. I can only attack special summon monsters in the extra deck. Also unaffected by... Okay. There's a Furious Dragon in here. Yeah. The field is so lame. Dragon Shrine in the Dragon deck? No way. Is this the Heretic deck then? They'll send the vanilla and then random monster. What do they even want to send in this deck? Or are they just needing like a dragon ruler? Seals outed if the Dragon Link player isn't toggled on. Yeah, it's Heretic. Wait, so you just get a pack for all this? That's kind of lame. Wow, that was terrible. This card does nothing, right? It's tribute. It's okay. Yes, it's nothing. Nesh just went live. Yeah, Nesh is trying to steal my thunder, eh? It's all right. Oh, his deck has Magnuma? Does my deck have Magnuma? Probably not, right? Hopefully Dragon's gonna add to this. Do I have any good targets? The Rags are so bad they had to add Bistrels. I could see that though is the worst part. Redundy, neat. Just making Heretic Seal, I guess. Oh, this is such a bad play. It just feels so neg. I guess Magnum at +1. Wish this guy would play, you know, a little faster, but what can you do? Okay, so while we're waiting here for our opponents to, you know, do their nonsense, what decks are we trying to play in rank today? You know, are we trying to play Chaos Ruler for the last time? Is there something else we should be trying to do? You know, I don't have the Despia cards yet or the branded cards, so it's not an option just yet. He's still going. Yeah, if there's anything we want to be seeing. Snow Turbo. Yeah. Well, let's ride for Peggy Ruler. Vanquish Soul. Remember when I did that earlier? People just didn't want to watch it. VS. 3v1 Vanquish Soul, really. Where were y'all like 2 months ago when no one wanted to watch it? Do I have Vanadium? Not yet. I'm getting there, but I'm missing stuff. Heroes, I do not have hero cards. And that, I think it costs way too much. Yep, heroes. I don't have hero cards. Can't really help you there. What happened here? They added Lubellion. Okay, well this was pathetic. I don't know what dragons are in my deck, so I'm just going to discard this Squib draw because this card sucks. What do I have in here? What is this? Ritual summon, whatever. I don't know what this does either. This card, terrible. This is. I will just. I don't know. I'll send Destrudo. I fucking know. Normal summon.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Bestial. What's my extra deck? Do I have Synchros of Chaos Ruler? No. Oh, wow. Now look at this synergy. That's exactly what he needed. Thank you, Zed, for the sub. Appreciate you. Non-Dragon Link Dragon Link? Well, yeah, I guess. Is Pisty in here? What Link 2s do I have? Quad Boral. Rom. There's Rom and Delindrus. Cool. Isn't she wonderful? So I'm gonna read this card again. I can target one monster I control, one card they control. So I need to have monster up. I mean, it's easy enough to do. So now let's do this. And then do this. Hey, Quantal. Which one of these are floaters? It's a floater. Okay, so a couple of these are floaters. 1/1 with attack points. So okay, so we'll summon this. And then we'll summon destroys them. And then battle phase. Will attack. This can't attack because of the stupid restriction, right? Then end phase, I special from deck. Which one's a floater? Is this one a floater? It's a floater, right? Yeah. It's an imposter Quantal. Has anyone ever told you that you are a truly enjoyable streamer to watch and listen to? I'm glad you feel that way. I'd hope with people watching that I was somewhat enjoyable to listen to. Football Manager Quantal think? What? Why? Or are you guys doing a fantasy draft? Are y'all locked in for 2024 Master Worlds? Yeah, we are. Is he summoning from hand? There's no way. I'll just fucking get this over with. I'll wait. I'll not be greedy. They ran out of bestials? Do they only have 2? Does their deck only have 2 bestials? Like, that's terrible. Only Baldrake and Magna Hut. Pathetic. Ghost of Slay's graveyard effect again. Try a Dark Link monster in your grave. Special summon it. It can activate effects this turn. Okay. So if he has a bestial now, he can banish this and I'm out of dragons. Bro couldn't craft anything else. It's a loner deck. What do you mean? That took way too long though. Our opponent played so slow. Like if I do that 2 more times, it's not gonna be worth the 1 free pack. But I guess we do whatever it takes. Yeah, it's a loner deck for some new dual trial event. All right. Which one is this one? When monsters affect the target, you can target this card. You can show this card to send a monster in the field to the grave. Neat. Magna Rocket Dragon. The mirror match. Is going first even good? There's no, like, I don't know why it would be. Yeah, 1 less card. It's not like you're making a field that does anything. Unless, like, Savage Dragon, it's just too hard to out. I don't know. This will just be such a varied event. I mean, yeah, you have. I mean, I can't even call this meta because this is fucking nonsense. Like, what is this? D-Link mirror without seals. Kind of. It's a little messed up. Like, what does he do here? He doesn't have a great play. He can ROM and then do the most scuffed ball end play. Like Ravine Ditch, Router, Edge Tracer, the Tribute, Special Tracer, Tracer Pop, Pisty Striker, and then do it that way. I mean, like, it's possible. What's the full board? It's just Savage Borland. How do I out Borland in the mirror without seal? The fuck is this? Neat. Magna Rocket as Borland. True. Oh, Borreload's in here? Borreload's a good one. Yeah, Borreload F's that up. Oh, they just had router in hand. Why didn't they just special the router? They didn't need to do this. Like that was their free body they had. Now I don't know what the fuck they're doing. None of these loners have Albaz and Albalenitis. No, I don't think so. That'd not be fun. Why would you want to have that? That sounds terrible. He sent another Seyfert. Oh no, he ditched Seyfert. Never mind. Okay. I don't know what opponent thinks he's doing. I feel like this is gonna be a concede in a second. Oh, is he gonna bring back? I guess this is acceptable. He's gonna add a Caliber. Special Caliber makes Pisty that way. This was not. I guess this works. Very weird, but it gets there. What does Beauregard Dragon do? Let's find out. Let's read. Bishop by card effects. Once per turn, you can send one face-up monster. You send one card for spell trap goods under the grade special one monster. Special from either. God damn it. Special from either graveyard or field of a monster destroyed and sent there this turn. But need its effects. Since per turn, you can try to monster in the field, change the defense. Terrible. It's just bad. Okay. And then they can just revive anything and then make Borland and they pass. Please go faster, dude. It's not hard. There's no dark in this, right? No, of course not. Come on, man. Like, yo. Give me an opponent who can at least play. There's no non-dragons. There's no. Yeah, that makes sense. Would you like to pass your turn, sir? Thank you. Okay. Assemble 3 pieces of Seyfert. I mean, and whatever, it's fine. Whatever, free monster. And then let's go strike a dragon target Magna. There's another boot sector. Okay, very strange. I got 1, 2. So he has to stop this. What does this do? Terrible. This can't work on this, right? No. So it requires 2 dragons, including a rocket. Go Pisty Rom. Yes, they're sharing a drink we call loneliness. Okay. Easy enough. Who cares if we have 3 safe fruits in hand with no good targets in our deck? What's even the fucking point of safe fruit in this deck? I feel like it just isn't even good. You're not adding white or black. You're not like adding anything back from the grave, really, right? It's bait. What the fuck is this? That's the ritual spell. This is terrible, right? So what am I supposed to do with this? Search Riot? How do I search it? Oh, with... What does Riot do? What is this again? Garbage. The Tracer. Summon. And then make ROM. Okay, so what does this do? When your opponent summons a monster, you can negate the special summon used for the monster. Is this worth summoning? And then what does this do again? So just summons it. Maybe should I battle? I don't even know if that's worth it. In fact, it almost certainly isn't. But I can't add that? Oh, it's a Borreload, not a rocket. You can't even do it. That's fucking useless. Okay, that wasn't even... Okay, whatever. I probably should have got rid of this shit then instead of the boot sector, but I mean whatever. I don't fucking know what I was doing. The Furious line with double disrupt is usually better than the Rye line if you have the materials. I'm not really sure if I could have done that. I probably could have. Special summon. None of these do anything. And do I use my Monster Reborn now? Is the question. To make the Savage. I should use this, right? I'm gonna use it later. Make Dill. Why? How does that save me? How does that save me from needing Reborn? And then you strike her, pop the Dill. Recharge her back to 4. And then the Dill revives. Oh, okay, okay, I see it. I was just putting it in grave. Gotcha, okay, I see what I should have done, yeah. I'm taking a long time like my opponents were, which is pretty bad, I guess, but I just don't know what the fuck these cards do. I guess that's their excuse as well. Oh, good enough. I just took forever and he conceded. Alright, we got our fucking free pack. That was not worth it. That was pathetic. That was depressing. Let's just do a quick poll. Okay, what deck are we playing ranked with? Chaos Ruler Pile, Vanquish Soul, Dragon Link. I don't fucking know. What else do you want to see? I'll put none of the above and we'll keep trying from there. I can't spell, but you guys will have to deal with that. Tier with Barrage? Why would you play with Barrage? We're piling. Okay, you guys seem to clearly want to do the pile. I know that some of you that want to do Vanquish Soul, actually more of you than I expected, but the results indicate pretty clearly that people really want to see the Pega Ruler one last time. A send-off party for Chaos Ruler, exactly. Good old gems. I need to save gems, I guess, for fucking next week now as well. Dude, this game is so expensive. Alright, so we're in Diamond right now. Let's switch to the... Where's the deck? Did I get rid of it? Did I get rid of my deck for the DC Cup? Really? I didn't think I'd get rid of it. I guess I did. Fuck. Alright, well, I guess I have to make a deck. I'm gonna build SHS. Yeah, I'll try. Alright, so for all of our favorite cards, we got the we gotta take the maxi challenges a bit, so okay. Look up dangers first. Nessie, Jackalope, da 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 da. And the one of Bigfoot, and then like Mothman's. We need Snow, obviously. Best card in the game, as you all know. Necroface. Card destruction is helpful for FTKing. Whatever. Maxi. Thunder Dragon. Missing this. 3 Thunder Dragons. 2 Roars, 2 Darks, 1 Hawk. Shiranuis. 3 Solitaire. The Spearmaster. We got our Mizukis. And then we need Unizombie. Then we play Allure. Pot of Desires. We also send off for Pot of Desires because this shit's going on 1 now, sadly.
I thought that Jesse was
Gabriel Forever, thank you so much for the resub. 9 months and 9 months so far. Very much appreciate you. Okay, upstarts. Foolish. Tier elements. Oops. Some chicken game. Triple. Daruma. Missing grass. Orochi? No, you don't play Orochi. DD Curl be worth to run call by? No. Do I have Doritos in here? No, right? Tier Cashies with Kit? Nah, it could be, it's Bricky. Am I missing anything? Are you playing Upstart Drinking Game in 60? I think I said this like 4,000 times in this channel. So if anybody in my viewer wants to help him out, consistency issues. Fuck off, man. There's not. It's to fill cards in the grave for Snow and increase deck counts. Am I missing anything? I don't know what I'm missing in the main deck. I think this was pretty much everything. Oh, excuse me. Chaos Ruler. Zombie, Vampire. Let's put Medora and Caldo in, whatever. Dark. Appaloosa. Curious. That's not how you spell Curious. Yeah, Zoroboros for sure. Zoroboros. Nightmares. Unicorn Phoenix. We need Baron and Shenyang. Baron, Shenyang. Shooting Riser. I cannot spell. IP. Yeah, we were playing IP before. Cross Sheep's fine. Yeah, we can Cross Sheep. I got Omega in here, but I was just never summoning it, so let's take it out. Not a fan of Bestials in this? Not really. It's an all gas deck. The Bestials don't help that much with that. Alright. Oops. And then change accessories. And we got all sleeve. We gotta get these world sleeves on. And we'll throw on the Slide for the Sky Dragon Field. We'll use the Rafflesia, and we'll use the World Championship base. All right, there we go. Let's rock it. In a deck like this, once he's banned, you change a lot of the dynamics because the deck changes pretty drastically. Unfortunately, it comes a lot harder to do the things you want to do. When you lose Chaos Ruler, like you become like less consistent. You have less pushes. Like for example, when they max you can deck them out in this deck. It becomes harder to do that without Chaos Ruler. Why don't you use the favorite card function for all the staples? I did not know that was a thing until you just said that. Either decking them out or losing to Maxi? Yeah, pretty much. Decking out is relatively reasonable. Just if it happens, I'll have to stop talking in the chat because it gets like pretty hard to do with the time constraints. Alright, it's fine. Draw some cards. Be a nice juicy card destruction. Yakalope effect. The draw maxi. Yeah, alright, so we go for game. Let's turn this off because when it's gonna ask for snow like 5,000 times, it's gonna be very upsetting. I'm gonna summon Snake here. I need different types. I already have a beast, so don't want the others. I'll draw cards here now. Don't hit itself, please. The fucker. Okay, that's pretty good. And then let's go Chaos Ruler. I'm gonna Bistral as soon as you snow. I'm gonna be able to snow again when that happens. Another snow, Mizuki. Perfect. Add the snow so it's discard fodder. Moth again. He's a dark target, right? Cool. That song's such a banger. I do love that song. Oh, Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. And that was the worst card for me to hit, but it's fine. And then some dark. Doesn't matter which one. Bistral, yep. Just an talking about Courier because of that. Actually, I wanted them to search. I should have let him do that. That card is banned. Not yet, my friend. Not yet. And out the other. I have the toggle on here in case he has a Baldrake. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna keep on milling. That's all I do. Just mill. Okay. At hand. And then let's target the Sharon. And 21 cards left. Yeah, he should be boned. I haven't hit any Necrofaces yet, which is interesting. Still have Unizombie though. Another snow. Mill some more. There it is. They took out their Baldrakes already. Yeah, I mean Baldrake's not super common, but I still want to play around it if I have the ability to. Unizombie. It doesn't matter, right? Necroface. Raw Sheep. Snow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Summon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Skip song. I got you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to focus on this. And then that's it. They're gonna go down to 5 cards. Negate. Going back Liberian Girl. Sounds good. Oops. Okay. It's all you 3 ulti econs. I don't have any. I haven't got them yet. Banish 5. Yeah, fuck, he is very, 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 very dead. And then I can use this. I still have like 4 snows and a Mizuki. Just like in the movies. Hey. See, still had many cards left. And I can make. I'm gonna also make zombie vampire with the chaos rulers. I could have done another like. I probably could have decked out 60 there. It's just a degenerate deck. I fucking love it, man. It's the best deck. Okay. 45 card deck. Hmm. Go to this one first. Better to bait Ash with. Either way, Thunder Dragon's pretty good. Alright, very good. Not great, but it's fine. Alright, so we do this first. Yeah. Put it into a cross sheep column. I'm gonna keep the snow. Because if I don't see snow, the game is so much harder. I'm gonna keep the Druma Cannon as well. Put the snow in the grave. That's really good. I'll just put the Spearmaster in grave now. No Chaos Ruler. Maybe I should have used the Sharon. Yeah, I should have, because if I milled a Sharon here, I want to be able to fuse, and I can't right now. Or I can, I just have to use the guy on field. It's minus a body for no reason. Neat. Third one, sure. Curious. And I want to smell 5 more. Is there anything I actually want to send here? Shuffler, maybe? I'll just keep milling this Sharon. Oh, Bestial. That's fine. I'll let it. I can just thrust. That wasn't even that. Like, I don't really care. Let's look at his hand. Take control from monsters, also not even that bad. All garbage. Yeah, that sounds about right. Easy game. I'm playing the 60 card Eldritch pile. There are no Eldritch cards in here. What are you talking about? Bosses alone beat that hand. I mean, like, I wasn't even close to being done there, yeah. Did that have a point? Yeah, of course. I mean, you're ending on, like, IP Colossus, Appaloosa, with like, multiple Snows of the Grave and Shufflers. What the fuck? Oh, it's just it's Math Mech? Math Mech? What? If you get to the Fairy Tale Snow cosplay, does that make you a certified furry? Maybe a furry for hire. Enough money given out, maybe. And to the end board again, you just missed it. It's like Appaloosa IP Colossus. And like usually maybe a Baron or Enchanting there too. Doesn't you don't always get there though. With its number of Snows in the Grave. And then Spearmaster sometimes, Shuffler sometimes. You know, it varies a bit, but honestly, Colossus, Appo, IP, Snow. Like you have like 3 layers of removal usually at least. As well as the Appo negates. And then the Colossus like Flood, and that's plenty. And your follow-up is really strong, so it almost always gets there. Deck should have a good Math Mech matchup. It sometimes does, but this hand is not good. I just don't have any engine or any gas. I have all like cards went in the grave, and it's easy enough to turn around with a danger off the top or something with upstart. Like very easily can get better, but right now this is not good. Watch Call Me ban Parallel Exceed next, not circular. They'll ban like I don't know the limit link decoder. They'll limit this. Something just ridiculous. Low-key ban Sigma and circular is fine. It's not even that bad. Yeah, I don't mind that either. Limit Splash Mage. That'll do a fine job hitting everything. Access code to 1. Exactly. Now Unicorn will affect it. Ban Update Jammer. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are asking for, and I think that's just a ridiculous statement, but, you know, they say it anyways. I think Super Heavy Samurai is going to be good in Master Duel. It'll probably be fine. I don't know how good it'll be, but it'll probably be okay. We'll be trying it out. I'm not paying attention. What is my opponent doing? They're oh, that's making the Heat Soul play. Okay. They could have just not used the Crystal Golem, right? Slightly incorrect. If you're aching to play SHS and Master Duel, I'm not looking forward to Super Heavy Samurai. Oh, I forgot to Thunder Dragon Dark. Whatever. Alright, let's get started. Ace of Verm. Yep, Horse makes eat. Why is it actually still 38 fucking cards? Oh, if they draw me here, I lose. Yeah, yeah. But I don't need that come out. I can OTK him. Okay, good starts. Upstart now. Not really what I want. This was already going to be an okay normal summon. All right. That's not enough. Okay. That shit's fine. I couldn't use that. Shit. How do I force this out? I just got a unicorn here. I turn off the Dace of Verm. Okay. I'm out of cards here. I don't have enough gas to keep going through this. Wait, he doesn't have... I wasn't paying attention. He doesn't have math mechs. Oh.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
And then there's how many banished cards? It's going to be 15. Does Dark do anything first? Doesn't have any Darks. I think he just has no disruption left, and I go for. Hold on, let me do the math. 15. So it'll be a 6,000 Zoroboros. So swings over this for 37. That should be enough, right? Because the other play is to go Dark Curious and then try that way. Valor. There's no darks in here, right? It's unfortunate. I can't get nothing grave. I just don't even know what my opponent's doing. The second splash mage. I guess. Oh, weird. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is happening? What am I doing? What am I playing against? Thank you for the maxi. I know this means I can't kill him, but I'm pretty sure it's a Imperm face down. Bro. Is Imperm. Probably is Imperm. I'm playing around Imperm here. Oh, fuck, it was a call by? How did he just... It doesn't have Imperm, I guess. I know it's not game now. I know it would have been game. But I imagine I'm probably fine. He's gone through double fucking transcode, double splash mage. Don't want to draw a fit. Cool, buddy. Like, what is this guy's fucking extra? He has 3 cards. Like, how is he beating my Zoroboros with 3 cards in his extra deck? They have Laplation still? Hmm. Doesn't even work though, right? Oh, it does work. I mean, it's okay, so I lose my monster. Sure. I mean, it doesn't do much, but how many roars? I've used all my roars. It's just it doesn't do anything. I mean, and actually, it's not true. It attacks over it. Like, I guess it's better than nothing. Use 2 in extra deck. Then you can't revive Colossus. Roar! That was certainly the game of all time. Just the prank 20. Thanks for the resub 8 minutes ago. I'm 5 months in a row. I'm sorry I never saw that, but appreciate you. Should make another sub for that game, right? After that fucking whatever the hell that was. Surely it's worth a sub. They're all bots? Yeah, they are all bots. Can we get a wish for a song for channel points? Nah, because I don't want to play music I don't like. The thing is, I actually like Christmas music, so I'm okay putting that on. Okay, one of these games again. Okay. um, sure, man. I guess. Can I still Chaos Ruler? I actually don't know. We can. I mean, I don't want to discard this, so. This first. Mizuki. And Jackalope. And Jackalope effect. Get. Ooh, is it ever Nessie?
I thought that Jesse was
Ditch,
cooked.
Chaos Ruler, Mizuki, make Baron. Is that worth it? Baron's not even that good. Not bad. I do want to get rid of. I'm gonna get Nessie. I can always switch up the plan if I need to. I have to discard an extra card for this, but I want this in the grave anyway. The one Jane, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate you. Let's go. Go check out our collab on this channel, by the way. Alright, time to see if you guys lied to me. Nope, I can use it. Hacker face, not that I want. Yeah, that was fine. Curious or no curious is the question now. I think it's in Nibiru. That card in the grave for snow. I have something curious. I'm gonna keep milling or not. Because I want this snow off the. I mean, this off the field though is the problem. I want this chicken game. Try the thunder card. The only thunder card that does anything is roar. Let's keep the snow then. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Is IP ever good? I don't have cards in the grave. I have to keep up the chicken game because then it's potentially a card for me next turn as well. Yeah, I'll just pass with the snow and grave. Yeah, so now chicken game's he's gonna have to blow up the chicken game, which is fine. This actually is pretty much just upstart here. That's fine. I'm okay with that trade. I'm also okay with that. The Spirit Master, right? Yeah, no. Okay, it's Mikanko. Doesn't do anything at the moment. You can't normal summon, right? Yeah, I just do this. Yeah. Try snipe a thunder card here with the sucker face. Cool. Guaranteed follow up now. I had a Rondo of theirs. Okay, that's fine. Alright, this should be game. Boss is also just look at FTK versus this deck. Why all the Mechanico players? I don't know. And then, yep, just do this. Keep filling the grave. Summoned 1, 2, 3 times right now, so just Chaos Ruler 4. Keep the Aqua and Grave for your tier play. This is Fallout music if you've ever heard it, Coder. I'm allowed to like old music, man. I don't know what to tell you. I fucking love this deck. Holy shit. Every game is just so different. Coder causing drama, it's alright. What would you call this deck? I usually called it Thunder Zombies. Danger Thunder Zombie. It's pretty much because all the dragons got hit, and it's like the Danger Thunder Dragon deck, except instead of the dragons, it's zombie cards. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck, man? Just one game. Just one game. I don't want to get backseat and draw phase. Boomer music for Boomer player? Yo, I ain't washed. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Woo! And now you die. Is foolish limit myself to a decade? I mean, I don't limit myself to decade. I have musics of all walks here right now. Am I gonna play this post Chaos Ruler ban, Ryan? Yeah, probably not. That would be a bit foolish, but we're giving it one last hurrah. If you catch me. I think I'd rather go Chaos Ruler now. I think it's too early for me to send Necroface here. I still have to send Mizuki. Fuck, do they have a second one? I mean, I'm playing around Ash here, thankfully. But I mean, obviously, I'll do what I can. Another Imperm. Nope. Very good sign. Shroodo, Roar, Upstart, Killer. Alright, cool, whatever. Yes. So my biggest concern here is that I don't have snow still. But I need to. Okay, I'm gonna go zombie vampire first here then. I'm just curious here, like. I'm gonna go Colossus. And Ebdir. I'm gonna do Vampire, right? I have lights in grave, yeah. That's not a concern. I think in Ebdir I still have Curious with Mothman, Such, and Destrudo. Oh, alright. Disengrave. There's snow. And I put a dark in the grave. I don't know if that matters. Some of the tuner, right? Oh, that should have been Ab Shatter because I can make it curious. I have Destiny Engrave, right? Yeah. Gonna search? Oh, my foolish friend. Alright, looking good now. I'm feeling good. Draw. Oh. Okay, so now I have to actually just play the game. How many cards in his hand? 11? Alright, I can beat that. So what am I trying to end on? Perfect. Curious. 1, 2, 3. Still have Destrudo Engrave, right? So I don't even want to send off this. I don't have a Solitaire or Shuffler Engrave yet. Or Mizuki. I have a tuner on field already. I'm gonna send Solitaire. Not sure if that's right. Oh, 5 more. Mizuki, third snow, saw on the Solitaire. Alright, alright, alright. We are making some moves. I got Palooza. I'm gonna try hit this now. That's fine. So if I want, I need. Okay, I got this. Nothing important banished, right? Just these 7. All right. That's into level 5. And then 1, 2. Mention Chaos Ruler. Guess that's fine. I get this. Summon. Strudo. You go a bit faster, but this should be alright. If I summon Snow again, I can make Baron, but I'd rather keep the cards in grave, I think. And just make IP here. But against Quick Synchro on his turn. I don't know why I needed to do this then. I'd rather go IP though. I should rather have IP. Okay. Okay, that's fine. There's no rockets in grave. Meridian board doesn't have triple snow in the grave. Don't give me that fucking disgraceful that nonsense. A part-time lover. See again. I have to Apo this, which is the funny part. Ryan, this is the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! I love. I love when I'm in a challenge like this and I have to play through it. This is what I fucking love about Yu-Gi-Oh! As much as I bitch about Maxi, this part can be enjoyable. Part-time lover. Love setting a few back row and chilling? Nah, never. I love my opponent doing everything they can to stop me and I'm still shoving it in them. Bum 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 ba da ba ba da da dum. Hasn't normal summoned yet. I'll try something. Oh shit! Oh, I thought it was a link. I don't know. I summoned it. Whatever. I meant to not do that. If it takes Apple to have 0 attack. Yeah, I wanted to try something different. This was not the right play. I know this is not the right play. I'm kind of just vibing right now. Opponent's got to think hard. Look at all these hand traps. So many. Ryan isn't even subbed. That's fine. Someone can gift Ryan a sub, right? Surely one of you can gift Ryan a sub. Second recharger? Alright. I'm chilling. I have to get rid of this now. Oof. Unlucky. Banned card? Yeah, and I is indeed a banned card. Man, I wish I didn't keep this now on attack. I wouldn't have to been so eager. Bum bum bum. I don't know what they even do. Oh, they just summon and attack and attack and then attack. Yeah, no, they have game. If there's some of the other EMZ would have been funnier. Yeah, but I would have not lost. It was winnable. Yeah, you know, I punted with the. I should have clicked the not. I should have not clicked that. That way I didn't have to fucking clear my own field off. Or just done nothing. I would have been fine as well. Can't you not summon to EMZ bonus points too? Yeah, that's true as well. You also just can't do that. Do you just keep getting to change from player? Correct. I just haven't changed it because honestly, I haven't realized until you said something right now. I don't care about accessories that much, so like, I just didn't even notice. Regulus. All right. Wonder what he does afterwards though. Oh, what the fuck? This one's a plant. Yeah. All right, guys. What happens here? Is this your main account or are you on a new account? This is my main account. The one thing is that this deck takes quite a while. We haven't got that many games done in about an hour and a half. We can switch over to some React TCG content though in a bit. I know we wanted to watch the law Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. We can still do that. I am now known as players. The alternate universe only exists for Ojamas. Yeah, I should do that soon. I do want to do it soon. I just want to get back caught up with all the new stuff first. Floodgate. All right, cool. Wait, Floodgate. That's weird, right? Oh, you can hold it to revive. FU Ojama Green. Yep. I'm glad you guys liked that one. I thought it was funny. Know what deck you're bringing to the next event yet? No, it's way too early. Also, I probably wouldn't say because the next event for me is what the fuck, is the UDS tournament thing. Floodgate Tropical Baguska don't really work well together. Both are weak to links. But you know what? My opponent's having fun, so let them enjoy themselves. As we're playing post ban list, no, we're doing like a send off for Chaos Ruler. People play talents at 2 instead of 3. I just the list you're looking at, but a lot of people play 3 of when they want that card. It's not worth it. I mean, it is, right? You know, Mothman's not that good, I guess. Keep trying. That did not get much better. How many cards does this guy's deck? Can't even grasp him. I still want to keep this. All right. Floodgate. I get to do this, right? If I want, yeah. Then I get to do both my things. His zone placement is probably bad. That doesn't do anything, right? Yeah. Wait, like I was gonna think for a second. Wait, does this not work? Oh, he's just doing it for this. It's also mandatory, right? Yeah, it's mandatory. So I'm grassing for 8. I mean, I guess that's still pretty good. Still grass, right? Or is it desires? I'd rather get grass. I have foolish for snow, so I want to just fill my grave. Does it do anything? It does not do anything. That's okay. We'll draw cards. Or do I take control of stuff? I wanted to draw, right? I don't know. Might not actually be a bad steal. I don't have Zeus in my deck though. Nah, I'm gonna just draw 2 cards. I don't play Zeus. That was fucking terrible. Alright, imperm me. Because I didn't play around imperm. No, that's the thing he said off this, right? Never mind. I was wondering, like, did I really not play around imperm? What's this again? He set Halatea. Get rid of the chicken game. Oh. Alright, maybe I'll banish the Thunder card here. Make it a little bit better. What did I banish? Why the Sharon? That's worse than nothing, probably. What does this shit do again? Want to Phoenix this? The dark's right, yeah. This is so good. I should have just taken the thing off talents, man. Makes another Sarah. Yep. Special summons, specials from deck again. It's still under Braguska, so I don't really care. Shit targets, right? Engrave? Yeah. Yeah, so the shufflers should help with that. 1 second. It's lagging for me. Okay, I'm back. All right. Baguska's fun. Baguska's fine. I don't mind Baguska that much. This guy's got the Hanzo mate. He knows what he's doing. It's mixed matching though quite a bit. I guess I'm doing the same. Got the Palabyrinth, Grave, and thing here. This one do again. Okay. Which one was that? This is the Dynea. Alright. Chain of Shuffler. Force it out. Do this one as well. Letting you go through. What? What did he set off of Sarah again? Night Traptrix, Nightmare Trap Hole. Alright. Can my opponent make a play, please? Did Pack win a YCS with Traptrix? No, I won like a locals. Appaloosa. Okay. Alright, I mean, it's fine. That's helpful. It's at least one card in the grave and potentially more. That sucks. But it's okay. Mothman. Maybe he'll Appaloosa this. Alright. I banished Thunder cards off Desires. I banished Hawk and Roar. This is live though. This should be pretty easy. Try again the other effect. Question is, am I chaining snow here? Letting go through. So I'm not going to be able to attack this. Does he have a Dark in the Grave? No. Kind of want him to use Drop Hole Nightmare, so we had to go Chaos Ruler here. He may negate that. I'm surprised how they go through. If I had Spirit Master, he'd be fucked. But unfortunately, I banished it. The one trap to generate advantage with Sarah, linking off with Appa is wild. Yeah, I was not expecting to see that. Okay, cool. Alright. It's fine for now. Did you miss any TCG discussion? No, we're gonna do that in a bit. This is gonna be our last Master Duel game, and then we'll switch over to some TCG. Surely you don't kill my Mizuki. I guess like you have to at some point, but I don't think now is the time. Yeah, this was not right. Do I have another light for Chaos Roller? No, unfortunately. Wait, I should have Thunder Dragon, right? I do, okay. Allure of Darkness. Do like that. Just fill this grave a little more. I'll save Necroface. I don't know what for, but in case he max sees me, I guess. No, I'm never Necrofacing, actually. I don't even know what I have left, but I'll take whatever I have. All these solids there is no Spearmaster. Alright, that is finally gone. Now, what am I doing next? So there's no Darks Engrave, right? I'm getting to a high level synchro here. What's the best way to do that? Do I have any Thunder Dragons left? I should, right? Thunder Dragon Dark, level 2. And then it's a lot of bodies though to do that. I don't love this play. If I go Question is, do I need to be aggro? Is the snow just enough to be fine to chill here? I think I'd rather wait till I have a battle phase to push again, so I may just pass here. End phase. Okay. Roar. Hawk is banished face down, right? It doesn't do anything. Actually, it's not entirely true. Banish a bunch of garbage. So it becomes level 2 here, and now Chaos Ruler can make Baron. Or Chen Ying. Anything? So yeah, I want to Chaos Ruler first, play around Nibiru. Okay. There's argument for Channing for sure as well. No Dispotter? No. You can only make it that easily in this deck. I'm not playing dragons. Here to this one. $34, $60. I have to make classes first. A threat and lethal. Let's do that. If it plays into Nib now, though, we'll see. Alright. Still above Gravedigger Trap Hole range. I just have the shuffling grave and I guess the deck out. Need to be conscious of what I'm keeping in grave for that potential scenario. This is never coming up. I'll play Omega so I can never retrieve the Spirit Spirit Master. All right, you got there. I'm very curious with how that deck was. Yeah, we lost one game, and it's the game we fucking threw. It's sad. He did have Nib in his deck. This deck is not good. He probably had like Santa Claus Dark Ruler now. Drake is a boomer now. I don't just listen to old music. I mean, listen, a lot of my songs are very old, but I don't listen to just old music. But also, this is different, right? Like, this is featuring Michael Jackson. It's not the same thing. Have you not heard this? This is top of the charts at one point. Unless you're referring to the deck, at which point, yeah, it was a very weird deck. Okay. Anita Max win. What is that? I don't know what that means. Is that a card? Drake's alter ego. I'm gonna stop typing that in because you just said it wasn't a card. EGP. What's EGP? You mean ego, right? Okay, so I think we're gonna call it a day for Macedol for now. Let's switch to something else. So let's turn off Spotify, I guess. And you can switch over to the restream mode. You can watch Kitchen Nightmares. Yeah. You took Josh's Centurion list to locals and went, okay. Pax been on his grind as well. You really want to watch more misplays from my opponents? Well, we're done now. Tassiku is streaming. 593 watchers. He's doing well. Damn, we can't do that. You missed our Master Def binge session in Cord like a week or two ago. I was away. I couldn't do anything about that. Oh no, the new Dual Knight. Neat. The wrinkles on my face disappear when you turned off Spotify. Oh, why? Because the old music. But like, the last song wasn't even old music. Alright, guys. So the thing we said we'd watch is one of the recaps here: the 2023 recap, or the 2012 Yu-Gi-Oh recap, or we were watching Joshua Schmidt's. We were gonna react to Josh reacting. Did he not react to it? Oh, he did. Yeah, here. Reacting to the 2012 Reactception. So what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to watch the 2012 one or the 2023 one? Or do you want to just not do this? Did he post the Snake Eye Runic cooking sesh? You guys really wanted me to see that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't think so. I don't think he posted it. (2023, 2023, 2012, 2023, 2023). All right, let's. Sure, it's fucking long.
CS Bologna would be held the same weekend.
What?
You guys gotta let me know what volume is like as well, and we'll put this on 1.5 because otherwise it gets at 1.25, 1.5. It's fucking long. Otherwise, this takes 5 years. I played both formats, so we'll see.
do the 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG recap then on the last stream of the year. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some Law YGO right now, which is a channel that has also been here throughout the year.
Yeah, actually, so you know what? It's a good point. Good point, Josh. So real quick, if y'all want are like doing this type of stuff, we do need to support the original creator as well. So, and also Josh, because we are watching Josh. So go open this link, and open this link, and then have both of them running in the background muted. Did I see Yassine's Chillman combo with rollback? Is that just rollback plus needlebook nest? Because that's not really that crazy. A lot of people know about that. We're losing viewers though. That's not a good sign. Whenever I'm switching segments, I don't know, man. Do I have to just become like a fucking full-time Master Duel streamer? Do y'all really just not like TCG content at all? It's so rough.
A couple times, you know, we've watched a couple of their old school videos.
I dropped 100 viewers when I switched off Master Duel. Like, yo, Master Duel's for ho. I love Master Duel, but it's so strange to me. I post Master Duel videos on YouTube and they do so badly. And if I post TCG on Twitch, I just lose viewers. Like, I don't get it.
I just published a 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG recap, and I think we're gonna use this as like a guide.
Different viewership. I know it's different audiences, but why can't they just work together, man? I don't know. I know. Kind of raise the volume a bit. I was about to ask you guys about the volume.
Line because I want to talk about so many things when it comes to 2023. Basically, think back of 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! How has it?
So I'm one of those guys with really good memory, and the way I mark, different events, in my life or in general, is I actually use sets or YTS events as almost like a landmark to figure out when in my life something happened. So as far as like these recaps goes, they really hit me harder because it's just, in my mind so connected to everything else I've done in my life. But like I remember 2023 very well. Most things I can remember pretty well, just how I work. So I don't know what it's expect anything surprising here.
Because honestly, 2023, a lot of stuff happened in the game. Like if I'm thinking that like at the beginning of the freaking year, we still had Ishii.
The thing is, when is the last time I've even played on Dueling Book? When I've been doing TCG content, I've been more discussion based. Trying to avoid Dueling Book because Dueling Book is also just, I think, even more agonizing than Master Duel. And it like the discussion stuff people aren't really into either, which I don't get.
Shizu tier at full power. A lot of things happened in 2023 to talk about, and if I just do it out of my own head, I'll probably forget. So I think it's good that we have a little guideline like this. We're gonna do this at 1.25 because otherwise I think we're never gonna be done.
So it's gonna be even faster for us, which is so funny.
And you guys have to let me know
it right now. 2023 was a weird year in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
It gets even faster for us. You got the multiplications, stacking.
In retrospect, while a lot did change over the course of the year, it also felt like very little change for long stretches until the entire.
Also, I forget. I need to.
I feel like the year's changed pretty drastically, right? I think we had three or four different, very distinct metagames. All right, like we started off with Tier Shizu, then we progressed towards Cash-like metagames, and Cash kind of weakened near the end, but then was kind of replaced with the Dune Unchained stuff. And we saw a little bit of a shift with Agov, but like it wasn't massive.
Pin the video. Once again, shout outs to the Law YGO, who's been making these videos for every year. And we've been enjoying these a lot throughout the year. The nostalgia.
Let them know. Yeah.
The format was upended and changes happened practically weekly for a bit. That isn't to say we had a bad year in the game. Far from it. For every dud release we got, we also received another absolute banger of a set. With one
super heavy loops for 2 weeks. Yeah, fuck that deck. I don't mind that being shit on so much.
We saw 4 core sets, 3 deck building sets, 3 structure decks, 2 world premiere sets, 2 reprint sets, and even a duelist pack. I thought you were dead.
My death was greatly exaggerated. This was so sad, man.
As well as 3 ban lists, 15 YCSs, 5 Ws.
Okay, he wants to talk about being sad, but he's not a fucking vendor. He's not the person who had 40 cases of the shit-ass set rot as I just negged and burned my money. That shit fucking sucked.
And 1 World Championship reappearance to pack out this incredible year in the history of the game we all love. Without further ado, let's get down into it.
A lot of
this
stuff.
Is your Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG 2023 recap. Beginning the year, we had a YCS to remind the.
I'm curious why it's so much longer than a regular recap. Maybe it's just more vivid in his memory, so there's more to mention, but It shouldn't be longer. It's probably gonna be like filler stuff that could have been cut.
player base at large that exiting 2022, nothing had changed. YCS Sydney took place on January 7th. And
Hey,
expected,
let's go.
tier limits were still the absolute
Starting
dominant
off the year
next threat
strong.
to the mass. Taking first place, piloted by Jesse Cotton,
Oh, Jesse.
marking his 4th YCS victory, placing him now tied for the record
Didn't Jesse win? Yeah, Jesse won 2 YCSs this year.
for most total
Crazy.
YCS victories.
I did win 2 ICSs this year, last year. I miss this deck so much, man. Man, I miss it so much.
With Chris LeBlanc. It's no secret that this particular format was considered to be one of the most skill-intensive of the era, and that is primarily due to the nature of tier itself, being a massive web of decision point junctures that make the mirror match one of the most complicated puzzles to navigate.
Dude, this deck, man. Agido banned. Magnamute limited. Kelbeck banned. Keldo limited. Mudora limited. Havness limited. Merlin
Good
limited.
pick. I actually
Shayla
like this
limited.
pick. People
Instant
make fun of it, but I think it's
Fusion
fine.
Still legal, I think. God damn, man. Kid Colors banned. Holy. Elf
Naturally
banned.
meaning that the more skilled players in the community that regularly perform well would bubble up to the top of play here. Looking beyond tier for a moment, there were a couple of other faces in the top cut.
It's a
I will
jump
say-
scare. I fucking miss it, man. Tier did me so well. Like, Tier did so much for me.
And I'll say it again. I've said it before.
Final boss Jesse in that pick. But that pick did me so well, though, right? Because it put me in a good position to, I mean, like, I lost to Ray Dye, who's now my, Worlds teammate, Master Duel teammate. So it set me up well. No
Tier limit
complaints
format
there.
Was not bad.
It got me to that point where Ray doesn't hate me because I beat him in the finals, but he still respects me.
I actually think tier was a good and skillful format, but I still think that I think it's been established throughout the last, I want to say 2 years. As a content creator, I've been listening a lot to my community, and I think it's been established that even if a format is like good, quote unquote, even if it produces good games, a lot of people will like that, but a lot of people simply hate to be forced into playing a certain deck to win. I think that
People also hate when things stay the same for too long. So if a deck is really good, it means that new cards often won't really shape the meta much. So you need a banlist change, and that often means longer than usual stretches of time with the same deck. And then obviously the number of games you have that feel similar-ish because you're playing against the same deck increase when it's a tier 0 format. So that's people's biggest gripe with it as well, or one of the
simply,
biggest gripes.
for me, I think that's a fact that I've learned over the last 1.5 or 2 years from just like talking to you guys, talking to my community. It's just like people don't like being forced into one deck, right?
Still like being forced to one deck. Yeah, probably. I think most competitive players may not feel that way, but that's not the majority of the community.
And I think that is
The tier she's won't get power crapped in at least like 10 years. I don't know, man. Like, people may have said that before about other stuff, but they find a way, right? Like, if they find new hand trap, they make new hand traps, new board breaks, or something that may just completely, make tier Shizu like obsolete. It's very possible, right? It wouldn't be the first time that crazy cards have come out and made the game way different. Like, when I played Goki in 2018, I thought, holy shit, this is just never, like, nothing's gonna be better than this after Firewall gets banned. But like in modern days now, you'd have Shifter, you'd have Nibiru, you'd have more ways of dealing with the cards. And then tier Shizu, you probably beat it a lot of the time. Goki's not a bad deck, but to say it's like it's the best deck ever made would be wrong. It just wouldn't be true. So back then, I kind of felt like, what the fuck was I dealing with? Because that deck was just not okay.
just the fact that people don't like that, right? The deck can be the best ever. Like the format can be super skillful or anything like that. People will simply not enjoy being forced into one deck for too long. So my take on tier 0 formats is simply I can enjoy them as a player. I can enjoy
I love tier 0 formats typically. And it's not always, right? Because circumstances will change based on the actual deck that is popular. But typically it's what I enjoy the most. But obviously I'm not the only person that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has to be enjoyable for. So yeah.
a good format, a good tier 0 format. But I think for the sake of the overall health of the game, the overall enjoyment of the community, I think it's better if tier 0 formats go by relatively fast, right? And so I personally, I enjoyed Ishizu tier format, but I'm happy that it's done, right? I'm happy that it's over
Jins,
because
one of your
I know
faves.
how many people
That's a good
didn't
one. I don't
enjoy
mind that at all.
being forced into a tier 0 deck, right? Simple as that. And so I think you can do both. I think you can enjoy a format and still be happy when it's over, right? Because you can realize that its time has come, right? Its time was over. The time for tier to dominate was there a couple months, right? But it shouldn't have lasted longer, I don't think.
Spiral 2017. I like that. I didn't mind that.
Showcasing how the deck was actually thriving in the extremely slimmed down matchup spread. Fine-tuning
King
their
Boo,
builds
thank you for the
smoothly
5.
filled with
Appreciate
tier
that.
My opponent in the finals opened up Featherstorm, Shifter, Map, Urbina, game 3, going first. And I got there. Just saying.
Thank you so much.
Dimension Shifter and evenly matched. Bystial Sprite similarly held a portion of the top cut here thanks to the Bystials countering out tier quite effectively. But notably,
Was tier the strongest tier 0? In terms of like how much space took up in top cut, it'd probably be Spiral. Wasn't Maxi legal during Spiral? I think it got banned after the first part, but it was for the first little bit. Was it still legal at 1 for the end bit? It may have been legal the end bit at 1.
Cleared into top.
Well, this list throws me back to when I played Nimble Sunfish Sprite at a regional
Yeah,
with like 9 Bastille.
He fucking loves Sprite, man. It's not my deck. I don't like that deck, man. I always hated decks that like if you played versus a tier player who like knew you were playing Sprite and you normal summon fucking something and they go like Scream, Mill 3, Kaleido, bounce, and you just fucking lose. That just happens so much with this deck if you don't open this card up. God, I hate decks like that where you only have 1 extender in your deck. I fucking hate these decks.
Something like that. That was phenomenal.
16, who didn't share their list for this event. Runic would also see a couple of breakouts
Oh,
here in tier
God.
variants, focused on getting Majesty's Fiend
Fun.
on board as fast as possible to lock out tier and the Ishizu effects. Sword Soul had adapted to main decking the Bistio line.
I
as
played
well.
this guy in top 32. Is he gonna show like 5 or 6 lists from every single event? They were teleporting out Gamma. Yeah, exactly. But you need extenders. That's part of the problem. But that just decreases the card quality of your deck as well. It's a shit level 2 extender. Is Visas Armatara good? Should you save it and build for it? I'm not a Minidium expert, to be honest. It definitely improves the deck, though. He isn't. There's even an event he skipped completely. Guess I'll have to figure it out. Hybrid watching your #1 enemy. What? For Minidium with the must play. Yeah, you know, you absolutely play the Minidium
over here.
here.
The Sword Soul tokens that hit level 10s like Barone, Shenging, and Xing Longwan. This would serve as our
I fucking slaughtered that guy in top 32. I lost the roll and I'm like, all right, time to like, you know, think and have a good mirror. And then he goes first action Sword Soul Emergence. I'm just laughing to myself. And it feels bad to do that because you can still lose, but like that match was so fucking one-sided. I think I just started off with like Keldo, ditch Kelbeck, and the game was just over. Like it's
reintroduction
just
to the meta right at the start of the year.
done.
And shortly hereafter, we received our first
Because then you
and with
like
it would be Wisp.
mill 5 and you Kelbeck bounce their G-Shao, and oh god, you just lose. It's just so bad.
So the metagame for the remainder of the year, just not in the way we expected.
How did he get there? He was like a low X2, maybe even X2-1, because I was higher seed in Swiss for sure. You can have a good run, right? Like the deck played Bistrels. You high roll against a couple of tiers. You play a couple rogue decks that Sword Soul's, you know, pretty well favored against. All the hate that people have for tier isn't very good for Sword Soul. I mean, that's the deck you can easily go to an event with and scrape by, or like an X2 to regional get an invite. The deck was never straight up unplayable, but you know, I also was playing a heavier gas deck. But people weren't playing 3 Gitos or whatever. I was. So if I played rogue, I punished them a lot harder.
I remember this very vividly.
Amazing defenders. I remember losing money on the set initially, but the cards all seemed fine enough. Except Rescue. I thought Rescue was dog shit because, you know, the support seemed pretty bad. But I held my Mekenko and my Pearly cards a bit longer, and they made money off those. I fucking lost money on the Rescue Ace cards just because I didn't think they'd get better. And, well,
Release
you
date,
do.
January 19th, 2023. Set type, deck building set.
Yeah, even some of the super started to get money. Renaud is like $1 now. And then like even Impulse, Gear Freed, 1-for-1, I'm selling for about 50 cents. So yeah, it makes up some of the initial lost profits or lost
Strategies,
revenue.
Rescue Ace, Pearly, Mekonko.
I remember this very vividly because at the time I made a YouTube video covering the 3 new archetypes, which I probably should. I don't know why I didn't keep doing that. That was a lot of fun and very helpful, I feel like, when a new deck building set drops. Where I made a YouTube video covering all 3 archetypes,
This is a lot of work.
what they do,
That's maybe why I
and
didn't
so
do
on
it,
and so
but
forth.
yeah.
And I remember very vividly how like the take at the time when they came out was like Rescue Ace unplayable, Pearly cool idea but unplayable, Mikanko had potential, right? That was kind of the takeaway for everybody, and it was
Valiant
true at the
Smasher's
time.
worse than
It was true. Don't say
Amazing
Snip, dude.
Defenders.
These are not
Wild
even on the
Survivors
screen.
was
I
also
started
bad. The
before
thing
it
is,
could
we just had a bunch
stop.
of bad
Okay,
sets.
anyways, Mikanko was good
Like,
already.
we're gonna see this throughout. We're gonna keep saying this set sucked, this set sucked, or like this set was very average. Like, we really didn't have good sets this year except for like Agov and Rarity Collection. And like the sets weren't like dismal and like straight up fucking garbage. There were some better stuff. Like Photon Hypernova wasn't a good set, but it had good cards. It had Wrathsoft and Arise Heart. But it doesn't mean the set was good. And I mean, at least from my perspective, I'm always looking from the vendor perspective. And the shit's just, you know, worthless. But look at this. Dune was a good set. It impacted the meta quite a bit with Unchained cards. And you know, there's other stuff in there that was decent. Let's take a look at what the booster box is worth. You know how much this costs to order? more than this. And then you're also paying a fee to TCG Player, and then you're also shipping it. It's pre-order. And then on release, it's like already fucking worthless. Like here's release. It's already dropped down to like not like pretty much losing money on it, but after fees and shipping. And then it fucking just bombs. It recovers a little bit because Yama went up. So people played Chimera and Unchained. Yama and the Chimera Fusion went up. But as both cards came back down, it just went back into oblivion. Like you look at here what Yama's worth. It's ass. Like this used to be 20. I was selling this for $20 at one point. And I don't remember the name of Chimera. Is it this one? Like, this is pathetic. Look, English versions. $10, but these were like almost 30 at one point. Look at the 3-month trend. Look at the 6-month trend. Yeah, like these. Okay, I never hit 30, I guess, but they were high. You know, and they just didn't hold up. Like here, you can see it going up a bit. I started seeing play here, and like this is kind of where it held for a while. What's Agov worth right now? Holy shit. I should list mine. I have a couple lying around. I still have. How expensive do you think Bonfire and Rollback will be? I mean, we have to see what the rarity distribution is first. But they'll probably be like 60s. Bonfire probably more than Rollback. Maybe like 40, 60. Like 30, 60-ish. I think Bonfire will be at $60. It could be higher. It also, so the other big variable with card pricing is the supply. So what's very important to keep in mind is how much of the product was purchased. So part of the reason this is higher, I think, than other sets at the same time of the year is as vendors, we're going to see that we have to order Age of Overlord, and 2 weeks later is Rarity Collection. And you can't just sell all of your Age of Overlord within a week and then use that money to buy for Rarity Collection. That's not going to work. You're not going to get profits. You're going to work a shit ton for minimal margins, and the cash flow becomes a pain in the ass. So you need to budget. You have to budget so that you can afford to buy both Rarity Collection and Age of Overlord. And if you know Rarity Collection is going to be a good set, and you're deciding how you want to budget it, a lot of players, a lot of vendors may have chose to get less Age of Overlord so that they could afford more Rarity Collection. And by that logic, I think this is an above average set. It's a good set, a bunch of strong cards that also probably didn't get ordered as much as it should have if it were, you know, farther away from Rarity Collection. I think that's a big one. Because I think people really wanted to focus on Rarity Collection as something that would, you know, do well on release and also age well. I think that is still very much true. Like prices here are pretty strong. It's like $90 right now, and I think it will go up. It's all staples with good rarity stuff. I have no problem holding on to Rarity Collection and being scared. So yeah, you have to be very conscious of, as from a vendor's perspective, both cash flow and supply and how that impacts their ordering. So yeah, that's one reason why Agov does a lot better than the other sets. So Duelist Nexus, what sets was it next to? So Duelist Nexus, the one thing you have to budget for is you have to budget around the tins. The tins are about a month later. A month is more time, though, to fix it. What was 2 weeks after Dune, though, that you actually had to budget for was this garbage. This is what you had to budget for around Dune. So if you thought this set wasn't going to be good, and most people didn't, I don't blame them, you would, and it's a side set which have done really badly recently, you would order less of this set, and then you'd order more of Dune. And, you know, that affects the supply, and then even if the cards are good, you get less of it. And I think it's inversely here. And when a card it actually becomes good in here, which no one thought it would, it goes up way more. So that's why we're seeing Raging Phoenix, a fucking one of, that isn't that hard to pull. You know, seeing such big price spikes because there's nothing else in the set for people to open the set for. And this card isn't even that crazy. And that's the big thing, right? And the set wasn't ordered much because it looked bad, and because when people are budgeting, it didn't make sense to put money into this over Dune or Megatins. Because this was sandwiched between those two sets, and this seemed like the least favorable of all the three. Now, truthfully, I didn't invest very heavily in any of the three. I thought neither of the three looked that crazy, but I was really just, you know, saving stuff for Rarity Collection. The thing is, if the set doesn't do well initially on release, and you have to wait a while for it to be good. Like this got better over time. Like we look at the Soul Burner price for boxes, it fucking tanked initially, but we're seeing it finally recover. So if you held it, it could have been better. But if you wanted to wait, if you needed that money for Rarity Collection, you couldn't have waited this long. You would have needed to just have not bought it, or you would have to sold it fast and flipped it on release. And if you did that and the set wasn't good on release, you would have just been tanking money. So yep. Good old vending budgeting advice. All right, let's go back to the video because I don't want to keep talking about vending.
Not as its own deck, but like Ohime as an engine even saw play in tier for a while, right?
Don't you have to buy the bad sets distributors once you the good stuff? To a degree, I never order 0 of a set, but when I order a lot of sets, when a set that I think is good, I order so much. So look this way, I ordered about 185 cases of Rarity Collection. And that should equal, I'm going to do a rough estimate here. Probably about $175,000. Are you going to tell me that a fucking distributor's going to turn down a $175,000 sale? What company is doing that? Right, and it's not like I'm ordering the day before. I'm ordering months in advance, right? So they just drop shipping it, right? They just have to increase the order they input to Konami, and they don't do anything besides collect a shit ton of money. Your country doesn't have enough supply. Well, I live in North America, so it's not really a problem for me.
It was good. Pearly and Rescue Ace were clearly lacking something that, like,
But yes, you do need to make sure you're not just doing nothing for the distributor as well, right? Like, I have lost part of the reason I lost money. I lost money on Dune and on this because I ordered some from distributors either way, and honestly ordered more than I should have. I was being too kind with the distros because they also burned me on the price pointing where they like went back and like bumped it by $1 after I was already losing money on the set, and it was kind of annoying.
They were clearly lacking something. And I mean, oh boy, did they deliver on whatever they were lacking.
Where do you live, Radam?
But this is continuing a trend of deck building sets releasing interesting archetypes into the game that are very, very unpolished and not finished, but then later on receive super, super good support.
Is that really a trend? I feel like it was a trend with this set. I live in Chile. Yeah, South America's really rough for cards. What was the other deck building sets? Vanquish Soul. Like, it's not like Transcendosaurus have been getting more support. Nouvelle support has sucked. Pencon Exit Sister. Yeah, I guess. What's the most recent one? Centurion. We haven't seen new waves of support for Centurion or Valmonica or other stuff yet. Lab didn't get support. Runic got whatever. Drytron got whatever. Drytron, got Mu Beta, never mind. Live Twin got new support, yeah. Does Diabell count for race? As support? Yeah, but that's not... I mean, the biggest one were Emergency and Preventer. The deck would still be bad without those two. I'm sleeping on Frecky. Fuck no. I guess it has been a bit of a trend, yeah.
All 3 of these decks are now meta threats that have all won YCSs. Every single one. Mikanko has won a YCS. Pearly has probably won. I probably won a YCS. And Rescue Ace has Rescue Ace won a YCS? Yeah, it has. It has. We watched it together. Yeah, it has. So like,
the only one that Pearly won was a team YCS. Kind of cheating, I guess, but yeah.
Interesting trend with deck building sets over the course of this year and even last year. How so many of these archetypes have just.
So it makes you wonder, right? Like, part of, as being a vendor now, is what I want to do is be thinking, if Konami's going to keep printing these type of cards that suck on release and then, making them better, let's take a look here at Valiant Smashers. Let's look at the price trends. And the box is tanking, right? That's actually not that bad. It's not terrible because the amount of copies here before it goes up are very low. It'd be very easy to buy this out and then it hits new price points and you make money. Unless someone has just a huge stock of them. Remember, this was a rounded Rarity Collection as well. So don't expect people to have ordered too much of this. This is a set that may have been in low supply. What's it called? Valmonica? What the fuck is the name of this shit called? They won Oceanics? No, they got second. Cash won that. Pojang got second. What's the other one? It's Val Monica. Which one's the ultras? This is an ultra. This is worthless. This is a good card. It's Rhoda. So like, we can start arguing that when there's these powerful 3-ofs in these decks that we think may get more support and see play later, because Konami will put more effort into it. Maybe we need to invest in them, right? So I really don't like these archetypes. If these archetypes were any bit better, I may invest in them. Maybe Centurion I would, but Valmonica and Memento seem so fucking bad. I don't want to. This is TCG player. I'm North American. But like here, I'd see James Chow, Gamer's Choice, has 23, and I'd probably I'd probably go to his website because I know he has a website, but I would just buy him out and I'd stockpile a bunch, and that could be a good investment. This is a bit risky though. So like here, I'm risking about $100. If this deck goes to complete shit, it'll be worthless. But it has the propensity to go up pretty drastically, right? Because it's a Rhoda, so it will be a 3-of. Plus with a snatch steal effect, and then the deck would be bad. But the thing is, I don't think either of these decks really have the potential. If they did, that'd be super sick. Yeah, neither of them seem good. So okay, let's look at Centurion cards. Is there potential there? Centurion. If you want to look for cards you can play multiples of, typically Legacia. Let's just take a look at Valiant Smash's price high to low. Let's look at ultra rares. I don't know why this turned into a vending stream. Yes, these aren't that low, right? And this makes sense because there's nothing else in the set already. This isn't worth investing in because they're already so high. But say these were, worse on release. Say this card wasn't released on release, and the deck becomes significantly worse. It's way more inconsistent. These would have been, a lot less. Then it would be worth maybe investing in these, that when this got maybe plus like the next wave of support gets announced, this deck becomes playable, they all go up. And that's kind of like what I have to be looking out for as I'm thinking about vending. They're already high due to low volume, exactly right. Supply we have to keep in mind, and there's low supply, and you also have to keep in mind the substitute, or not the substitute, the competition, right? So usually the box price is similar to the expected value of opening the box and what you'd get inside. So not every card can be worth infinite, otherwise the box will go up because people will just open it. If people have a box, why would they sell for less than they can get opening it on average? So it pushes the price up in the box, or people open the box, the supply goes down in the box, and then the box goes up. So same thing here. You need to keep in mind the price of the other cards. So if these cards are better and worth a little more, this probably go down as well, or else these would all go up more, and then the price of the box would also increase. So the price has to adjust somewhere, right? It's I love economics because it's you got all these functions working together. Is the EV of Agoff that high? We can take a quick look. So H Overlord is a set. Let's take a look at the secret rares here. I'm gonna just do roughly there. And so just looking at secret rares. Let's create a Google Sheets real quick. This is old claim sale spreadsheet. Whatever, let's create it. Pardon me. It's a card name. We got Little Knight, Flamberge. What else do we have? We have Msetti. We got Dwamatef. We got Wanted. We got Diabell Star. TG Shit 1. TG Shit 2. 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more missing. What am I missing here? Arius, that one up as well. Goldstrike's an ultra. And Typhon's an ultra. Samsara, I've used Samsara. Okay, so let's look at general card price here, and then quantity on average. So you have, on average, you get 2 secrets per box. and you get. So usually I open by case. I do the average by case. So you should get 2.4 per case. So you should get, okay, you get 2 per box, and then you get, and then yeah, there's 10 different ones. You get 0.2 per box. Just 0.2. You get 0.2 of all these per box on average. You know, obviously you can't pull 0.2 of a card. But the card name thing is cut off. All right, let's shift it over. It's cut out. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's put it there. I know. Let's put the price. We're operating in USD here, and 120, 117. And these prices may not be accurate, by the way. Oftentimes you want to go in and actually make sure the prices are accurate. 67, 31. Fuck, everything's went up. I sold so much for so cheap. I didn't think it would go up. Oop, that's wrong card. And the Flame Burge is 16. Ours is 20. And then Diabell Star. Wait. Wrong one here. Not Dwamatef. Dwamatef is probably fucking worthless. Oh, it's not. $2, 50 cents, 50 cents, whatever. Let's put it as 0. 0. 2. And then Samsara was 3. And then bring it forward. And then some. So that's the price of secrets alone. That's the average amount of money you get by secrets on your expected value. And then there's also value in ultras, right? Because if you look at the ultras, take out secrets. Typhon's quite high, and then these are ultras here that are worth money. So you get a bit of money there, and then also have the expected value of the quarter centuries. So like when you actually want to do this, it would take more time, and you'd get more. And you start to realize the Age Overlord, becomes worth it. It's not going to match exactly, because the thing is, if it matches, so selling a box to each player is a pain in the ass because it's expensive to ship, and then you get fees, obviously. So if you can, you'd rather open them to singles, right? Because you also get a bit of value in the bulk, a bit of value in the foils. You also get value in Snake Eye Ash, right? This adds value to every single box as well, because these are becoming worth money, about $3 each. And you start getting that value, you get closer to this amount. The EV is probably around $100-ish after all said and done. So yeah. If the value is too close, like the EV is too close to this amount, people would rather just open it, is the biggest thing. So yeah, that's kind of how it works out. All right, let's get off the vending for now.
Incredible support. Pearly hasn't. Okay, maybe Pearly hasn't, but still, it's been a Pearly won the team YCS. True, Kamal played it in the team YCS.
What's EV? EV is expected value. So this is the expected value of one box worth. This is the expected value of your 2 secret rare pulls. We're doing some stats, some economics talk. So like, yeah.
I don't know if that counts, but it does count, I think. Yeah, let's just count it. We all know Pearly's a good deck. Let's not get into the nitty-gritty here. But yeah.
Impact.
What?
Amazing Defenders is probably the textbook case of careful who you bully in high school. As while this set was an absolute dumpster fire,
Who you bully in high
the
school?
absolutely best age set of the year, with all 3 of its archetypes becoming meta in their own unique ways.
Yeah.
That isn't to say it was immediate though, as on release, all 3 archetypes looked interesting, but were absolutely unplayable in the current meta environment, resulting in probably one of the cheapest sets for.
Yeah, I tried
These
Mekanko
archetypes were
tier on
Rescue Ace,
release. It
Pearly,
wasn't
and
even
Atompa,
terrible,
each
but
having their own period of experimentation of
definitely
unplayability to
not
sudden meta
good.
So let's dive into each. Rescue Ace was the primary archetype of the set, focused on their boss monster of Turbulence, able to set 4 different Rescue Ace quick play spells and traps directly from the deck to form a massive control board instantly. This was further boosted by Airlifter, able to search a Rescue Ace spell on summon and
Rest in
distribute
peace,
itself in hand
Airlifter,
and field
limited
summon a
one.
Rescue Ace from hand in response to to an opponent's monster effect on field. Fire Engine, able to summon from hand when a rescue ace is summoned, able to summon a rescue ace from deck when the opponent summons a monster.
It's just gonna explain. I hate with okay. This part I don't like
Who can
though.
negate
I don't
strong
like when he
monster effects
explains
in
just
return,
every
has the same
single
summon effect
card.
as Airlifter, and Hydrant, who search
I
for
mean,
rescue
most
ace
people in
monsters
this
once per
stream
turn,
know
and let
what
you
most of
use
the
your
meta
quick
cards
play
do,
spells
right?
and trap to easily being the most important piece of the archetype, not only for this effect, but also because each of the spells and traps gain another effect if Hydrant is on the board. These included Rescue, which revives a rescue ace from grave or a monster from the opponent's if you
He's just gonna read every
Alert,
single
which refers a rescue ace
playable
from
card
hand,
the
that's
explanation
released the
for all the
entire
effects
year.
Pain, which negates a monster effects and blocks it from
I'll
attacking,
just speed
and
it up
also
a
block
little
it from being
bit
used
for
as material
those.
for extra deck summons if you control Hydrant, and Extinguish, which pops a monster, then negates it and all same name monster effects for the turn if you control Hydrant. Lastly, HQ boosts rescue aces by 5.
I don't want to
These
talk
flow
about
just
it.
on
If he's just reading cards,
Teammate
skip
alone
it.
represented a full combo that resulted in a quick effect stab deal on the opponent's turn thanks to searching ceremony, and ceremony being able to dump reflection.
Like unless Josh is adding
Since
something
Ceremony
meaningful, which I don't know if he.
Livermancer and Soul Fields. Reprints here were extremely light, bringing Renown, Isold, and Durandal, but not much outside of those. On the whole, defenders came out with a thud, leaving the primary meta shake for the set following.
Like if he's just gonna sit here quietly and not, we're not gonna have fake Josh to talk to discuss things with, and there's no point of us to actually listen. Like I don't know. I don't need to listen to reading cards.
Like the archetypes weren't worth much because they weren't good yet, and the reprints weren't amazing. I don't think so. Like it was kind of like a stinker of a set when it came out. I mean, looking back now, the cards were pretty
The reprints were okay. So the thing is, no expensive reprints, but the rarity bumps were neat. I remember I was very happy with the rarity bumps in Amazing Defenders. It was 1-for-1. Gizmek Orochi is one of my favorite cards ever. That card was CR. Isold is a good rarity bump at the time. Wasn't banned. It was okay. Go back. I don't know what I'm doing.
pretty expensive over the course of the year. So if you picked them up early, you made a pretty good deal.
And it would give an actual shake up to the meta that would be felt for months to come. Photon Hypernova, release date February 9th, 2023.
Oh,
Set
God.
core set, major strategies, Photon, Kashtira, Chaos.
Oh no,
Yeah, there never really was a single event on Amazing Defenders, right?
man. Oh nah.
Photon Hypernova was the first core set of the year, and immediately would be cracked open for one specific archetype and its support,
I can. Oh yeah. All right. I need to go back to the normal speed. I only did it because the effect explanations was a little long.
which we might as well address right here and now. Kashtira would receive its second wave of support here in the form of Riceheart, a level 4 that can.
But it's
summon
gonna go
itself
back to card
Kashtira,
explanations.
and can banish a Kashtira card from deck to banish the top 3 of the opponent's deck face down.
Arcea's looking better now after Tama issues. I like how they've always looked, to be honest. My favorite were actually Engu. My favorite collector rare is a card I actually don't even think is very good, but I think this collector rare looks fucking gorgeous if the picture would load. It's Skullmeister in person. The eyes, they glow red. Oh man, it's sick. And this is a sick collector rare. And I don't even like this card. So
Making itself level 7 if you do so. Scareclaw, who can summon
shout out
itself
to
and
Ryan
Kashtira
Levine. Yeah. If you know the hidden lore with Ryan.
or Scareclaw card from hand or grave, can attack in defense mode and negates the effects of anything the Kashtira or Scareclaw battles. Tearlaments, who can summon itself by banishing a Kashtira or Tearlaments card in hand or grave, milling 3 on summon from either player, milling 2 when sent to grave. Overlap, a quick play spell that banishes a 15/21
I don't even know what this shit does. I've read this card maybe like 4 times while going through all the Kashtira cards to see if there's anything innovative I could be doing. Then I'd always read it and be like, wow, this card just fucking sucks, and then keep going.
monster from hand, grave, or either field to boost another monster by 1500, and if banished while you control a Kashtira monster, negates the effects of an
You like
opponent's
the
monster
Punk
overlap.
Amazing
The other
Dragon?
six,
No
which
one's
attack
okay.
after you control land. If
I never
banished,
really had
the
any
monster
affinity for the
breaks
Punk
it.
cards,
Add a
though.
Kashtira monster hand on activation. Boost your monster by 100 for each attribute on field, and pop the card on field after Shinra uses its effect on turn. And Big Bang, attract the player banished monsters until you control one of Kashtira exes on
He's
hand.
just nodding his head back and forth. It's going fast. I gotta do it as well.
This card, man. I still. No, I don't want to talk about
Chain
it.
and could on quick effect.
I don't want
to.
Yeah, I think the general consensus for pretty much everybody is fuck this card.
So where do we even begin? A Riceheart alone is a house.
So you know what I will add though is like I hated Kashtira in the sense of it was really not interesting to play against anything that. So like if you were playing against Kashtira and you were playing anything besides Kashtira, it really sucked and it wasn't very interesting. And if you were playing Kashtira and played versus anything that wasn't Kashtira, it wasn't very interesting either. And that created a lot of bad experiences for me. But when I switched to playing Kashtira, I actually enjoyed Kashtira mirror matches specifically. It was actually like a good mirror. It wasn't anything brilliant, but it was a decent mirror. It reminded me very much of like a Zoom mirror. And that was cool. You know what? I actually didn't hate that much. And that's partially why I switched to Kashtira. But I'm not like going to sit here and try and defend Kashtira too much because I don't like this deck still.
Coming from a hero one trick, giving the deck the ability to summon a monster that is effectively
And you also have so many depressing moments for this deck because it's like not it's like consistent but like, you know, not consistent enough. And there were just so many times I'd go like drop. You can pass. All right, I'll pass. Your turn. And then you die. And that was fun. I loved that. That was my favorite part of the game.
Law and DPE rolled into one is already scary enough, but it's made worse by the fact that Kashtira could easily make this in one card thanks to Unicorn from Darkwing Blast, being able to search Theosis, able to summon Fenrir, able to search Riceheart, and so on and so on. A Riceheart on its own is a terrifying force because of what it does to the remaining meta, as the presence of an easily accessible macro effect with built-in interactions and board lockdown.
Kashtira was cool until they banned Kit. No, I think it was cooler when it was actually just cash mirrors. But again, that goes back to me like enjoying these tier 0 mirror matches. I mean, it wasn't even a tier 0 deck, but like I enjoyed that aspect of the game a lot.
Kashtira is both a named tier monster, gives the deck mills on turn 0, and merges the pieces of 2 strategies together, made Kashtira a force to be
Probably
I
the
need to
strongest-
take acting classes from Milano. Bruh. Hey, you don't come here for acting, so you'll get what you get. Milano needs coaching from
card
me.
of the year, and we have had SP this year. I was going to talk about that later, but I still think SP wins card of the year. But we'll talk about that later.
with both pure and with tier, which we
SP wins card of the year. Isn't that what I said? What did I name my video? How do I check my videos? I haven't uploaded in so long. I need to fix it. Card of the year. Yeah. Card of the year. Let's go. Fuck, my thumbnails also suck. I need to get better. I'll get better, I promise, guys.
easily see the results at the following YCS. Photon Galaxy got a major wave of support here, seeing a new
Major,
inbox
very
strategy
major.
too,
So
but as
major
fears
that I
about
have
what the
never
strategy
seen
was
these cards in
missing,
my
we saw
life.
no impact on release. Chaos would see a new overhaul to the archetype itself, with multiple monsters focused on summoning multiple light and dark attribute
These
bosses,
cards
facilitating
never
the
did anything, but they were
specifically
neat.
Chaos Archfiend and Beast, but would similarly see no
But, like,
for the time being.
why
Very
does he need to spend the time
great
talking
for
about
one
those?
support
Those
Beast.
did
With
nothing.
Bestial Baldrake, a fourth bestial name to add to lineups who could
Neat.
Why
Move
was
on.
it common, man? I just want to know, man. Why was it common? Why was it common, man? I still biggest crime committed this year probably is the fact that Baldrake was a common and an ultra rare in the reprint that it got, and then in all the other bestials are supers and secrets. God damn.
contribute another light and dark when an extra deck monster is summoned to banish it. Dogmatica getting Albazoa, a ritual boss that is immune to extra deck monster effects and can make the opponent send on turn.
It talks
one, send a
about-
card from hand or extra deck to the grave. And Dogmatica
It skips the YCS.
I
mean, I guess the different target audiences for who are interested in what. I don't know.
General fusion support in Grangoignol, the Dust Dragon, a fusion of Cartesia and a lighter dark.
Crazy about Tally-Ho Springans when it was announced, and then like it just didn't do anything.
On field when a material
Oh yeah, because you have to play Springans cards. I know what he said before, but yeah, this card is crazy, but also, there are so many cards like that that are just unplayable, because they're in a shit archetype. But technically, like if you want to have a high roll investment, buy cards like that. I mean, this is not a high rarity card, so you can't really make money off it. But if it like only came secret, for example, and they're worth 80 cents, you could buy like 100 copies of the card, put $80 into investment, and maybe one day they'll announce a broken Springans cards, and bam, you made $1,000, right? Like it's a thing that happens. So this can be fun.
Exceed once per turn. And Tally-Ho Springans, a quick play spell that optionally detaches up to 3 materials from your
What's more
monsters,
powerful,
adds Spriggans from
Tier
hand
or
to hand,
Drytron?
and
Definitely
cast
Tier.
many
Not even
It is a
close.
custom card, yeah.
materials, summons that many Spriggans from hand or grave. And Tri-Brigade receiving Bucephalus II, a rank 5 that can only be summoned if you have 3 or more Tri-Brigade spells.
You say
on
rank
grave. Blocks
5?
the opponent from
Yeah,
responding
I'm
to
This
gonna-
was even though I like this
Grammar
card, it's a good
Nazi
card, I
and
think it
just
was
say
kind of a
rank.
failed design because it didn't do
Step in there.
anything for Tri-Brigade, like literally nothing. Like this card is good for like Nadir Servant and Dogmatica Punishment.
Makes the
and
video age
Ultimate
better.
Slayer, which is
Yeah, but like I think for some stuff like the chaos cards that aren't in there, you don't need to do it because it's fucking long. Okay, this is Josh's one, which slows down, and mine's gonna be slowed down even more. It's gonna be a fucking long ass segment, which is why I want to skip stuff. But his recap is long, like it's longer than his other recaps. This is fucking long, but the year recaps aren't as bad. Hour, like I think that's the mark he's going for. He's aiming for about an hour. So I think if he like stuck for that target point, then maybe a little bit better.
which is cool in my book, but it didn't do shit for Tri-Brigade.
The special summons and can banish itself when a monster attacks to banish.
You
all
skip
opponent
5 seconds at a
spells. Aim to send
time?
the Tri-Type
Oh.
I don't think this card has hit the board in a Yu-Gi-Oh game yet. I don't
What's
know.
this?
I don't think
Share.
this card has been summoned. It's only been sent to the graveyard. I don't think anyone has done it.
Back to grave when sent to grave. Each of these would find their places in the meta, with Baldrake slotting into almost every deck playing Bestials at this stage, Albazoa forming a rogue deck with the remaining Dogmatica pieces, Grangoignol
No.
and Rinbrum slotting into the standard branded fusion lineups,
Poo-poo.
Sargas slotting into any deck wanting to search for Regulus, and Bucephalus seeing
Yeah, because the new branded cards, people thought it was actually like playable for a bit, but that
into
deck
your third or
sucks.
punishment target that could still get you to a Garura pitch without compromising the attack value for a searcher pop. Gishki would receive a few legacy.
Nesh isn't
cards
here,
with
he's busy
Rinbrum,
streaming,
summon
so we
Gishki
can make
from
fun of
deck
him.
summon, and can be the entire trip.
This would have been, I think it could have been exciting before Ishizu cards. Had we gotten the
This shit never got me hyped, but yeah, these cards aren't actually terrible. I don't know, man. Every time I read these cards, they were just okay, and then I really didn't like that they were a rather big engine, so you had to like be a very. I mean, it almost plays like a combo deck. You can't have that much non-engine in there, and that was the biggest problem. Yeah, I know it needed Elf Legal, but
Gishki
I think
cards?
it would have needed no tier in general, because I think even just the normal like danger tier deck that had snow in it, like the one from midway through 2022 would have been better. This deck needed Elf, but like you can say that in Master Duel it has that,
But they
and
were
it's
just
still like
they were just too late to the party.
not
For
that
Gishki
good.
Ritual
It's a
Summon.
playable-ish
Level 10
deck.
ritual
They
that
are-
summons
'cause they
one
are
grave
quick
on
cards.
Ritual Summon, has battle protection from extra deck summoned monsters, and can bounce a Gishki Ritual Monster to hand to negate a monster effect and shuffle
The
it
Elf
into the
ban
deck.
too. I mean, yeah,
Never
the Elf ban too, but I mean, the Elf is also the
It's
Elf
a
is
combo
Master
deck,
Duel,
but
they
it's
still don't do anything there, but, like,
so
even
combo decks
with
that don't
Elf,
have good
this
extenders
deck
from the
could not be
hand
competed with.
or grave are typically not good combo decks. Like that's like when I'm looking for a combo deck, Those are some of the things that are very important for me to look for. This deck doesn't have that. So if you want to treat it as a combo deck, a deck that's heavy on engine, this does a bad job at it. It's not what I want.
Like Ishizu tier in the slightest.
A ritual spell that summons
It's quite playable, but yeah, it's not terrible. This
I
deck
thought
isn't
that
like a
Jesse
deck
was
that is
cooked.
just straight up garbage. It's not, but it's not a tier 1 deck either, right? I'm looking from the perspective of somebody who's trying to bring the next unique deck or to catch people off guard with a YCS that can do well, but can also hold its own if people know what the deck does. And this deck won't do it. Neos W, thank you so much for the resub. 3 months. Thank you so much.
Opponent controls regardless of level, losing life points equal to the attack of the summoned monster, able to cycle itself back into deck by placing a Gishki ritual monster from grave on top of deck, and focused Aqua Mirror, which searches a Gishki monster and in the end phase could banish itself from grave if you control a water ritual to set an Aqua Mirror from deck except itself. Gishki support would be a solid line thanks to Abyss being a search.
Yeah, I don't want to keep reading this.
The format ended. I remember playing against this at like German nationals. You know, Gold Pride Punk. That was a deck for a little bit. That's
Oh,
when I
not
thought
meant to do that.
made all of the non-engine pieces super accessible, with the only exception being Thrush,
Shit,
which I think is
where was
that's
I?
the one thing. Okay, like
Gold Pride Punk. I meant to click pause, not skip the goddamn thing. I know this deck, so I never actually played it in tournament, I think. I just never imagined how this deck could possibly beat Kashtira, and that was the biggest thing to me. I like tried this deck a little bit, but I don't know. The deck is so interesting. It has his extenders in the hand, which I like. It has very disruptions. What I like, maybe the try with it now is 3 upstarts. That could be cool. I want to try it in Master right. You got 3 chicken game and 3 upstarts now as starter cards for the gold line. For the gold pride lines. And that could be interesting. So, you know, it comes out next week. I'm actually probably more interested in trying that out than super heavy. One thing is though, playing upstart and chicken game your deck is Droll. Droll is gaining popularity, and it'll probably continue gaining popularity in Master Duel because of Super Heavy Samurai.
Gold Pride Punk was a like tier 2 deck at some point.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't seem
know,
good as Maxi. Okay, it's tier 2.
Leon
Never mind.
Beagle,
Okay,
who
it's
is
on my
summoned
tier
with
2.
Gold
Then
Pride
yeah,
Grave on
that
summon and
definitely
can synchro
fits the
summon on the
bill.
opponent's turn. Nitro Head able to summon a Nitro token in the
The
opponent's
sad part is I don't even mention Tistina. I mean, why would you mention it? Why would you?
standby phase to their field, locking it from link material usage and can pop
Oh, he cut Tistina's? Sure.
token pop all cards in adjacent zones on quick effect. Captain Barry searching the gold pride trap on summon and when sent to grave, it banishes 3 gold prides from grave to boost extra summon gold pride by 500 for each. Star Leon, a level 6 and game attack equal to an opponent's monster on quick effect. Also destroying that monster to life points or lower. Returning to the extra deck, the turn uses the effect to summon Leon from deck or grave. Astro Blaster.
It gets so fucking
Popping
fast
cards
when
from
mine is sped up by 1.5 as well.
Wild, able to reveal gold pride to different gold pride in deck, then summon gold pride from hand, taking damage equal to its attack, and start your engines. Which when the opponent summons the monster, reveals 3 gold pride monsters in deck for the opponent to randomly
I can,
control,
like,
then pops the monster summon.
barely hear what he's
The
saying.
last 2 years showed a lot of promise on reveal, but had clear flaws, particularly in that getting your life points lower needed out of
This is always how it goes, right? Which I find it. I've criticized this in the past, but I find it very boring, or not boring, but like the way they do TCG exclusive archetypes. I'm not the biggest fan of it because the first wave is never playable. It's always like
I think Konami gets in trouble whenever they do make it playable. So like with Dangers and with or Dangers when even Dangers are okay-ish on first wave. Well, like BA, I don't think Konami Japan likes that because they like to be able to ones to set the tone for the meta. I think they're trying to avoid
it's
that.
always kind of promising. You know, some cards are good, some cards are literal just pack fillers.
Yeah, I know
which is
Testina's
why I
not in the
don't
set,
like
but I see in the
but
comments
it's
here the
always
guy
like,
said
it feels
that
like a gamble, right?
got
Because you
Testina, so
see the
probably
first
not
half of the
in
thing, and it
wherever
looks somewhat
later.
promising, maybe, except for Testina, that didn't really look promising. But like Libromancer, when I look back of this stuff, I always think of Libromancer, where I was like, okay, some of these cards are really, really, really good, but it
And Beat Trooper was the same. I mean, every single TCG exclusive has had strong, decent cards, and this doesn't go anywhere. Goaty also, like, that's the way it works for it. I don't know. You're right. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but yeah, I wouldn't mind a surprise every once in a while where the TCG exclusives were actually good.
it just
I don't mind them making them to the point where they're tier 2 or tier 3-ish decks because they can still be interesting. It's more for rogue players, more for casual, and then I want to fuck around and do something fun. It's more to do with there.
it depends so
You don't need
much
to
on
always
the
have
second
meta
wave of
decks.
support that it feels so arbitrary, right? It feels so arbitrary. You just have to guess, you know, is this stuff going to be good or not?
archetype pieces to be consistent.
And then most of the time it's not.
I mean, you're always gonna have to guess with anything, right? Like,
It's not consistent.
it's rare that you
While
see a
the
deck
second
that's so
wave potentially
blatantly
meta, it would
powerful.
for the
It's
time
just
being see experimentation with Pump as the strategy pays
it's
life
proven
points to target its own
immediately.
effects, enabling the gold prides. Other one-offs from the set worth mentioning included Gravekeeper's Inscription, a spell that could, at the start of main phase 1, lock either card effects, banishing, or summoning from grave until the end of the opponent's next turn, being clearly designated as
Ugh.
another tier. Plunder Patrol Ship Yord, the fabled Earth ship that can search a Plunder Patrol card when
This one was based.
the opponent summons a monster, able to summon a Plunder Patrol from deck if equipped with one, and can move itself.
I fucking hated getting given a token, and then my cash monsters are dead.
Extra deck and summon a token of that attribute to both fields and defense.
I lost to Plunder Patrol in top 16 to YCS Peru. He did this game 1, like, and then I was able to win through it, and then game 2 and 3 I had his bricks. It was so sad. I remember game 3 opened up like double Ash, double Bell, and I was able to hold him off for so long, but I just still couldn't draw a monster, and eventually he broke through it, or he was able to. I ran out of hand traps and I died, but fuck, man, I tried my heart out.
Plugged a major hole in Plunder's extra deck, but also enabled you to access other attributes through the token summon. Big Welcome Labyrinth, which summons a Labyrinth from hand, deck, or grave, bouncing a monster you control to hand, which does trigger the removal by trap condition on most Labyrinth bosses, and can be banished.
At the time I thought not much of this, but I've actually grown quite fond of Labyrinth. Because in my head I always envisioned this like really floodgatey trap deck, but you know, with the furnitures developing, that's kind of something interesting. You know, I tried like on initial releases to make furnitures work with graveyard effects, like, you know, playing Rhino Warrior to send back Jack or Farfa. Maybe that can be cool, but you don't have enough furniture pieces. Like if you had a 4th or 3rd furniture piece, like you had a level 2 or 3 and a 4, that'd be fucking insane. Obviously it'd be way better even now, that'd just be nuts, but that's kind of what I wanted back then. It's just, you know, consistently actually activate my synergies, and you can't always do that too.
A TCG exclusive that can send insects or plants to grave up to the non-tuners used for its summon.
I really wish this card had more chance to shine. This card is insane.
Needed for Sarkis, mixing with the Punk Engine for easy Therion access, and last but certainly not least, Triple Tactics Thrust, a spell that's similar to Talus before it can activate if the opponent used a monster effect that turn.
Card is good, but overrated. I'll make a video on it one day.
Able to set
This card, I'll say it. This card does. This is a balanced version of Talons, I think. I honestly think Talons is maybe a little bit overtuned as a card. And even though Thrust is a really, really good card, I think Thrust is way more. I think Thrust is more balanced than Talons.
The simple men don't understand, but Josh does.
I think it is. I think it's more balanced. I think the whole you can set a freaking trap that you have to put into your deck to. I didn't say it was a balanced card. I said it was more balanced than Talons.
I don't have as many viewers, so I have more people who know me just for me. I think my chat may be a little bit better than Josh's chat. It's kind of by circumstance. So I see not many of my my viewers getting triggered right now by this statement.
And I think the main reason why Thrust is even so good is because Talents exist. I think if Talents wasn't a card, you wouldn't even be able to play Thrust in a lot of situations because you simply wouldn't have a good target for most matchups. The simple thing is that most of the time, when you can play this card, because you don't care which matchup you play, Thrust into Talents is always going to be good. It's always going to be a good move, right? Like that.
Josh chat thinks everything is broken. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the part when your chat gets really big and they're constantly talking like his is. That's what I want as a streamer. I make more money that way. That's the goal. But for now, I don't have that yet, right? I got my loyal fans here. I appreciate y'all, but we don't have the that same bit right now. So we have. I can communicate a lot easier to you guys, and I think you guys are a little more level-headed as well. Let's go, chat.
That's why Thrust is so good. Like, you can thrust into other cards, but those are not guaranteed to be good in a certain matchup, right? Like, yeah, you can thrust for evenly, but you have no guarantee that Thrust is going to be good for that, that evenly is going to be good.
I'll like actually write a little mini essay for this and make a video on it at some point. I want to do a series of this card is overrated or this card actually sucks type thing, and I'll make a like a mini series because I got cards like Curry Kara, cards like Thrust, cards like evenly. Fuck that card. That card is terrible. Cards like that, I need to spread the gospel of these cards are not actually that good, and I want to give you guys the criteria for what actually makes these non-engine cards good. So yeah, but it's also very convoluted, it's very technical, and I want to make sure that I'm doing it eloquently and in a way that conveys the information, like, you know, in a way that's easy to understand. So yeah, it'll come at one point. I promise I will. I just need to work on it. I promise there's so much I need to work on, but I will get it done. First step is getting back into the habit of streaming every day when I'm back, which so far 2 for 2, we're good, and we'll keep getting that better. Do it in a quick way where the thumbnail is angrily pointing and evenly matched. Well, yeah, it's the kind of point. I'll probably overstate. I'll probably this card actually sucks, and it'll be me roasting a card. The reasons why it's not actually good, or it's why it's overhyped, and Thrust is overhyped, but the card doesn't actually suck. That's probably what I'd have to do. But I do see a sub though, Thunder3 TCG. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it very much. Pokemon is better than Thrust, trust me. And in many cases, that is true. So you joke, but that's not necessarily wrong. I played Thrust in Kashtira maybe once or twice, 2 events. I played Book of Moon every single time, I think, except for the WCQ, which is the only event, by the way, that I did badly at. My win rate with Cash was like 92%, which is really, really fucking good over the course of like 6 YCSs until the WCQ where I went 1-3. But like that was a very different version of the deck. I played hand traps instead of the Book of Moon version, Book of Eclipse. In video, this card is not that bad, but it's not great. Yeah, I mean, I have to That's part of what I also have to do is like find that line of what's clickbaity, what'll get people to interact with me, but also not just be blatantly lying to the viewers, because you gotta do that, right? It's a fine line across. How did I do 1-3? I don't think I'd ever drawn so bad in a tournament. I think I just bricked every single game. The one round that I didn't brick, I played versus Elijah Green. It was like round 3, which is crazy to play. Like we both had VIP and played each other round 3, like whatever. So I play in round 3. Game 1 against a bit of grind, I win, so I'm chilling. Game 2, he decides to go first, which I don't love. And then just Eradicator's me. My hand's all spells. I'm like, fine, all right. He had the Eradicator. And then game 3, I make him start again. He makes like an average field. I look at my hand, and I'm pretty sure I just pass. Then I die, and that happens. That's how it goes. Gotta go. Bye, Josh. How about saying bye, Jesse? What? Yeah, sorry, Jesse. Exactly. Yeah. Josh isn't even here. A series of rating cards. Yeah, I'll work on it. Don't worry, I'll lab it. But
Starter card, but maybe you need a board breaker.
you lose your YCS buys this year. I think it's supposed to be end of the 2025 WCQ season, so I'd still have like a year and a half left of buys. Did I play Shifter and Cash? Not for every event. I mean, the first events I didn't. I always sided it at the very least, but I didn't always main it.
You can thrust into Duster, but that's not good into every matchup. Like the card that makes thrust so playable is Talents. Like you are never going to see someone play thrust.
That's not like the main reason I have for why Talents is good, because that's not always the best reasoning. Like it's very specific to a
Talents.
format,
You see
but that
people
is
play Talents
true
without
for
thrust,
many
because
of the
Talents
formats.
I think Talents is the more broken card.
It's treating Jesse like the Josh waiting room. Hey, he streams before me. If anything, it's like the inverse, right?
And honestly, even though you can thrust for one of trap cards, which people do.
Not if I win the UDS thing. We don't even know what the fucking prizes are. We don't know anything about it. We know nothing. So, yeah, we'll find out. Hopefully, I'll finish the stream and I'll check my email and there'll be something there from you to be excited about. But right now, I'm anticipating it, but I don't know what to expect. You don't stream at the same time as Josh. I stream an hour after he ends. You know, he streams too early for me.
Do that eventually. I think that is the least powerful part of thrust. That is something that you only do that. Like you play the steps in deck building that you take to play thrust to set a trap is you want to play thrust.
Are they even
already
flying
in your
you
deck,
there?
and because you already have thrust.
I don't know
deck,
if I can talk
you're like,
about
okay,
that.
I could side deck one trap to make the thrust better going first after siding, right? Like it's like a cherry on top on like a card that's already you already want to have the card in your
Yeah,
deck.
sure.
The
I mean,
reason
listen, I understand why it
it's
does
never
it.
the reason to include thrust in your deck. It's
But
never the reason because you can set a trap.
as a North
because if that was
American
your
viewer,
reason,
I'm
you
not
just play
turning
the
in.
trap immediately. Like if you want to play, you can just side deck traps for going first. You're never gonna play thrust to search traps. Like because if that was the case, you could just play the traps directly. You know. The card is very powerful. Don't get me wrong. The card.
Okay,
is
I think we
very
talked about
powerful.
thrust for enough. Let's move
But
on.
I think if I like we did with Chimera, that would be one way to make Maze of Millennia like an insane set. If they throw thrust into Maze of Millennia, that set's gonna go so hard. Like that set's gonna have thrust, bonfire.
That's actually a very possible thing they could do, because what's really annoying is whenever they do a powerful staple in their January set, it means the next Megaton reprint is so fucking far away, like a year and a half. So sometimes what they'll do is they'll put it in something a bit sooner. Like they did Lightning Storm, they put it in Kaiko, King's Court. Prosperity they didn't, right? They waited for Megatons and took a while, and that kind of sucked. So we'll see what they do with Thrust. It very well could be here. I think they may hold off for now, and they may put it in like a May reprint set, because that's more typically with what they do on trends. But they very well could.
Fire and what's the
What powerful cards? So, and we're approaching the time of year again, right? So January set or the February set this time now, because it's the first set of the year, or main set. Phantom Nightmare. The two big cards are going to be Populous and Promethean Princess. The important thing is that neither of those are uber generic, so at least that doesn't mean we're going to be waiting on some like OP power spell to come out for the next year and a half in a reprint. Because it almost seems like that's the trend they've been going for, which is ass, and it almost seems like designed to be rough for consumers.
the other one? Transaction rollback? That'd be a 6 set.
Set a spell or trap from deck, unable to activate it that turn, or if the opponent controls a monster too, can add it to hand instead with no activation restrictions. Being a massive staple in the meta thanks to being able to generically search literally any normal spell or trap in the game. With this support wave, Kashtira would push for a powerful showing at YCS Leon the same weekend, being the first deck to truly give Tyr a challenge, although Tyr would continue to be the top deck in the meta. As a note,
I mean, it was
And then Mexico as well, right? Same weekend.
just a matter of Cash Tira. I needed to either go first or have Shifter against Tier, and it's like it was just still Tier was still better overall, but the matchup was scary. I lost in top 16, I think, to Cash Tira because they shifted me.
There was also a team YCS in Mexico City on the same day, but unfortunately due to poor coverage, we only have a couple of lists out of the entire top cut there, so we're going to have to skip it for this look back. Cashier took its new pieces here to not only perform their one card Rise Heart setup, but also now.
I don't know if he has the best resources to be looking for Latin American lists, because I noticed in a while he doesn't really know where to find info. We usually have some info. It's not like it's that scarce there. That was the one that Christian Urena, Arnold Notabun, and Walter Jewell won. And then Arnold got kicked off the team, and I joined it for Brazil a couple months later.
Taking back the title with his 5th YCS win, pushing that bar up just a little higher. Although this event was a clear showing of Tier being the best deck still, even with the new release, it would be disingenuous to say that the showing here was 100% uncompromised. As though it had been announced earlier.
Diablosis and the Rise Heart. Yeah.
February 13th, directly following YCS Leon.
God, Diablosis was so fucking obnoxious.
Right, I remember this. Oh, now I remember. YCS Leon was like so frustrating because I think the ban list was already out, wasn't it?
Yep.
I think it was so frustrating because the ban list was already out and it was like the last tournament. I always hate when that happens. When
you're playing a dead
format,
format,
but you have to play a super big tournament with like the old ban list. That always feels like so.
And it hurts
much of, like,
viewership so much. I don't know why
non-important
Konami
event. I
does
hate
it,
that
because people aren't invested as much.
Yeah,
Like, unless they're specifically invested in a player, they aren't going to be watching. So unless someone who like is a well-known public figure in the community is doing well, people aren't going to have interest in the tournament results.
Storm wins.
Oh god, statue.
Technically Cash Tiers, but no one was playing it yet. Sprite Elf, one of the most egregious combo enablers ever printed, and Tier Limit's Kit Calypso, the best card in the tier
this one
deck.
was massive, dude.
Country Mile, newly limited.
Really big list, yeah.
Keldo, Mudora, Havdis, Merly, and Sheila all hits the tier list.
Yo, I forgot they did all of that at once, man. Holy shit, man. God.
And they went fucking hard.
All but one of their 2022 monster line.
I heard y'all cry, please, no more Tier. And they said, yes, we shall oblige. I fucking love Desrudo, one of my favorite cards. And if I recall correctly, it's like Dom Couch's favorite card. That card is fucking sick. I think it's a very good card, but it's not broken. It's exactly what I like seeing in a card. I love it so much. I'm ready to use it again in a deck. And you get flexibility with different ways to use it as an extender. I love it.
Being a large cleanup wave to cards that no longer were issues with either the passage of time or
looking back, phenomenal.
I love Resort as well. I mean, I love Spirals, or even as like an engine where when decks are very mono cards, like if they're all monsters or all traps, I like that triple Resort like Asian package is always cool. The pack in Zoo format. Well, I don't know if it'll ever be good enough nowadays, but cool. Love Spiral. I meant to say Resort, not Spiral. Resort's like my favorite Spiral card. I think this card is sick.
Ban list because none of the unlimited. You always know it's a good decision to unlimit something if it just doesn't cause a problem for.
All cards I don't hate, but I don't love them
I
either.
probably said at the time like Resort is scary or anything like that. I mean, Master Plan is still banned.
Just have the newest Spiral card to shit.
Like,
Yeah, the new one was not good.
Cards being banned. With Tier 0 officially quelled, the metagame had opened up in such a way that it was and wasn't clear what was about to happen. As while we knew that Cashtira was clearly going to be the best deck moving into this new frontier, anything else could rise up in this newly.
It is very interesting looking back now how Tier Lament was dead, but it wasn't actually dead because it came back full swing after the Arise Heart ban, right? It was just like it was only dead because of the environment, right? Which is it's an important lesson.
Yeah, I mean, we compared it to the OCG metas, and I mean their metas aren't the same, right? They had Chaos Rule legal still, and they had Snow legal, which drastically changed the landscape for its here to be playable. But we had more planets than them. And I think they had Rhino Heart limited too, so we had the ability to do stuff with it. It's just Arise Heart was very oppressive because in the same time and place for them, they had Fenrir and Unicorn both at 1, so they didn't have to deal with Kashtira. And I think Wraithsoth. So Spiral's full power and Master Duel. I don't like combo Spiral. I liked the tough, like the slower Spiral decks that couldn't really do as much. So modern iterations of Spiral, aren't the same thing. I don't really feel it. I don't like, for some reason, this is the amount of breaks you have to play in that combo Spiral deck that have like just no synergy with each other. It's so frustrating that I don't like playing my deck.
On their environment, right? Like it's something that's something that I specifically always mention it when I'm talking about Runic. Like certain decks just function the way they function. They don't have that much room for non-engine or anything like that. And because of that, they just depend on their environment. They depend on the matchups. And just like it was Kashtira format.
I don't know what the context was for him saying that, but I mean it's true. We talked about it yesterday.
Right, because you couldn't do that much in tier about a
and part of why I was saying Runic cards may not be a good pick for next format. But then TCG as the fire cards kind of dominate a bit, and you may need more hand traps in your deck.
Play the game, and then on top of that, they had Shifter in their deck. Like it was just not good.
Open metagame space. A team YCS would be held in Las Vegas the next weekend, and it would give us an idea of what to expect moving into this meta environment. Though not a perfect picture since this was a 3v3 event.
Right. This was the time where people still thought Brandon was a good
Dom
deck for
Couch won this one, yeah, with Silverman cancel.
Notably being the deck played by all 3 members of Team Back for Seconds, who would win the event. Without the threat of tier present, the deck.
And they won the Vegas in 2020. It's sad though now. Broken up. They won 2 YCS together. Vegas. No more. Kick.
bringing more protective options for board lockout strategies, specifically in Forbidden Lands. Which
My take on Kashtira, by the way, is that like the I think the Kashtira mirror match was actually kind of cool. It reminded me of the Zodiac mirror match. And I think honestly,
Weird, good players sharing the same opinions. It's literally what I said 10 minutes ago.
looking back, Kashtira was like, it was the best deck in the format. And it
What happened? Every time I did the Dom and Silverman thing, that's nothing. Just Silverman doesn't really play anymore. Get this shit off your screen. This is Scott Page right here. How you doing, Scott? Did you guys know that for the original winning team in Vegas 2020, Cancel wasn't there? It was Scott Page. And then Scott got kicked off the team or quit the team, and they went anyways. I pre-watched this to steal Josh's line. I've been saying this for months, so I can't even say that. Oh. People actually play Cash Prep. Yeah, I never liked it, but let's see here. Hey, Inesh rating with the party 143. Inesh, you only streamed for like 2 hours, eh? Hope it was good though. Cancel the raid? Why? We're watching some, we're doing some React content.
If you wanted to play a different deck, you had to prepare for Kashtira, and you had to play a bunch of outs to a Rise Heart, and you had to draw.
Do you guys remember what I played for this event? Who remembers what I played for this event? And I'm just seeing Nesh spam the chat. Ninja, yeah, let's go, dude. This deck, that next Cash matchup was actually pretty good. I didn't lose a match that event technically. I really want to play that deck again. I really enjoy Ninjas, and it's a very cool deck. So
outs.
No regrets.
Otherwise, you would lose, right? And
oh, Nesh got obliterated by
that is
Vanadium and
toxic
left.
in some
Nice.
ways. In other ways, it also does have some.
Open my
possibilities
link,
in it.
Jesse. I'm going to open this off stream first. Okay, I can open this.
It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
Well, Scott, sucks to suck. Should have been you. Could have been you. Cashmere's been like Zoom mirrors make sense. The Rise Hard is just dried on macro. Yeah, exactly, right? There are plenty of parallels there, right? You got the Econs, the Bucks. I didn't like Droplet, but I mean, a lot of stuff. This was a very primitive list.
Offers some because it doesn't. It's not Kashtira wasn't a deck that locked you out of playing other decks. Like it wasn't tier 0 in that way. But it
felt tier 0 to me. I think just not enough people played Kashtira. Whenever I played against Kashtira with literally anything else, I'd get fucking Mind Hacker turn 1. I'd lose 8 cards in my deck, and I'd want to just scream because you get zone locked for 3. Like I don't even think that combo's good because of Nibiru, but I would. It was just frustrating, man. I fucking hated that.
You could play other stuff because the Kashtira board was highly outable, right? So you did have. There's a couple bad things you can say about Kashtira, but it didn't completely gatekeep other decks. You know,
it fucking did. It fucking did. You literally couldn't play tier because of this. It literally gatekept fucking every graveyard deck out of the format. It kept stuff with one-ofs out of the format. It was fucking toxic. It was absolutely the dominating presence that shaped the format. It by very means did. People didn't play it fully because it wasn't by far the best deck like tier, where it was unbearably like not close, and it wasn't like that much fun either. So it wasn't played at the same degree that Cash was. But if you guys remember the top cut breakdown of YCS, of the 200th YCS's 250ths, Cash was very dominant, very, very dominant. Like it was the clear deck to beat. Did I play Ninja Combo, Ninja Control? It was very expensive as well. Yeah, we'll see the stats pop up. I'll show you guys.
But like as opposed to, for example, like some sprite variations or something.
Edwin pots in the Mind Hacker. That doesn't matter. So like when I played the Cash deck, if they Mind Hack you for 8 and you desires, they can't use Mind Hacker again because you don't have enough cards in your deck. So it actually wasn't that big of a deal.
Like that, but like it's kind of interesting because on one hand I really hated Kashtira, on another hand it was beatable, right? Like I got all the way through Kashtira format without playing Kashtira at a major event a single time, and I did talk
I don't know how he does it. Okay, but to be fair, he doesn't play as many events, I guess. But How many events did you play this format? He played London and he played. Yeah, I mean, he played the WCQ and German nets, I guess. But those were different. Those were with
London,
Mindhacker,
German
and those were very noticeable. Because, like, yes, Mindhacker didn't always happen because people wanted to play around Nib and such. But if they had to read on your deck or whatever, and they Mindhackered you, it actually makes a fucking drastic difference and how powerful the field is. The 3 zone lock means the second you play a card, you risk getting your full zone lock to the monsters or back row. And you also just lose fucking billion cards. Leon as well. Leon's not the same format. Leon is very, very different because of tier. Very, very different.
I guess there's another ban list that removes Mindhacker from it, but like I got through this format without ever feeling forced to play
And one event, like
Kashira, so I guess
I
it
don't
was
know.
somewhat okay in that regard, even though I still didn't like the deck.
Counter out the primary counters to Shinra era of Book of Moon and Eclipse. Branded would see a bit of a resurgence here, taking
didn't play Leon. He literally just said he got top 16 in it, I thought.
the second largest
Okay,
percentage of
continue.
the top cut, primarily due to the
Yeah, this deck fucking sucked. We realized later this deck's poo-poo. Just we kept trying it. It's just bricky and loses to Ash. Like, these fucking cards all suck to draw. Like, you know, like, I tested it a little bit for this, for the event, in theory that, like, you can beat a Rise Heart. And if they just go a Rise Heart pass, you actually can beat it, which is why you have these. But this is the Ash. It's kind of rough. And if you don't have this, then, like, you just lose to the zone lock. And then also, with especially, like, playing double Albaz, the Banish fucking 8 just also ruins you sometimes. It's when you one of in here that you risk losing.
fusion space being a lot more open now than before, thanks to tier being missing, but also because a new tech had been discovered for the deck, that being Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Branded Expulsion from Power of the Elements had found a target worth putting on the opponent's board, and with it, players could lock special summoning from the opponent for an entire turn, which would cause the trap to become staple in the strategy for a long period after, being without question one of the best things you could be doing in Branded, much to the dismay of Branded fans. Labyrinth would also see a resurgence here, primarily thanks to Big Welcome Labyrinth,
Hey,
being a
Ryan.
novel new start option.
Primarily thanks to Ryan Yu.
Notably,
Oh,
also
yep.
playing
Yeah,
the
this is
second
Ryan's
second
list,
reduced
right? Is
dog
this
after
Ryan's
punishment, so
list?
you could still access Garura draws
Is this the hit
without
one from
house.
fucking one of Iron Wall? Yeah, this is the one of
Players
Iron Wall.
following the ban of their primary
That's
rule,
fucking
with some
dumb.
opting for a
I don't know why I
life
did
slash,
that,
and others
but
slowly switching gears into
I think his
Cashier,
reasoning was
and
something.
even
I don't. What was his fucking reasoning? Was something to get off the fucking Lord Heavenly Prison? I don't know. It was stupid. Just out of curiosity, what engine would you play this format in main and inside when it's still so wide open and just an in between? I'd probably focus on mostly engine and very few non-engine, but he'd probably just keep it the same as before, right? Ashes, Imperm's pretty good.
to the runic path for the deck. This
Hell
would set
yeah.
the stage for this new meta landscape, being followed up by a structure deck released the following week, which would introduce yet another strategy into the pool worth experimenting with.
Ooh, trap tricks. Ooh,
I forgot about
this
this.
was a good moment because it gave
Beware of Trap
the
Tricks,
budget option.
released
I
on
never really
February
cared about
23rd,
this.
2023. Set type, structure deck.
I just don't
Making
like this
I
deck.
still remember how hyped people were when Pack did that, you know, like go undefeated at locals with just 3 structure decks or anything like that. You know, that was kind of cool. Even though looking back, I mean, now the deck is, I want to say, kind of irrelevant, but still having a, I mean, it's like tier 3. And
It's
like,
not bad
I mean,
going first, the
I
biggest
guess that's
thing,
still
but
good for a
yeah,
country
I
deck.
don't
You know,
like
you get
this
like
deck.
$30 for like a little bit of non-engine for like a tier 3 deck. That's okay.
Trap tricks.
I
Impact.
think board breakers are finer now, or is there
Beware
hand
of Trap
traps?
Tricks is the first of 3 structure deck releases, and it would be an attempt to
So the biggest thing here is that Unchained is way worse. So, I mean, maybe you can rely on board breakers more because board breakers are pretty bad there. I mean, everything sucks for Unchained. I don't know. I'm so ill-equipped for the TCG. I don't know what even people even playing. Honestly, I have no idea. It also depends on the deck you are playing.
revolutionizing the trap deck of Trap Tricks.
Besides tier, which meta was the best?
Attempting to bring them into the modern day.
I mean, I have,
Pudisha, who searched Trap
you
Tricks
know,
hard
Rose
for temporarily
goggles.
banished
I'm
them
gonna
from the
I've
say,
never heard anyone say Pudisha. I call it Pudica always. I don't know.
Monster on special, Arachnocampa,
you know,
protected back row from
Unchained,
once per turn, and can
right?
summon herself from
Tier and
hand,
Unchained,
protecting
the decks I
control
won
Trap
with.
Tricks. Garden, a field spell that
Best
does
was
more than attack
probably
protects a plant or insect from battle destruction once per turn.
after Rise Heart got banned before Agop, so why is his Dortmund?
Is it still the best structure deck, or does Red Dragon Archfiend? I mean, I think as its own deck, it might still be the best structure deck from the year. I still think from overall
Fire
meta
King,
impact,
what?
you just have to give it to Red Dragon Archfiend or Fire King. I mean, Fire King is probably the best one overall in the long term. The Red Dragon Archfiend deck is still cool because it's like it's the Resonator stuff is very splashable. And even though like,
Maybe
it's
watch
already been done a
Lampy's
little
tier
bit with
list.
Bystials,
Yeah, I know who
I
Lampy
think
is.
moving forward, there's, like some stuff
maybe.
you can do with the Red Dragon Archfiend stuff. But like
This is
overall,
gonna take a fucking long time, dude. We are only 40 minutes into a 2-hour 40-minute video, so I don't know how. I don't think we'll continue streaming after this. This is gonna take a fucking long time. I didn't realize how long this video was when I said we'd do this. That's fine. We'll write it out. We'll enjoy ourselves, but the stream probably comes to a conclusion after we're done with these 2 hours.
This support would do a lot in terms of speeding up Trap Tricks for the modern environment, specifically in Pudisha, Garden, Holtea,
22,
making it far simpler to use Sarah's effects. Usually now able to trigger both effects in a turn to generate massive amounts of advantage. Reprints here include Mermello, Dionea, Godarla, Kumungus, Ash Blossom, Raigeki, Feather Duster, Floodgate Trap Hole.
I didn't order any of this structure deck. I don't remember why. I actually no faith in it.
Matched Rafflesia, Alumeris, and Sarah. While this would introduce Trap Tricks as a viable strategy in the meta, it would be poorly positioned overall, as Trap Decks were already being cited against in major ways due to Labyrinth already being a potent meta threat, leading to Trap Tricks' home resting in the range of a rogue deck.
That's not really the reason why. It just wasn't good going second. I couldn't play in the fields well.
Maze of Memories. Release date March 9th, 2023. Set type import.
I thought
Reprint,
Excel
version,
Synchron would have way
main
more of an
strategies,
impact
Gate
than
Guardian,
they ever
remaining
did.
history,
Or Excel Stardust.
Impact.
Wake up. Wake up.
Maze of Memory.
Isn't this set just like Axel Stardust from like a competitive perspective?
Guardian Chimera,
I can't
right? No, Guardian Chimera got
remember
reprinted. It
another,
wasn't in
like-
there. It came out
I mean,
in.
it's just Axel Stardust, right?
This is
Yeah.
an odd set to say the least, as in a weird way, it did many things that the various other sets did rolled into one. Being a
Was that
reprint set
it,
of the
really?
Guardian
It
Velocity
had Baron reprint, true. It had Baron and Chimera, true. Those like from a reprint perspective, those were decent. At the time.
Terahertz, I
and
guess,
OCG
yeah.
import set of all remaining history archetype collection cards we were still missing, and to top it all off,
And I
Maybe
ordered
you
very
could've
little of
said,
this set
no,
as
we had
well.
Assault Synchronized Battles of Legends. That's not Maze of Memories.
CG exclusive series of cards.
I didn't even open any. I think I sold it all sealed. I just didn't want to deal with this.
Series of contact fusion
These are good supers. Like, because not much the set was opened, whenever I see these in bulk, I pull them out and they sell for like 50 cents. Isn't much, but when you had like 100 of them or so at a time, like it adds up.
Floating into a banished Sanga or Kazajan on removal. Wind and water, a fusion of Kazajan and Suijin, able to negate spell trap twice per turn. Floating into a banished Kazajan or Suijin on removal. Water and thunder, a fusion of Suijin and Sanga, able to drop opponent tap to 0 twice per turn. Floating into a banished Suijin or Sanga on removal. Combined, a fusion of Sanga, Kazajan, and Suijin, able to negate and destroy a card that targets your cards thrice per turn. Able to float into any of the other fusions.
You know what set sucks when the highlights a reprint? I mean, there's plenty of good reprint sets. I can't say that with all certainty. It depends on how good of a reprint and how many
I will
reprints.
say
I mean, Baron was
the
needed a
card- the
reprint,
card
right?
sounded
So
kinda
like,
cool. Like if you
it's
were
fine, but
if you were into playing these kind of anime
set
decks,
wasn't
they did sound kinda cool.
disgusting,
They're like
but it wasn't brilliant
weren't
either.
complete ass, you know. They weren't good competitively, but they sounded like a cohesive deck at least.
Oh yeah, no, this is exactly what I like seeing in a deck. I like when they make decks like this that are playable at a low tier level. Like I enjoy Get Guardians, I enjoy Jamas. There's decks that are playable. They have a cohesive strategy. They aren't just random bullshit thrown together anymore, like they used to do with Konami. And yeah, they don't have to be anything brilliant. I like that. So if that's what Flame Swordsman's gonna be, that's sick. And we can mess around with it on stream a bit, but that's cool. I'm happy with that. Like, it's why I didn't disenchant my Gate Guardian cards yet in Master Duel, because we guys wanted to see it, and I know it's been a while. I don't have the fucking cards yet, but once I have the cards, I will play it. I promise.
Able to have the opponent's life points so we can get Guardian Monster by that much with the same grave effect as double attack, and brave the Jiraiya. Able to summon this monster and pop a monster in the same column with the same grave effect. While an interesting thought experiment, the Gate Guardian cards will do absolutely nothing, with their big experimentation being heavy tank being tactic cash hero solely as a level 7 normal summon body. As for the imports, wake up your elemental hero, revolutionize the hero strategy by both replacing Trinity in the extra deck or attacking finisher, as well as being a turn 1 extender by being able to be popped with PPE to access Shadow Mist, who in turn accesses your match change on turn.
AFD
That's
is
right,
in
it's
Master
an
Duel,
OTK
right?
enabler that also gets you to Dark Law. Needless to say, this along with another card released later in the year would actually do a lot to make hero far more playable, though still a rogue option for the regional level at the time. Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon, or Ass Dragon for short, provides a level 2
Wake up, my love, what's up,
Don't say
Drew?
Ass Dragon for short. This card's just been
I
incredible.
love how
This
you
card's
just
incredibly good.
pop out of hiding the second the hero card is
this card's just
mentioned.
phenomenal. There's not much to say about it.
lower tuner on Synchro Summon and can, on a quick effect, tribute itself to summon Stardust Dragon from the extra deck. Then Synchro Summon using monsters you can
I see my chat's just a reasonable human, a reasonable people. His chat is ass. Nice.
control, becoming a solid option for various synchro strategies, namely for being a level 8 that instantly gets you to a level 10 on its own, making Barone that much easier to access. Firewall Dragon Dark Blue Neo Tempest Terahertz is a Link 5 that negates the effects used by an opponent in the battle phase. Can send a Cybers from deck or extra deck to grave.
I hate him, dude.
We can
Not even-
change. I love how all the raiders from Nash League we can change. Ass Dragon Keck W. Like, Did someone say ass? Yeah. Most mature Twitch chat. We can get a little wild if we need to. It's all the old music like I impose on you guys, it matures you up. It gets you guys all calm and stimulated into the thinking mood.
Because it's a good card. It's because this card has changed Twitch chat for good, man. Twitch chat has lost their minds after this card came out.
On a quick effect to gain its attribute
Twitch
and
chat
boost for 2500 once per
It's
turn.
unbearable since this card has been released. Whenever a Cybers hits the board in math.
Why? What's the meme here? I don't know it. Is it just the Mathmech thing?
So they're
He
like, "Oh my God,
perpetuates
that
it,
card,
so he
like,
kind of
I
made
hate
it
that."
for himself. He made his bed.
Being an option for Mathmech to use as a finisher. Reprints here included Wind Up Kitten, Nimble Angler, Rickapetal, Udon, Guardian Chimera, Ancient Fairy Dragon with its new errata, Barone, Teardrop, Avermax, and Solemn Judgment. With Chimera and Barone being massive reprints,
Terror
dropping
hurts his
price very
game.
significantly.
You're
Prices
so
leave
dead,
taking
bro.
the same weekend. And with
People
the
say that
Mathmech
every
Summon,
single time
this is
anything
what I
happens,
mean
no
when I
matter what, though. It's the meme. It's whatever. It's not even that crazy of a meme. I don't know. I've seen better. Do better, guys. I lost in top 16 this event. This is my first time playing Cash.
Say like Kashtira. This was even before the Mind Hacker pattern, right? Kashtira was probably the best deck in the format, but it didn't really quote unquote gatekeep everything else.
These
Right?
stats are wrong.
People were able to perform with
No.
other stuff. I mean, this is one hell of a breakdown, like it's one hell of.
Oh, this is the
You
deck.
can say anything you want about.
Oh, this was the fucking event where like there were a shit ton of good players in Top Cut. Or like we were like, who's gonna win the event? Like Christian Urena, Rafael Nevin, Paulo, myself, Michelle, but like Michelle had a rogue deck. And we were all like a bunch of people were playing Cash, or I guess not everyone was playing Cash. Like Christian Urena wasn't. Like, a bunch of people were playing Cash, and there were a lot of really good players in Top Cut, and we're like, wonder who's gonna win. And then top 16 ended, and every single good player lost to random rogue. Like top 4 had like fucking salad in it. Like I lost to Plunder Patrol, which is probably the most real out of the rogue decks. Like people tried Runic Plunder for a while. The deck was fine. But like that's what I lost to. And then fucking Adventure Spray won because it beat all the rogue bullshit. Because that's all top 8 was like all. And like people make out South America not be competitive environment. It is, but that event helped their case because somehow top 8 was just all random garbage. And I don't know what happened.
Kashtira. Like the deck was sometimes boring to play against toxic mechanics or whatever, but it didn't lock out.
I remember
the other decks,
thinking,
like, for
what the
example,
fuck happened after top
Well, Kashtira
top
was full of top
16?
representation. It
Because
was
like,
made by
I don't
Wizards.
expect it in every tournament. You never can. Like luck happens, mistakes happen, variance happens. So I'm not upset about losing. But I remember thinking, oh, how is this pro player doing? Lost. How about this one? Lost. How about this one? They lost. Like what? Like, every single good player is just out. And it was very weird. Every good player that I knew, at least. I mean, I'm not trying to discredit the players who did it. And I lost to Michel, who is a really good player from Brazil. So obviously he was still in. He's the one that beat me. But I'm from the perspective of like a meta deck as well.
Top here thanks to the interactions of Dudisha, Holtea, and Sarah able to quickly establish an interaction-heavy board, while also being less susceptible to Imperm thanks to Sarah's trap immunity. Plunder Patrol would make a crack into top 8 here thanks to Yord and a mix of the runic cards, providing control and resources to quickly set up their lines. Salad
Yeah,
would
he
make
got
all the way
my
to top 4
ass.
here, sporting the adventure package and a heavy 14
This, I have no explanation for.
hand trap lineup. The adventure package in particular made a splash here as a choice for 3 of the top 4 decks, including John Green's Adventure Sprite, adding in more
I think this
options
deck's
to
fucking
help pull
terrible.
away from the loss of health, such as Reprotokus, who can change the type of a monster you summon with Mannequin Cat to guarantee a summon from
That part was
3
cool,
weeks after
but
Lima, the largest
still
event of the year
terrible.
would be held, being the 250th YCS, being such a major event that it was held at 3 places at once, being Bogota, Los Angeles, and London on March 31st. These events would not only be some of the highest attended YCS events ever held, with London and Los Angeles being the second and third largest events separately, but they would also spark a massive revolution in the YCS space known as Time Wizard events. While Time Wizard formats have technically been a sanctionable event for OTSs to run, being older format tournaments, they had
It's not part of the competitive scene or like the competitive game, but like this is also one big takeaway from me personally this year is I was super happy to see the rise of Time Wizard, specifically Edison.
For me, it
Has
doesn't
been
matter.
very
I don't
fun
know.
for me personally this year. And
I don't know.
play like Time Wizard events.
They're playing
on Friday and
formats
all
I
that
don't
kind
really
of
enjoy
stuff.
still.
Very,
If
very
I were playing more
happy
formats,
that
I
this
was
kind of
a
stuff is
fan
getting
of.
more popular,
But
and
also,
I
when
hope
I'm
it
out of a
keeps growing
tournament
in
at a
the future.
YCS, I kind
To
of
the
want to just be chilling and not be playing other Yu-Gi-Oh stuff unless it's draft.
point where
Paulie won LA, right? Correct, he did. To play Edison or not?
we
Not
get,
really.
like, we can get bigger and bigger.
I played
tournaments,
back then. It was very meh for me back then too.
like around the world. I think it's super fun. I love it, and it's even though I'm still gonna play competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, like current Yu-Gi-Oh all the time probably, but like the Time Wizard thing is great. I love it.
not really been recognized by Konami at an official event.
Yeah,
for
not an
games,
opinion. I
with
really
officially
share.
sanctioned tournaments being held at these YCSs for
It's
the
good that there's more
popular
Yu-Gi-Oh to
Edison
play,
format, in
and they're
addition to their
supporting
curated
it.
format selections from the previous
There's
milestone
never
YCS,
bad them
which
supporting
ironically
more
held during
things,
not
but
quite as popular formats, and as such,
not a
did
huge
pull a
deal
much
for me.
like Edison events did. As such,
Which
Konami
Legacy like to see? Legacy would I like to see? Some more BA, Shadal type stuff. Zoo I enjoyed. Toss format, right? Tengu Plants I enjoy more than Edison as well, for example.
make it a regular occurrence after this for YCSs that had the event space to hold what were called Time Wizard Grand Tournaments on the side of the main event, usually for Edison format, which would be effectively a mini YCS 4
I don't like
becoming
that
one of
one.
the most popular side events ever for these tournaments.
very
As for
nice.
the events themselves, Bogota Columbia would be the least attended of the 3, but would still have over
As
1,000
a Christian
players,
Urena got second in this one, but he lost in the finals to Cash.
which is nothing to scoff at. Kashtira would take the majority of the top cut as expected, including the tournament itself piloted by Esteban Valquez, notably playing more unique to the deck hand traps like Gamma and Ghost Mourner. Los Angeles, California would be the middle child of the 3.
Like, look at this. Are you gonna tell me this wasn't the dominant deck of the format? Like, yeah, other stuff can compete barely. They were literally scraped by sometimes winning die rolls for this deck, or they brick. And Cash was dominant.
But would still be the third most attended YCS of all time with 3,225 players. We would see a massive spread of decks across the top 64, but would boil down to one deck
You won't find people playing BA format with you, probably. I have in the past. It's not that hard. People like the format.
taking the lion's share of representation, being the same Kashtira deck we're used to seeing at this stage, taking first place piloted by Paulie Aronson.
Yeah, I like that version with mostly spells. Fuck, I felt really good at that event. Both that and Philadelphia, I did so well in Swiss. I won a few matches in Top Cut, and then both were like I lost to, like, mediocre hands where I could have done something else. That if I had a better read or made a better call, I could have gone a bit further. When I lost out on 50-50s ish. So that was interesting. Not sure how I feel. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Taking a dive into some of the more unique lists here, 8-Axis would crack the top 64, being a deck focused on
That's
swarming the
crazy.
board with various level 8 threats to enable large damage pushes or
Do you ever just out people or deck people out when Diabolos is illegal? Yeah,
CA.
did a couple times. Wait, what happened?
rank 8 mega threats, being Tool as a blind
I
second
mean, that looks like a deck that slaughters Kashtira mainly. Like you just blow up their board and kill them.
pick with cards like
And then here's the problem with these type of decks. They'll see what you're playing and they'll say, you can start. And then you concede. So yeah,
Alpha,
great
Kaiju,
great
and
strategy.
Marincess would see a top spot here thanks to the power of Aqua Armor.
Also, like you know, like with the Mind Hacker version, they just go wide, and you're also in a hard time. It's really not that simple. Cashier is more flexible than people give it credit for, and a good player will be able to adapt.
Able to flood the board on the opponent's turn and negate a Stellar Trap on the same effect. Code Talker would get
Marincess is a deck that I didn't play really ever, but like I practiced it because it's my second deck for Worlds. I actually grew an appreciation for it. It's cooler than I think I ever got credit for before, and I think very slept on.
the top here thanks to the Math Mech package, as Circular provided so much by itself for the strategy as a starter that the rest can pile on for maximum advantage generation and power. Scareclaw Punk Kaiju Adventure is yet
He
another
plays it up so much.
Hell.
This time taking advantage of the ability for the Scareclaw cards to combo off themselves into light.
These top 64 events when
Eureka
they
would
have
see
this
a
many
top tier as
players,
well.
always that
Actually,
bunch of
it's
random
Avalon top
garbage.
seen
No,
by not playing
you know what? This individual is based. No, I take it back. This one is based. This one does not have any of the dumb shenanigans. This one's fine. Yeah, I like him.
copies of Lokai in the deck. Instead, utilizing Rika in their
Pure
pure state.
Rika.
London, UK would be the largest of the three, being the second largest YCS in history. Only
I mean, there's less here because they like Runic more. Fucking Runic players.
sitting behind
I think this. I mean, it's not really cap, but it's somewhat cap because I remember. I don't think London was that big. I think it was just the pre-registers that were that many.
Yeah, I mean, Europe in general has been inflated by pre-reg for a while now.
I think a lot of people didn't show up. I think we had less than 3,000 who actually showed up. I'm not entirely sure on the exact number though.
2012's Long Beach. And while Cashier would be a dominating strategy for the top 64 here too, there was a lot
It
more
was
fight
it was 3,600 that signed up, but I think we had a lot of no-shows. But I'm not entirely sure.
over the middle chunks of representation here, with Branded, Lab, and Rika Sun Avalon all taking 3 slots each, Math Mech taking 4, and Sprite taking a shocking 10 slots between its more pure and Life Twin variants, with Samir Bakar taking the event on a more pure variant with a Melfi Splash with a single copy each.
The Samir deck. I thought it was. This doesn't look like his deck list. Are you sure this is his deck list? This looks wrong. I remember looking at his deck list and thinking, what the fuck am I looking at? Because his deck had a bunch of one-ofs. This doesn't have that.
Each of Caddy, Penny,
I'll say it. Dinka Bui probably made the best deck for this event. I think he was the more likely one to win, but I think he got unlucky.
Maybe it was
on
the
board.
two ofs.
This was
I don't like two ofs. Those aren't as egregious as one-ofs. The one Droll on the side one is troll as fuck. Holy shit. Nah, was this right? I don't know.
this was crazy. I don't know how. Like, I mean, I guess I know how. Like, Sprite was fine. You know, it's not like crazy or anything. It's a little bit crazy, but yeah.
I don't like
and
it.
Melfi of the Forest to act as Herald of the Arclight on the opponent's turn. Looking at the results for all three together, Kashtira had clearly come out on top, with Sprite and Naturia Runic throwing up results for second and third place with multiple other strategies close behind. But whether or not those results would be following the next core set release was what remained to be seen.
This was probably my least favorite release of the year. At least leading up to it, I was not a big fan of this set. Like, I expected.
Yeah,
it to
'cause
not
this
be
fucking
very-
card
not
is
a very good
toxic.
addition to the format. I didn't like that.
Cyberstorm Access. Release date, May 4th, 2023.
Looking back, I'm fine with it because it gave me Quem, but still, like at the time, I didn't look forward to it.
Set type, core set.
You loved it,
Dragon,
Nesh?
Super Heavy Samurai, Vanadium.
Who
Pearl,
asked you, Nesh?
Cyberstorm Access.
Wait, what
probably
was
the
that?
release
Was I just watching? Hold on.
core set. Major strategies, Super Heavy Samurai, Vanadium, Hurley.
What was that on?
Cyberstorm Access
What? Okay,
was a
whatever.
hotly anticipated release as it contained primarily support for previous archetypes that would change their status in the metagame, not only for their own decks, but as an engine to use in practically everything. That engine would be the Super Heavy Samurai engine, which was primarily made possible thanks to Prodigy Wakaushi, a pendulum that can, if you have no spells or traps in
Oh, 'cause he's
scale,
playing
send
with
another Super Heavy
flutes?
Samurai scale from
Okay.
deck to summon itself. 99 times out of 100, you're going to use this to set Monk Big Ben K, who can, while you control Super Heavy Samurai, add a Super Heavy Samurai soul from deck to hand, which in turn can let you go practically anywhere you want to go, be it a level 8 synchro through a combination of Soul Guide,
I mean, if we're gonna go down and explain all the things you can do with Wakaushi, we're still gonna be here in 2 hours.
a booster in Wakaushi, which when you beat a motorbike with it can get you Baronti and Astrogen, or rank 4 Exceed the same method, and also Big Climb
I have a
Chip.
video with
Imagine, like,
Wakashi
you
coming out
scroll,
eventually.
You skip like an
I have
hour
to
ahead,
film
and
it
it's like,
still.
and that's how you FTK using Wakaushi.
This Link Monster Scarecrow, which can discard card to revive the Super Heavy Samurai to its Link era. Not only was it super splashable, but it also had an FTK attached to it for Fury.
I'll do it for 10 seconds.
In battle that turn, and Meek
Wow, that's cool.
by 2 levels.
Why didn't no one tell me this earlier?
You can pop a Vanadium or 1521 monster to summon itself from hand. Adding a Vanadium card from deck to hand untargetable if made
That's
with
5
Vanadium
seconds.
and if it leaves
God, I'm just remembering the freaking copy pasta. Because this, I'm now remembering. Oh God,
Oh, and everyone wanted to ban
this
this.
was the
Yeah.
time when right after the set released, right? This was the time where everyone was waiting for the ban list, right? No one freaking cared about any of this stuff. I mean, people played a little
Yeah, the
bit
copy
of
pastas.
Super Heavy Samurai or whatever.
They're
you know,
so
for the most
fast. How did they get it so
this
fast?
set, pretty much, it just introduced one more deck into the pie chart of 25 decks or whatever, and everyone was just. This was the time where every single Konami tweet or anything like that, it was just full of people asking for the ban list, right? Like that's all that.
Because everyone
people
hated
wanted. You know,
Kashtira,
Rise
and then
Heart,
they didn't do enough to
it's
hit
not
it.
even been out for that
And then
long,
they
but people
announced
were
the
so
ban list
sick of
during
Rise Heart
YCS
that,
Philly,
like, no one cared
like
about any
mid-round
of it.
2.
And
That
then
was
they
like a
kept
big what the
dropping at,
fuck.
like freaking 6 p.m. They kept dropping tweets when they normally would drop the ban list. They kept dropping weird ass tweets like freaking Vanadium Primeheart has a special defensive ability that stops your opponent from targeting it with card effects. Yada yada yada. It was actually top level comedy. It was actually insane.
Kick off pasta. Let's go. Yes,
yeah,
let's get up the interaction.
Damn, was it a miserable time for waiting for Kashtira format to finally end, man.
The field flipped into a 1521 or Vsauce Starcrossing grave for the banished zone. They also had Imaginings, which revealed the Vanadium or Vsauce in hand to draw 2 and place 1 in hand on bottom of deck, able to banish itself from grave to treat a 1521 as a tuner that turn. Obsidian, which pops a monster you control to add a peaceful planet Calarium from deck to hand.
Wait, how do you turn donations on? That's something I don't know actually how to turn on. That I guess he does. Other people do as well. I need to learn how to do that. Yeah, what's he doing?
Yeah. Trap if you already control planet.
I
It
was
will
just
banish itself
eating.
from grave to summon a Vsauce or a 1521 from hand. Peaceful planet Calarium, a field spell that adds a Vanadium or Vsauce on activation. Boost light monsters by 100. Vsauce release. Related to the archetype was Vicious Astrolaud, a fusion of Vsauce and a defense. Bringing us Quem, who dumps an Albazar card that
Doggies, Quem.
mentions it from deck on summon and revives an Albazar card that mentions it if a
She
card
is
leaves the
slut.
extra deck.
That's
Bestial
what I'm
Lure,
saying.
primarily interesting for being a little
He's been around too much.
I'll be on this.
How did you guys call him last time we played? What was it? You said horny Aluber, right? That's what you guys said?
I'm joking, by the way. No one gets offended.
I still don't know why.
Sanctifier Draken, a fusion of Albaz and a
Card's
spellcaster that
ass.
can't be targeted, can on the opponent's turn summon 2 monsters from grave, 1 to each side of the field, and can revive itself by attributing a monster in each EMZ and the center column on each side of the field.
It's got horns? Oh, because it has horns! I did not get that. Okay, now I get it. Okay, I see.
Bestial Dissipator, a Draken Lock level 10 synchro that can summon.
Oh, my VOD's
VOD's
not published.
Shuffle back a banished
Exactly,
card
let me
from the
fix that,
opponent activating
actually.
a monster effect, destroying it if the shuffled back card into your deck or negating the effect of it win to the opponents. And Despian Lulu Wayleth, a level 12 synchro that requires a level 4 tuner who can permanently boost all of their monsters by 500 and negate the effects of a face-up card on field when the monster leaves the extra deck, and floats into a light spellcaster from hand or deck who has equal attack and defense in the end phase of the turn it's sent to grave. All of these would see some variation of play throughout the remainder of the year for various reasons.
Did you know that's not her leg on the left?
Branded placement in the metagame. Cyber stacks would get a powerful new boss monster,
What?
Firewall Dragon Singularity, a rank 6 that bounces cards your opponent controls up to the number of
Because that's what they needed.
monster super types you control, or
There's only one thing that Cyberstecks need.
Those cards aren't even that good. Who cares?
They need to be deleted from the game.
in the grave, being Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, or Exceed.
I don't know why your VODs aren't published automatically. It works for everyone else too. It's set up to publish automatically, but it never does. So I always have to manually do it. I don't know. I have to maybe like I don't know what I have to do. I just fucking everything fucking sucks, man. It's a pain in the ass for everything. Nothing's easy for me.
which drops the next battle damage you take to 0.
24.9k subscribers.
Christmas holidays. How about yours?
Wait, why did it say that?
The Pearly. I mean, this,
What did I
literally,
turn on?
think if you could make custom cards for that make Pearly playable, it was
I must
exactly
have
this.
misclicked
I
some
think
voice
they
thing.
literally. There was someone at the Konami office, and they were like, "You make Pearly meta, like make it meta with like you get 2 cards in the next set, but make it count, right?" And you come up with those cards.
I just like I get like charismatic about something and I flail my mouse
No, like,
around and I
TCG
misclick some
has
random
the
bullshit
design 7 cards
apparently.
where 6 of them are pack filler and one of them is like barely playable. No,
If I'm in Weiss Sydney, right?
Who's
I may cancel. It's so fucking far. It's so expensive. I'm not. It really hurts the momentum of my streaming when I travel super long to these faraway places.
honestly, both of these cards
So
looking
I
back,
may-
like,
I
all the
may-
Tango decks, the most annoying shit that they
I
do
may
is
not
these two,
come.
like
Fortunately.
these 2 fuckers right here, man. Oh god, I hate playing against them.
Battle damage effect, giving targeting protection to all Mikonkos while equipped with a card, and searches a Mikonko trap when it initially is equipped with a card. And Mayo Washidori, which protects its equipped monster from effect destruction, bounces a card after a Mikonko.
I woke up
and can add
Skynet.
grave, special summon a Mikonko
Yeah.
Thank god Chenging exists. Otherwise, I'd have a problem with me with
with
Huli
up to it.
every
Mayo
time.
Washidori in particular was an excellent addition to the pure Mikonko deck, giving the deck a reliable way.
Traveling is fun. Y'all don't know. So I've spent 200 hours on a. We talked about it yesterday. I spent like 200 hours on a plane last year. I'm trying to not do that again. Doing the backtrip for Costa Rica, Vegas. No, there's a UDS tournament. They're hosting for all UDS champions instead of Costa Rica, so I'll be there. I'm doing Vegas.
That came out of nowhere. A quick play spell that special
I just have 2 events.
Is this stuff
But yeah, and then so the thing is, Sydney would be 2 weeks afterwards. And the cheap way to do it would be to fly from Vegas, or so Vegas back to LA, like drive to LA, and then fly there to Sydney, and then spend 2 weeks vacationing in Sydney. Because I want to go. If I'm taking 40 hours of flying, I want to see more of Australia, places I haven't seen. I really want to go. I love nature, and there's a lot of endemic, unique species in Australia. So I could do that. However, the thing is, that'd pretty much be a month where I'd be away. It'd be like a month of no streams. It'd be hard to make content about a month. So yeah, it would be so much time away from work. I don't know if I could do that, and it's expensive as well. And if I'm really trying to give focus to the channel and really grow this, I can do events, but I have to be more selective with the amount of time I'm taking off. And I will still have some breaks where I'm away for like a week or so. But the UDS event in Vegas, I'm taking a week off in between, to stay in the Vegas area, and that will be sick. But preload content. Well, you can't preload streams for a month, and with meta relevant content like that I typically do, you can't always do that for a month in advance. It's kind of hard. So, and it hurts my progress as a streamer. Like, I love
I
the
thought
support y'all
that
give
Jesse
me,
was
but
cooked.
before I went away for a month, my numbers were better, and that makes sense. It's hard to maintain it, especially if I'm not super consistent. So I really, as the new year, and I'm trying to focus a little more on this as my employment. Then I need to put more effort into it. So yeah, he's in the background, employee for the cards. Valix 28, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate you very much. I should do a subathon and farm vids clips so you can pre-post vids. Still doesn't help that much with the thing. And maybe at some point I'll do a subathon. As if we continue to see growth, it's something that is potentially in the future. But the main point is I'd love to do Sydney. However, it may not be in the cards this year. The time of year doesn't line up well, and I don't want to take up too much time off this. I could stream and just do just the event, and I wouldn't be taking up too much time. But 40 hours of flying just to be in Sydney for like 80 hours. It's so rough. So at least you can do MD events like giving up on stream. There's 3 a year. It's not that helpful. Get mobile stream, it's bad. Yeah, so I would love to go back to Australia someday, and maybe if I go less often, it'll be more special when I do, and I will be back. I'd love to defend the title, and it's sad as well because I'm not going to Costa Rica. I also can't defend that title. So hopefully I can defend my title in Vancouver. The last 3 events that I won, I can't even defend 2 of the titles. But yeah, it's rough. I got to find a compromise somewhere. So I hopefully it works out and the streaming thing continues to grow, because that's kind of where my goals are right now. If Sydney and Stream can do a watch party, I'd say there's a very, very, very small chance to
You
stream.
can make carry, but like that stuff's not here yet.
Any of their monsters, negating the effects of whatever the opponent.
Alright, let's skip through the
And-
gold price
right,
stuff. We
who's
can
the
talk about it.
Shot, they
Your normal summon that turn. Ringo Worm, a level 2 tuner that can special summon itself from hand if you can.
Very, very underutilized card right
Ringo
now.
Worm is in
One
the
day
same
it'll be
camp
good.
As like Assault Synchron cards that I think are so cool, and I wish they were good. Also, Revolution Synchron. You know, I feel like there has to be some kind of synchro stuff that you can do with those, but it's just not really happened yet.
From Grave if you sync or summon
Maybe
that
it's
turn,
not
summon a level 2 token that can be treated as a tuner. Chaos Angel, a level 10 light and dark block.
They're
sync.
very-
First world
Tokyo
problems,
heavy
can't
kind of
defend
card.
all my titles.
Chaos Angel is, I think. Do you guys like Chaos Angel?
Man,
I
sometimes
like
it
I'm
be
a
like
fan of the gameplay it provides. I like Chaos Angel. I think it's fine. I think it's like
You don't think they can stream due to the venue
Not-
being a government managed
definitely
facility?
not too powerful.
They streamed it in
Uh,
2019. It
'cause
was in the same
does
venue.
have the kind of unaffected thing on it, but I think it's just a matter of just being.
Sydney hours
unaffected
not
by
good for you
monster
guys or
effects
one
is
day
fine.
ahead. Yeah, I mean, I've
Consider
been
light
there.
work.
I would
I
like if it was
understand,
cheaper. Well, yeah,
but
okay.
I would
agree
do
with
it.
you on that. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair criticism. Yep.
Dark monster as its tuner.
But it is.
Finishes the card.
I kind of enjoy the kind of the design of it. I think it's a well designed card because it's another. I always tend to. I tend
Man,
to
you
like
don't
extra cards
understand the
that
FOMO
are
of me saying no
primarily
to
good
Sydney,
when
and I'm
going
not
second,
firm yet,
right?
but
I kind of like those
y'all-
more than the ones going first. Like the
I
Barriers
think
and
I need to do the
Savage and
responsible thing and
Appaloozas,
not
those kind
go.
of cards I
It's
don't
so
really love.
hard.
But I like the stuff that's like good stuff for going second.
On synchro summon and gains protections based on the materials used, with lights protecting your synchros from all opponents' activated effects, and darks protecting all
This
your
card's
opponents'
sick. I
battle
like
destruction,
Chaos
and
Angel a lot.
Reinforce, a rescue ace trap that boosts rescue aces by 1500 attacking defense,
Cares.
making it unaffected by the opponent, able to be banished from grave to reset a rescue ace spell from grave. As non-engine hand traps due to the raw consistency of the core engine, which was made even easier to start thanks to Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow. As you can normal summon Soul Piercer, link it off for Scarecrow, and search for
Main
Dark Light
3
Apple, and
Kurikara?
find
Oh, I guess,
immediately
yeah.
on Kashtira. However, unfortunately, he never made his list public, with us only
I lost the final. I got second in this YCS. I lost. So like you guys know, I'm trying to win a YCS South America because I've won Central America, I've won in Europe, I've won in North America, and I won in Oceania. I want to win in South America, and I thought I had it when I was in the finals here, and then I bricked twice. Dude, game 3 as well. I have like he has Birth on field and Scarecrow Clash in hand, and that's it. I have a Dead Talents in hand, and that's it. So I'm like, I'd lose. I have to pass back, and he has Unicorn and Fenrir in the grave, so I'm dead. So I'm like, all right, go ahead. And he fucking goes, before you end main phase, Scareclaw Cash for no reason. Like, oh my god, I have a chance. Talents draw 2, draw double ash. Yo, what the fuck? I was so tilted. Literally gave me a chance for no reason, and then I just like I shouldn't have won the game anyways, but I got fucking baited.
having a record of what he played thanks to Konami's coverage of the event. YCS Philadelphia would be a far more clear showing the following weekend, and with it, we'd see a
This deck's not dominant at all.
clear picture of diversity in the meta. With
Yeah,
15
I
decks in
lost
2024.
the
Super Heavy Samurai
winner here as well, Fetty. I lost in top 8. I feel so good this event. I didn't lose a match until top 8, and I arguably could have won it. Fuck.
would perform well here, picking 12 top slots.
I was like, hey, Cash, I was on a hot streak with that deck too. I wasn't doing bad at all.
and clearing into the top 8, similarly chunking the deck up with various hand trap lines in addition to the super heavy samurai core. Labyrinth would clear in the top 8 as well, claiming 6 of the top 64, but more notably a shift had occurred in the deck's composition here, with almost all variants here swapping off of the 20
This is the rise of the furniture lab, right? This is the time where like
It
people
started
playing
shifting a little
the
before
furniture
that, but yeah,
hand
this is
trap
where it kind of
version.
got cemented his position.
More centralized around roughly 10 traps and a suite of the furniture labyrinth pieces, coining the deck as Furniture Lab. This variant would move from here to become the primary variant appearing in future events. Being far
I
less
remember when they had to
accessible
fucking play this shit to beat the super heavy samurai deck. And you discard it with the furniture, and then it sets a card, so you get to put it in the scale, and then it beats them. Gamma's broken in this deck. Everyone has said that, and I never got that. I mean, Gamma's broken in every deck, so. This is the YCS when the banlist dropped. Yeah, dropped round 2. Good a better win rate with cash than tier, right? In the end, no, because I did so badly at the WCQ. Before the WCQ, my win rate was higher with cash than it was with tier. Yeah.
flap counters like heavy back row removal. Branded had added Quem to their monster lineups, but beyond
Although
that,
obviously tier, I was able to close out more. Like tier, I won 2 YCSs with. And I got second to Worlds and second to 2 YCSs. And top 4 another. Like I went deeper with tier.
Hurley, now with a reliable way to X Pearly Noir on turn 1, had 4 players clear to the top cut here.
The cash, I would like dominate Swiss and go relatively deep, so it's even better.
Thanks to Plump's attach effects. Gold Pride managed to take 2 top spots thanks to their second wave of support, with 1 pure variant using various rank 3 enablers like Tour Guide and Ready Fusion, and 1 punk variant, even going so far as to play Dark Spirit's Mastery for access to Ogre Dance, which in turn accesses the entire punk side of the deck, which now could access the entire Gold Pride side of the deck too, being a cavalcade of search cascades. Dennis Nadas would take the event on Kashtira, notably having trimmed the deck's Kashtira count down to 8 monsters and 10
Yeah, this is, I mean, he's saying notably, but this is what like we'd been doing for a while now. This is like what I kind of started doing in Peru, where it's just the 1-on-1. He wasn't playing Desires, but I liked with Desires. You can see like Pauly shifted towards that as well for his playoff deck. I liked Eclipse in the main. I did not like Imperm.
Leaving the rest of the deck
I also didn't think Ash was that good.
This would lead into the next deck
I disrespected Super Heavy for this event.
These sets being sleepers for the past few years, this one would give a bit of pause to that concept.
Wait, what did this have?
Shit,
Did it have
garbage.
the
This is
dinosaur support?
it's the Nouvelle
Oh,
and VS.
Vanquish Soul, dude. Oh, my love.
Release date June 1st, 2023. Set type,
This is a
deck
very
building
Josh
set.
deck, I
Basic
guess. The
strategies,
mid-range type
Transcendent
stuff.
Saurus, Vanquish Soul, Nouvelle.
I will say, even though I like Vanquish Soul a lot, this is probably one of the contender for one of the worst sets of the year. It's not the worst.
Yes.
But literally outside of Vanquish Soul, there's nothing here. And the I think the most outrageous thing
I
about
wish the
this set
Dino cards are
was
better
the
because they had
rare
potential, but they just
distribution.
never
The
made
rare
anything with it.
distribution
Like
was
it's barely,
absolutely
it's not even
outrageous
archetype.
because
It's like
they
2
knew
cards.
that the only good one was Vanquish Soul, but they would. I never thought they would go as far as to putting 7 Vanquish Souls in the ultra rare spot. Like,
because the
damn, that was
Transcendrix
a
aren't even an
miserable decision.
archetype. They don't have anything.
Yeah.
Wild Survivors was the second of the deck building set releases this year, and at this point, deck building sets had established a trend of sorts. With practically any release of a deck building set, you'd have one that playable in the meta directly out of the box to varying levels of success, with at least one other strategy from the set picking up steam after a core release to bring them more support. We'd seen it with Grand Creators between Adventure, Punk, and Exosister. We'd seen it with Tactical Masters between Runic and Labyrinth. We were even seeing it live at the time with Amazing
Oh
Defenders.
yeah, look at this. Like
I'm sleeping Hungry
Runic,
Burger.
Lab,
Hungry
Adventure,
Burger's so cool.
Exosister, Punk.
I think I haven't seen a Hungry Burger here.
What the hell of a
Do
trend?
I?
And then there's Valens like in the corner crying. But like all of these
No.
are literal meta YCS.
This is cool, though.
strategies,
Ultimate
all
Ancient Gear
of them.
Golem.
Even
I don't know why I have it here, but I do.
like Punk Adventure has one of YCS. Exosisters one of YCS.
You guys can't see it. I need a better camera for showing the cards.
Yeah, like all of
I
this
feel like I
stuff
can never
is
show
red,
cards I
except
have.
for Valens.
I have so many cool things I could be
Combo
showing you
Early
guys.
was about to be Rescue Ace. However, with Wild Survivors, that trend appeared to be on its way out.
And then you have this thing. You Vanquish Souls like tier 2 at best, and then the other 2 is just like not viable at all.
Very clearly from how the set was even printed,
Even
we
in
were
the
only
long
looking at one strategy here being a standalone potential meta deck. Vanquish Soul was that strategy, a series of fire, earth, and dark monsters that all have effects that require you to reveal one or more attributes in your hand for a specific effect. Themed after button combos you have to input for fighting games. These include Raisin, a fire warrior that searches
I just want one more consistency card for Vanquish Soul. That's all I want, man. I just want
Yeah, I went to Rhoda and an E-Telly for Vanquish Soul. That sounds fantastic. And I
one
don't care
more
for this
card that
deck,
gives
so
me
I'm
reason
happy to
access
see it
is all I
rot in
want.
hell.
to non-warrior Vanquish
I don't even hate the deck. I just don't think it's very fun. I think it's kind of so whatever.
Soul on summon.
It's so
to reveal
close.
a fire to
Not to
be
cam on
used
your
as a
arm and it
to
points
reveal a fire
down.
dark to destroy all other monsters
I mean, do you
top
guys want to pay for a camera from me? Because that's expensive.
column, Pantera.
I'd also
versus
need another
warrior
light
itself
to
to
shine
monsters
down.
in your
I would need to change my
monster.
entire setup. I need make space because I have a lot of cards on my desk from like vending shit. Go through bulk. I have like a pile of stuff here right now. I was going through Snake Eye Ashes here. One for ones.
No monsters or only Vanquish Souls in the monster zones.
From either work. Supposed to be a fighting game based archetype? What fighting game?
Literally every
Yes, we will be your
should
sugar
cannot
daddy.
be used as link material.
Sire Sire Thickums, fucking crazy name, but you're not even subbed, so if you're gonna be my sugar daddy, you better sub, eh? All fighting games, that's sure.
The main issue lied in two factors. Number one, its performance in the OCG could
I don't know, I never really got into
due
fighting
to the
games
lack of
besides
mass
Smash.
meaning that Vanquish Souls needed a different, reliably accessible Earth monster to run in their deck to fill out that reveal slot, as the fire slot was already filled.
It's not only about
The tag outs like Marvel vs. Capcom? Oh, that's kind of cool.
That Maxi creates, right? Vanquish Soul likes to play at a slow pace, or like slow-ish pace, right? Slower than other
That's
decks.
neat.
And Maxi facilitates that a lot, right?
Sire
Vanquish Soul
Thickums,
is not
who
bad
are
in
you?
Maxi.
My Discord kid. You better know who I am.
It's
You're
obviously
saying
worse
this.
into
Like,
Maxi than Vanquish Soul is.
by Ash Blossom and Kurikara, which some players would fill with
account
Cashiers
created
and
December 2nd,
Number
2021.
two,
That is
for
my
some ungodly
birthday.
reason, the 10 ultra rare
Maybe
slots
it's
in this
me.
pack, which were
Maybe
usually
Sire
divided
Thickums is
between 3
me.
and 4 between the different archetypes of the set.
My
But not
alt.
this time, as Wild Survivors had given 7 slots to Vanquish Soul,
Seven,
meaning that the
man.
mid-tier deck was roughly $300.
Smash is a platformer. I don't fucking care. Whatever. Same shit to me. I'm not a video gamer.
Just not as good. Speaking of, Tricentosaurus was the second of these archetypes, a series of retrains for vanilla dinosaur monsters.
Good thing Coder's not here right now. He'd be losing his mind.
Mega Zowler getting Gigantozowler, and Lansformicus getting Drolinothus. But most of these would see little to no play at all in the competitive space. However, 2 other cards from the archetype here would see play, being Xenometeorus, a level 6 dino tuner that can summon itself from hand if a card is destroyed, and can destroy a dino on field or in hand to summon a normal dino from hand or deck.
This is a whole
You said he saw
FGC
play. Yeah, I
discourse.
don't remember. I mean,
We're gonna
I
get
know it's
someone
playable
started.
card, but I don't remember
I
ever
don't
seeing
know.
this card being played. Like,
How am
not
I
at a
24,
feature
man?
match,
I
not
told you,
not
I'm like
against me, not at a
85.
table
It's
next
just
to me,
like
not at freaking
I was just
table,
physically
I don't
born in
remember, like,
1999.
Ground Xena, a spell that adds a dinosaur normal or tuner monster from deck to hand.
This will be broken one day.
It will be banished from grave to fuse monsters on field or in hand.
It's just Rhoda, right?
These two will be
Maybe.
splashed into
I don't
various
know.
dinosaur decks following release as enablers for the Baby Pops and a searcher for Scrap Raptor, one of the key dino combo pieces.
When are you making Discord server for streams? It's on my to-do list, but honestly, I just have other stuff that's more important right now. All right, we've gone going. One thing though, guys. Quick pause. We've been going for about 4 hours. I told you guys I would work on making my streams longer, and we're doing a good job at that. 4 hours is usually where I want to go. I do want to see the end of this video, so if you've been enjoying this watch along and the whole Master stuff before this entire stream, if you consider dropping a sub to show your support for the channel, would go a long way. Tell me it's worth me doing what I'm doing, and me putting more attention and focus into the content aspect of my career.
Lastly, Nouvelle was a series of warrior.
Bandito 617, thank you so much for the sub.
The
Appreciate
biggest
you.
I thought that
flashbacks
Jesse
from
was
the
cooked.
freaking ritual festival when I see Nouvelle cards. Dude, get these out of my face, man. Oh god, dude. They would somehow manage to play for 15 minutes and then do like 200 damage to you.
Belbo
Oh, God, and they
5,
couldn't
thank you
do
so much for
anything
the
'cause
sub as
everything-
well.
every good
Appreciate
card was
you.
banned in the entire festival. And then next turn you watch them play for 5 more hours. And
You
then
know why
they
I'm
find
that
out
young?
that they
I'm
actually
telling
won.
you I am, man. I'm a young man, but also old at the same time.
Able to negate and tribute an opponent's forward if
Yeah,
Enjoying
they
my
have to
old
ban
ass
all other
music.
cards in Master Duel to make
Michael
this deck playable,
Jackson,
and then it still wouldn't be able to
Elton
kill
John,
the
my
deck
Frank
like that.
Sinatra.
and can, on quick effect, tribute an opponent's attack position monster to summon Hungry Burger from the deck. Let me get back home, let's get back, can't take on it. Simply, the concept of the deck was indeed interesting, with an actual built-in reason to play classic Hungry Burger, but due to the nature of ritual monsters and the clunkiness requiring the opponent to play into them to get the true value, Nouvelle was not
This
that
deck's
much.
neat. I don't mind this deck. I think I wish it was better, but
Raptor,
it's
Baby
not.
Stegosaurus, Petite Pterodon, Fire Dimension Henki, Lithosagium, the Incantation Monsters, Archosaur, Econ, Double Evolution Pill, Fossil Dig, Allure, Pre-Prep, Lost World, deck.
Yeah, not a very good set overall. I don't know why, but they never really seem to put very good reprints into the deck.
I think Collector Rare
I don't
Alert
know
would have
why
looked
that
cool.
is. Like,
They didn't
if
do
you
that.
realize
It was
your-
just
the
rare.
three
I
archetypes
thought
aren't
that
as
Jesse
good.
Megalynx, give a
Just
community sub as well. Thank you
chuck in a
very
couple
much.
good reprints
Appreciate
instead
you.
of making like 7 Vanquish Soul Ultras, dude.
Dev, Eradicator, and Tikbu. 4 days later on June 5th, the June 2023 ban list would take effect, which extremely notably was dropped during round 2 of YCS.
They represented Econ and didn't make it CR. Oh yeah, that made me livid so much.
Not only
What was that? Wait, I don't know what I just missed.
Of YCS Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, during Philly.
Newly banned.
Not
Cyber-
That wasn't even the hall, right? That's not the hall.
round 2 of YCS Philadelphia.
I don't know what this footage is from. Maybe this is Philly, but the other one wasn't.
Newly banned.
Not
Cyber-
only that. This was also the freaking
Those pre-preps ready for Voices Voice also wasn't Collector Rare. I still have the bulk sitting there somewhere, so like if they become worth money, I will. But I'm pretty sure it's fucking worthless. I don't think the set was that underopened. Maybe it is. No, it's no way, right? Oh fuck! This card is definitely worthless. Rarity collection. I forgot it was in here. Yeah, this card is definitely worthless. It'll stay in my bulk. Thank you very much. I forgot it was in Rarity collection. I mean, obviously I opened the set. I know it's in there, but it just slipped my mind for a second because there's just so much shit in that set.
Master Duel Worlds Grind weekend. You guys remember that shit? Like I was sitting here losing my mind because I was playing Master Duel for 72.
Oh yeah, that must have been so weird for him. He must have been fucking tired at the same time and still needing to grind. Like you still have to get back to the fucking job. Like job's not done. You gotta push the shit aside and get back to it. So maybe he used it as a bit of a break when he like was on a bit of a tilt run. Like if you're having a bit of a bad run, you need to take a break. You calm yourself down so you look at the ban list. That's probably what he did. But it must have been like a weird emotional like kind of state for him. Quantel, yeah, you did it too, right? So it must be weird.
2 hours straight, and they drop a freaking ban list, and I'm sitting here like this in my freaking chair, right, playing Master Duel for like 20 hours straight, being tired as shit, and that's when they're like, oh, yo, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna ban a Rysart right fucking now, man. God
a necessary
damn.
ban due to all the FTKs present from this one card, from Valance to now Super Heavy Samurai, all able to FTK with a single card thanks to this. Number 89, Diablosis, the Mind Hacker.
Oh no, this
which is
wasn't
only
even the
being used
Rysart ban list. This was the Diablosis.
stage to cause problems in Kashtira specifically, the enabler of the Shinra era turn 1 lockout. Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow, a massive
Big supporter, Jesse. You've taught me and helped me so much to get better Yu-Gi-Oh! Going to my first local and a little nervous. We were taught by the GOAT. Much love. Appreciate you and good luck to locals.
hit to the new meta presence, which heavily limited how consistent the deck could start its play lines by effectively removing their ability to search the combo. A pointer of the Red Lotus, which was being used to snipe out hand traps and was a bit of an issue card, and
Weird
Red Fulgent,
looking
which was only
face.
being used at this stage to lock out players from playing the game with its various summon targets. Newly limited were Kashtira or Rysart, meaning you only have to
Oh,
output one
right. I
snipe and
remember
macro.
they limited the Rysart. Right. I forgot about that step that they thought was reasonable to take.
Mathmech Circular, the one card
Ooh.
So it actually wasn't terrible in hindsight because when you're losing a Mind Hacker, your other combo was to end on double a Rise Heart. So they got rid of that aspect, which was rather frustrating. But yeah.
This was little did we know, chat. Little did we know this was only step 1.
combo Troublemaker that was too consistent for its own good, but was still playable due to being searchable by cards like Signet Mining.
I think
Such
what
as Indiana,
Orcus,
one of the most annoying hand traps
it's not
in the
very
game.
good. I mean, it's
Pearly Little
okay,
Memory,
but
which while not a very big hit on
rogue.
paper, absolutely killed Pearly's consistency on turn 1, as now you couldn't reveal 3 Delicious off of
Delicious Memory was the kind of hit that if you didn't play a lot of Pearly, it may have not seemed the most impactful to you. Because when I saw this the first time, I hadn't been playing much Pearly at the time.
same. I also thought this wasn't a very big hit, but
And
in
yeah,
retrospect, it was. Once I got it, once I gained a proper understanding of Pearly, I realized this was meaningful. And Pearly really needs all its pieces intact, and it all makes a huge difference. Especially because as you're going through your deck and you keep digging and revealing 3 off the White Cats as well, every single copy is, it compounds how much the hit matters.
I'm still mad about this, by the way. To this day, they had
Limiting
no
Gamma
business
was
limiting
rough.
circuitry. They had literally they went too far. I'll say
Can we
that.
go 10% slower?
out of the
Nah, you have to go 1.25. But also, like, this is fucking long. We've been here for like 2 hours, and we've barely gone anywhere. So let's. I want to make progress. I want to keep pushing through
shot,
this.
man.
Return of Blaster and Denglong, 2 cards that have been
Made
on
in
the
the tree is wrong.
with Blaster being the
Ah,
second
fuck
most
Nat
rare
Beast.
after Tempest, and Denglong
Best
being
cards
the
make
single
Nat
combo
Beast, I'm
that ended on a
happy.
search for 9 pillars as an Omni Negate, but with the Rorodon ban was not nearly
I was scared of Denglong at the time, but it turned out to be just not a problem.
I was
played
also scared of
against
Denglong.
Soul
I'm still
Soldier.
scared of Denglong, and I'm still scared of Ib. One day these cards will fuck us. They're way too good, man. They can't just be allowed to free roam. They will, be a problem. RIP TCG discussion. 3-hour video equals 8-hour video. Man, it's taking forever, man. I don't know what to tell you. Naturia is insane. Fuck G. Naturia Cabbage. I pray for the regrowth of the forest. I love nature. Just not Naturia Beast. Fuck that card. If they banned Nat Beast, I would have been happy. Yeah, Denglong and Ib someday. As for TCG discussion, we'll get to it at some point, man. I know being gone a while means there's a lot to catch up on, so that's partially why I'm streaming longer. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Denglong at German Nationals.
Can I react in
and then after that, I
1.5
wasn't scared
speed?
of
Like, you
Denglong.
want me to talk faster? I feel like I already talk faster than a normal person, so let's not do that.
The best generic board breaker, Runic Fountain, being a slap on the wrist for Runic.
We've suffered enough. You guys know we've suffered enough,
Who
right?
the fuck cares about you found it?
Starter, a small hit to sprites to keep them from rising into the meta with a weakened Kashtira, and Herald of the Orange Light and Engage, both up from 1. With
Yeah,
Herald
don't call it a slap on the wrist, by the way. It's a soul-crushing defeat that we've taken on this day. Like, don't sugarcoat it, man. It's been rough.
What?
being released due to the Ishizu names all being limited, and Engage due to upcoming
Fucking
schedules.
spoiled ass
Lastly,
Runic kids,
unlimited
man.
versus Cloak, Birdman, Recital Starling, Samsara Lotus, Quick Fix, Draco Faceoff, and Multi-Roll, all being either list cleanup or buffs to decks with support coming down the line. This particular ban list, going into the national season, was a weird one to say the least, hitting both Pearly and Super Heavy
He's
Samurai.
memeing. I know he's memeing. That's why I'm playing
This
along.
was unprecedented. I mean, not unprecedented, but like this was super, super fast. They dealt with Super Heavy Samurai really, really fast, which I mean, I think it was good. I think certain because one thing you guys have to realize. and
Yeah, I
I'll
would have
tell
ruined
you
the
why this is
format.
a
I'm
good
very
thing,
happy
right?
they did that.
Most of these cards are being designed by the OCG people, right? OCG Konami is designing a large portion of the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? And like they are designing a lot of cards with Maxi in mind. You can
And
clearly
we
tell
don't
that
have
certain cards
Maxi.
are being designed in a way where they're like, okay, this strategy is very special summon heavy. It doesn't really have a plan B. It cannot run called by and cross out. That was a big deal for Super Heavy, right? Super Heavy could not really out Maxi outside of Gamma. If you just waited until they had a monster on the board, they couldn't really out Maxi except for Ash, right? And so like this deck was clearly designed to be super combo heavy, super strong, and only be limited in its power by Maxi, right? And like freaking Super Heavy Samurai still performed really well in the OCG, right? But sometimes like the TCG has a different mentality on things like that. On
We're having an
Maxi's
FTK in the
banned here for a
OCG.
long
I mean,
time.
it's still
the TCG clearly
does,
doesn't
right?
want these
Like-
things to exist in the first.
So one of the videos I'm working on, and I'm getting the cards to actually film it because I want to do it in real life, like I do the Sam Impossible challenges, is how to resolve Destiny board on the first turn with one card. And take a guess which one card I'm using to get Destiny Board resolved in the first turn. Spoiler alert, it's Wakashi. So with just the one Wakashi, I can resolve final Destiny Board. Not Bike, just Wakashi. It's all you need is Wakashi. All you need, and I can do it. So that's a video you guys look out for. I haven't filmed it yet. It'll take a bit to edit, but I will be posting that eventually. I want that to be a good quality video. So yeah, hopefully that'll be good. You want to see it now? No. I've put it. It took like fucking 8 hours for me to figure the combo out. So I want to actually make a good video from it that will also earn me revenue like perpetually, because these fucking videos on the Sam channel do so well. And if I can get that on my channel, it'd be so helpful for the growth. Like, look at these, man. I mean, these aren't like crazy, I guess, but it's still more than normal for him. So if I can do these for my channel now, they're fucking a lot of work, but that'd be fucking great. So I'm gonna add Destiny Board to this year. How many subs to get it now? 500. I know. I put a lot of effort into it. I want it to be good. Love how Wakashi's a whole other paragraph of text with a discard special from deck. Doesn't it lock you into super heavies though? It's only good in like very weird fringe scenarios.
We don't want to play the game of, hey, you can play a deck that special summons 1,000 times, but we have Maxi in the game, so sometimes I just beat you. You know, like, we don't have that kind of Gamba mentality here. At least the Konami, you know, I mean, blessed be their souls, you know, thank God we don't. They just got rid of it.
Alright, so we talk. Let's get
the
through
first
this.
real test of the meta would be the Central America WCQ held less than a week later, and right off the bat, it was clear that the hits were not enough to knock Kashtira off its throne, taking 14 of the top 64, simply adapting the extra deck and moving on.
Best deck.
Sprite would be the more interesting breakout here, thanks to its pivot towards more supplemental engines.
So based, man.
With Carlos Mercado taking the event with Live Twin Runic Sprite, mixing the various level 2 engines together to form one cohesive strategy. Vanquish Soul would have a solid first appearance, with 3 players.
It came up quite a bit. Yeah, it comes up for sure when you're playing with your hand traps, but like in combos, it's not very important.
To flesh out the attribute count, like Fenrir and
Poo-poo deck.
Ash Blossom and Kurikara for your buyers, and one player even using the DPE engine to up their dark count. This would be the official start to the national season, with one more set release between here and the remaining WCQs. And judging by the set list, it wasn't going to change much, but it might hold some
This
surprises.
guy's North American because he's had nationals, not WCQ season.
Probably not impactful.
And all the Europeans yell in anger, nationals aren't WCQs. So now I have to be politically correct and be careful when I talk about nationals and WCQs. It's different things.
Major strategies, Synchron, Hero, Chaos. Impact, a couple of meta sleepers. Monstrous Revenge would be an important set for the year, not because of what it brought, but for what it started. With the release of Monstrous Revenge, the 25th anniversary
I
celebration.
mean, this set is literally Assault Synchron and Duality. I was mainly excited for Assault Synchron.
Azalea actually was meaningful.
That card is so cool.
It got fucking outshined by SP so fast, but that card was meaningful.
Primarily punctuated by the inclusion of the new quarter-century secret rare rarity into all sets for the next year. Being
Is that
played
it,
with
though?
both new cards and reprints within the set. As for new cards, Assault Synchron would be the talk of the town on release, being a level 2 tuner that can summon itself from hand by burning the player.
This thing was like $50 on presale, and then now it's like 5 or not even.
Your card is
banish itself from
worthless.
grave when a Dragon Synchro is tributed to revive it. While not staple, Assault Synchron would be a piece that was heavily experimented with in various decks, but primarily in Sprite Adventure Brews, as its level 2 nature opened up a lot of avenues for the deck. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Infernal Rage, really? Skydive Scorcher was right there. Was a fusion of any two differently attributed elemental hero monsters. Adds a favorite card from deck or grave to hand on summon, and can be tributed to summon another level 7 or lower elemental hero that can't be normal summoned or set.
Is Assault Synchron not that good? No, Assault Synchron is a good card.
And Drew is
It
back
just
for the
hasn't
hero
found
cards.
a home yet. You
It's
know,
been a good year
like,
for you hero
OCG
players,
was
huh?
Extremely good because of
All these
Chaos
new
Ruler.
support cards.
For us, I think it's a very good card. It simply hasn't really like found a home yet. But I think it could eventually.
From either deck or extra deck, ignoring their summoning conditions. While unassuming on the surface, as it
This
really
one
did
period
appear
was so
to
good for
be
heroes,
common,
what is
Infernal Rage
Maze
solved a massive
and
issue with the
Battle
recent hero
Legends?
support from Power of the Elements. That being
This
the
one do
ability
anything?
to
Yeah, it
use the
does.
Hero Swingman. This solved not only that issue, but also searched favorite contact.
Tell me you're a hero player without telling me you're a hero player. Like, talking about this card more than like 2 seconds is okay.
To make
No
Hero
bias
Swingman
at all.
on the opponent's turn, meaning now a standard hero combo can make Dark Law, DPE, and favorite.
Let's analyze what the problem is with this card and why it didn't make hero the tier 0 threat in the format. Well, it's heroes, man.
Josh is like salty talking about heroes. Why does he hate heroes so much?
Were both adaptations of Chaz's spells from the GX manga, with Duality able to tag out a light or dark monster for a same typed and level target in either extra deck or main deck of the other attribute. Also able to banish itself.
Both these cards have so much potential, but for some reason just aren't good. This card sucked the Josh's deck, for example. I wonder if you'll
or dark
agree with that.
Draw one, and Shadow's Light able to target a dark to summon a light from deck or extra with the same type and level.
No cap, Hero is better than Vanquish Soul. Bro, I'd probably agree with you. Hero is not that bad.
Immediately and branded as a way to tag out a spent Luber into Herald of the Arclight. Reprints here included Ibli, Nessie, Sigma, the Punk cards, the Adventure Engine, Shinbuster, Zeus, IP, Dark Hole, Terraforming, D-Fissure, Super Poly, Book of Eclipse, Engage with its alt art, Equation, Macro, and lastly both Bestial and Lubellion and Lady Labyrinth exclusively as quarter-century secret rares.
I think the Battles of Legends set was pretty good. I think they should have put Lubellion in there as a regular secret rare as well.
UCR
Maybe, and then it would have been
Stroll
pretty fire.
for
Up here,
Lady
the WCQ would be held
becomes
the same weekend. Though
Starlight.
we do have some results here. This particular event is not
Like,
very well covered.
fuck, man,
41 of
why?
the 64 being unknowns. Vanquish Soul would have a fairly successful outing with 6 of the known 23 top spots, clearing up the top 8 and cutting the non-engine down substantially
lot
in
of
terms of
tops,
other
dude.
attributes, though was playing a small Kashtira engine to access a Rise Heart for the extra power. Mathmech would see a handful of surprise tops
Pluton!
here, with one leaning into the Spirit engine to access Alan Burschen quickly, and the other leaning into the Firewall pieces for Neo Tempest Terahertz.
I think ever since Unchained Heroes have been awful though.
Similarly, playing the slimmed down engine to make
Yeah,
room for
nice
plenty of
Dark Law,
non-engine
bro.
search power. The EU WCQ would follow a week later, and unsurprisingly, Kashtira would once again take its spot as the top deck of the format with 15 top spots. Very notably, however, was the rise in various decks thought to be on the lower end of power, having shockingly powerful.
Why is there 4 Rickas, man?
This was so hard to watch. Oh my god, this was one of the first times that I commentated an event and I restreamed. I will keep doing that, especially events I'm not at. So for the WCQs in Europe and the Nationals, whatever, that's fantastic. I will do that. I'll continue to do that for you guys. This event, they give out so many game losses and people played so badly on stream. Like, I wonder if it's that bad watching the American ones. Do people get that nervous they fuck up? It was just so bad to watch. Like, I remember it was such a frustrating fucking event.
What are you doing?
Performances here, specifically in Rika, Dragonlink, Flu, and Furhire.
Europe, we're that bad? Well, I do German Nats this weekend. Well, German Nats is months from now, but what's this weekend? Is there a stream this weekend? German Open? I did not know about that. Will that be streamed, and what time is it? I'm down. I was going to stream tomorrow, so I'm very happy to do that. Y'all know, what time does it start? It's like 10 German time, 6 hours ahead of me. It should be 6 hours ahead of me. Time in Berlin. Yeah, 6 hours ahead of me. There's another big tournament in Germany that's being streamed. Wait, hold on. 10 a.m. German time. Wait, so are you saying there's 2 events on the same day, or there's an event Saturday, Sunday? Starts 4 a.m. I probably will not be streaming at 4 in the morning. Like, for the WCQ, I was willing to do that. I will not for this. However, what I can do is I can wake up like 9 a.m., stream at 10 a.m. So we'll start halfway through the tournament and we'll get the final rounds. If that's something you guys want to see, which hopefully it is. One Saturday and then open on Sunday. We'll play it by ear, but hopefully tomorrow, I'll post on Twitter about it if I do. We'll do it early. Otherwise, if there's nothing that's appealing, I'll stick to my normal stream schedule and do it at noon Eastern.
Furhire managed to mix itself quite well with the Runex, as most of its pieces could get you
Yeah, I was surprised you didn't include this like in the
Go
IPS
shopping.
London one because it got top 4. That's where it came from.
access to Dawn or
What?
Dagger.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Okay, H-Flow, resub for the 2nd month. Let's go. Appreciate you. Love the competitive content. Keep it up. Appreciate the support.
Destruction and board flooding with its effects, useful for establishing a control setup, and doubly so with the added-in sprite package, with Gigantic able to access the Furhire side of the deck through
Maybe there's some VODs of the tournament you can analyze. So that's the thing. If we start later on, we can watch it live, and then when it's between rounds, we can watch the VOD for the earlier rounds.
Blue found itself consistently bouncing in and out of top cuts throughout the year, primarily in a single slot spot, but while it was unassuming, the deck had a layer of consistency to it, able to counter out various decks in the format by both playing into and using macro effects easily, meaning it had a solid matchup into Kashtira specifically, as the macro effect of a Rise Heart was not
Sounds
rising back
depression.
into the meta rather rapidly thanks primarily to Bestial Dispater, able to recur the dragons you banished for your Bestial.
This was one of those decks where you would just go into the event and you were like, okay, I'm gambling against Kashtira, right? Like, I'm like, my matchup is good against everything else. Against Kashtira, I'm gambling.
Yeah, and I would never enter an event that way.
If I don't have my Dark
I don't
Ruler,
think I can
my
enter
Book
that
of Books
event.
or whatever, I lose.
Especially when Cash is
It
the
is
best
what
and
it is.
most popular deck.
to provide even more board swarming to get quick and easy access to Borrelin Dragon. Rika Sun Avalon, though, was the breakout star of the event, piloted to a first place finish by Jessica Robinson, showcasing the resilient power of Rika and Sun Avalon when played together, especially with the extra interaction points provided by Concon and the Therion cards. The Oceania Championships would be held the same day, and we'd see similar results to the EU WCQ with a couple of
Then
different
Pearly got
sets.
second
Pearly,
and Cash
fresh off
won
its loss
this.
to Delicious Memory, top tier not once, but 4 times, with one pilot taking the deck as far as 2nd place, opting to max out all the remaining quick plays for ease of access to the monster line. Kun Lee would take the event on Kashtira, playing a fairly standard line up to what we've expected at this stage. The NAWCQ would wrap up WCQ events for the year a week later, and once again Kashtira would dominate, taking the event piloted by Jeremy Mitchell, with the deck almost entirely standard.
3 Rise Hearts. Oh no. No.
dice at this point, only varying in the non-engine play.
This was 4 cash in top 4, right?
Probably the most talked about deck outside of this, though, was Hero, which took 1 spot in the top 32 here, sporting the new Wake Up, Infernal Rage, and
Nathaniel Christmas. Yep.
Okay.
Wingman packages, letting the deck reliably set up a turn 1 board comparable to Cascades.
No other interesting decks that popped anywhere in the world, but the heroes? Ooh.
This would be the last event before this year's World Championship.
No
Prior to
bias.
that, the third core set of the year would be given to us, and any hope of a meta shakeup before Worlds would entirely rest
No,
on
I'll
our
allow it.
shoulders.
It's fine. Be biased all you want.
Duelist Nexus.
I thought Dune wouldn't be that good at first, and then after playing it, it actually made a relatively big difference in the meta, which is interesting. But
Release
yeah,
date, July 27th, 2023. Set type, core set. Major
the rarity
strategy, Safe Rock,
distribution
Illusion,
and just
Unchained. Impact,
circumstances
Starting
made
New
it
Era.
end up not being
Duelist
a good
Nexus,
set for
on the other
value.
hand, was like, I feel like, at least looking back, I didn't think it was going to be as impactful as it was.
Wasn't that
because
the
it
guy who
was
played
very,
VS
very
at
good.
Worlds? Jeremy Mitchell? Yeah, he got top 4.
But like, yeah, it was interesting.
Well, technically, Duelist Nexus is
Looking
not
back, it has a
2000
lot of really good stuff in it.
era starting point, as no new show or summoning mechanic accompanied it. The shift in the pack's design layout, as well as its nature as a green pack, heavily implies that Duelist Nexus
The
is the
green
start of
pack
the 8th
equals
era of
broken.
DBO, and as such, it does
Green
much
pack
more-
he was broken? There's no way that's true. What was the green pack before that? Pote. Okay. Before that was Rising Rampage sucked. That's not before that, but that one was a green set that was ass. Duelist Revolution was good. Yeah, but that's fucking 10 years ago. Right? Like, there's plenty of good sets in general. What's before Pote? I'm not remembering. It's during COVID. I didn't fucking play. It wasn't as much paying as much attention. This was the stupid Infernoble set, Rise of the Duelist. No, it was 2020, wasn't it? What's the 2021 set? Was Rise of the Duelist 2021? That was 2020, wasn't it? No, Ryra was 2019 or 2018. Why can't I remember this? Like COVID fucking... That's the thing, I use events and set releases as like landmarks in my mind. But when COVID fucked it up for me. Pote. There we go. This motherfucker ass set. Dawn of the Majesty. Yeah, this set's terrible. I knew there was something else. Also not green. Isn't it green? Isn't it just every August set is green? That's not what I meant. What? Okay. Not a green set? Is that not green? It's greenish. Green is every 3 years. Is that how this fucking works? What? Oh, this is not green. So what was the last green? Is Rise the Duelist. This set's... It's 2 years apart. I thought it was August sets. Oh. Okay, well this set's average. Whatever, let's I don't want to keep going on this.
previous eras have done. Introduce a new monster type. That would be the illusion type, based on the various custom monsters from the older non-Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Games like Dark Duel Stories, with the first archetype of these being tied into Yugi's original monsters of Gazelle, Baphomet, and
Do we like illusions, chat? I think illusions are cool. I kind of like
They're
it.
neat.
It's just
They need
it
more
doesn't
support.
have much
They're
yet,
cool.
But I kind of think I kind of get behind it. I think it's cool.
Chimera. This initial wave gave us Gazelle, the king of mythical claws, who can add a level 5
Him
fusion
only had
to hand on
Safer
summon,
and
searches
So,
illusion
right?
monsters to
IP,
trigger
you mean?
fusion. Big Wing Baphomet, who searches a level 4 beast or chimera fusion to hand on summon, and summons an illusion monster from grave when used as fusion material. Cornfield Codal, sharing a common effect with its other illusions in this group of not being able to be destroyed or destroy others in battle, can discard itself to search for
I
a
mean,
monster.
that's just what every illusion card has.
But,
right?
like,
that's the whole point, right? It's because they're not.
Kim
they can't do
had
anything, but they can't
The
do
Unchained cards for later.
Make an illusion that can't be
And
destroyed by battle,
Romulus
I'll
as
be
well.
fine. I'll be
No,
mad.
Romulus is Rising
Advance yourself
Rampage.
to field of grave while you control
That's
a
what I
monster
said
named Chimera the Flying
I'm pretty
Mystery,
sure.
whom we'll refer to as the OG Chimera from now on, to negate and destroy an effect
There is one.
Strike Your Dragon, yes, that one was in there.
that targets a card you control. Mirror Sword Knight, with the same
God
battle
damn it.
effect, contribute itself to summon a monster from deck that mentions Chimera Fusion, and can banish itself from field or grave while you
What is
control
happening here?
Chimera Fusion to negate a monster
Jesse
effect.
and Stream
Chimera
watches
the king of
Joshua's
Ant
stream.
Fusion of a beast and
We're
illusion
doing
beast, summons the OG Chimera
Reactception.
from field and grave. If the target opponent's hand against base fusion summon, and can banish itself from grave when the opponent's turn to revive a beast, fiend, or illusion monster. Chimera the illusion beast, a fusion of the OG Chimera and one or more illusion monsters whose name becomes the OG Chimeras on field and grave. Can attack monsters up to its number of fusion materials.
That's what people seem to like, because Josh can engage in discussion with this guy's YouTube, and then I can engage in discussion with this Josh. We have Reactception.
A quick light feature spell requiring the use of Beast or Fiend and can during your main phase while it's engraved, or you have the OG Chimera on field or engrave, can either add itself back to hand or can banish itself from grave to summon the OG Gazelle and OG Earthman from deck or grave. Layer 2 begins.
It just helps you
Since
helps
Edition 1
launch
is
off more
powerful,
discussion
this
points
one's the way to
sometimes.
use. Not by making it powerful on its own, but by latching itself to a currently meta deck. Because Gazelle searches any illusion monster when used as fusion material and was a beast, it meant that Branded Fusion could send it for
We need someone to react to this. Convince, I don't know.
Cool. I kind of like
Convince
that
Pack
deck.
to
It's
watch
never
this
been-
then.
I don't think it's ever been tier 1, but it was
I don't
it was
post this
cool
on
kind of
YouTube
thing.
though. I just the
To be a
VOD is.
popular option come the next YCS. Synchron and the 5 Beast Dragons in general. will get a
I
nice
was looking forward to this. Is another Assault Synchron situation to me. I was so sure that you can do something with Revolution Synchron / Assault Synchron.
I know Chaos Ruler is so hard. The best way for this to be good is for Ancient Fairy Dragon to be good, and we haven't had that in a while. But it very reasonably could be sometime soon.
And it just hasn't happened yet. I love Revolution Synchron. That card is so dope, man.
wave support and Revolution Synchron, who can be used
Crimson Dragon's a criminal, though, on the other hand. The rest of that thing.
from hand to synchro summon for a level 7 or 8 dragon or power tool monster, and can mill a card while engraved and you control level 7 or higher synchro to summon itself and make itself level 1. And
So
Crimson
$40
Dragon,
bucks.
a level
I think it
12
went down a
synchro
bit.
spell trap that mentions
It went down to like 25. Now they're back
Crimson
up like
Dragon's fault,
30ish.
To be fair, it's more like a calamity issue, I would say.
On a quick effect, target another level 7 or higher synchro summon
Right.
summon
No,
disband.
let's not read cards anymore.
Oh, I didn't know he was that new.
And can summon a level 4 lower fire warrior for attack temporarily banish yourself and summon a rolling monster from deck or extra deck.
Noble Knight Emperor Charles is still supposed to be the end board piece of the deck, but it's not really strong enough. So we're going to slap a little upgrade on it. We're just going to give them the option to upgrade it into a Link 1
Yeah,
that has bonus
I think
effects
that's a
on top. I
unique
think
way
that's
of
really
approaching like
Summon
modernizing
Charles
decks though, so
spell
I don't even
from
mind
send an
that.
equip spell from hand or face up field to grave to negate a stellar trap
cool. Did Infernoble get this year? I would have said like 2. I didn't know they got like 6 or 7 cards in one set.
itself after.
I got a lot,
Send it
yeah.
because the equip monster was
These before the set dropped, and I tried Unchained with these cards, and I was like, these cards feel custom.
better. And if it's set to grave,
Let's
the
see what he
equip
says
monster will
about
strategy back
Unchained.
into the metagame. Unchained would receive new support here in Sharvara, who
These
destroy
cards-
either a fiend or face down card.
I remember looking at these before the set dropped, and I tried Unchained with these cards, and I was like, these cards feel custom for Unchained, right? I still never expected it to be like as good as it
Yeah,
was.
they felt like really good
Like,
support
I didn't
cards.
think it was gonna be like
But I would have never thought it was actually going to be meta deck like it was. And I wasn't one of the people fully innovating Unchained. I kind of just optimized what was given to me.
fucking tier 1 or whatever you want to call it. Like it was very dominant, right? But like the cards felt good.
Control to summon itself from hand, setting an Unchained spell trap from deck when sent to grave. Shayama, who can pop a card you control to pop a spell trap on field, able to revive itself from grave by popping either a fiend or a set card you control. And
And obviously it doesn't help. It did nothing in Japan.
Hand on summon, and can banish itself from grave when the control is destroyed to summon a fiend from hand.
So that times
Pop a card
sometimes that
you
can
control.
throw
This
things
always
off.
wonders for the strategy, revitalizing it into a meta
Ashira
mainstay,
Rise
which is
Heart
how meta
Fan
would
soon.
have to wait for a YCS to see. Rescue Ace would get another couple of cards here to round out the strategy, and Preventer, who can summon itself from hand by banishing a Rescue Ace in grave,
Yeah.
and flip an opponent's monster face down.
It's so weird how they release these August sets and then they not usable at Worlds because it'd be unfair advantage to the Japanese players because when TCG has never had a chance to use them. But why not just wait till after Worlds to release these set? Because like it's the same as
I think people
the
don't talk about Preventer enough.
as
Like,
the
there's custom cards.
releasing the
Cards are
ban list
broken, man.
before the event happens. It makes people less interested in the results, and I think it hurts viewership and people's interest in the game. Unchained is one of your least favorite decks. Drew, I think you're in the wrong streaming to be saying that, my man.
Preventer enables so many of the shenanigans that they do, like the recycling, the summoning from banished. How many freaking different lines they have going first to play around stuff like Nibiru, right? You Nibiru them, and then they go Preventer, Banish Turbulence, Link off Preventer, Summon back Turbulence, all that kind of stuff. The fact that it does all that and a freaking Book of Moon on top of it, prevent
Early get another boost at Eberling War. A rank 2 counterpart to the previous sleep first, thanks to sleeping memory now having a
fire in it. God damn. Well, not fire.
Runic
but
card.
materials and can detach 2 materials or just one. if
One
the-
is gotta be good.
This set was bad. Okay, the simple thing that happened was that this set came out when Kashtira was still a thing. And like there was a lot of powerful decks in the format already. Kashtira, even
I
though
don't think
the
that's
format
the
was
reason.
diverse, Kashtira was
Unchained
by far
held
the
its
best
own, and
deck.
Chimera
Everyone
didn't
was
even
looking at
terribly. I
this new
think
deck and they were
Chimera's
like,
issues
Kashtira's gonna gatekeep the shit
still
out of it,
stuck after Cash got banned. It still held off as not really a fully meta deck, and its problems persisted. And until something gets something new, it won't be the best. And then what else is in there? Unchained. Part of the reason the set's value is bad is Unchained cards weren't really high rarity. That hurt it as well. Infernoble was also just okay. I still think the deck has problems, and those problems persisted. It had a little bit of an opening. People didn't expect it, and had wanted card support on top of it. That's it. The set wasn't great. It was very, very eh. It had some good cards, but nothing brilliant, and the ready distribution was ass. So yeah, this card will go one day, hopefully. Hopefully. I mean, not hopefully,
Following 2 weeks later would be
but
the
the card's
2023
cool.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships held in Tokyo, Japan, being extremely important in a cultural sense for the game, as it was the first time in 4 years that a Worlds event took place. Also being the
Yeah, fuck, man. I had missed Worlds. For me, competing, I'm pretty used to the YCSs. I don't get nervous that much anymore. I'm not nervous in stream. Even in the finals, I'm not as nervous anymore. I'm not nervous at all, almost. But I can feel the butterfly, the knots in my stomach when I'm at Worlds. It brings me back to when I truly am, anxious and I'm on edge. There's very few things that still get me like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's where my goals are. It's good to be back. I wish we had more of them. And I'm just going to try my hardest to qualify every single year that I can until I win, and then, keep going from there, hopefully. Already got my invite to the next one locked, so we're good, but yeah.
the first time a Worlds event held a Master Duel section, which various top players who
Poggers.
didn't quite make the main bracket would play in. With the event being a combination of the TCG and OCG's card pool and ban list, deck selections were far more limited than they had been prior, with a decently
Ryan's
balanced
goated,
top versus a
Ryan's
couple of
fucking
mid-power
goat.
decks that we've seen previously. Paul Aronson with Dragon Link would take the World Champion title,
Ollie,
being
yeah,
the
Ollie
first
won
ever
this.
US player
Good.
to claim the title, showing the resilience of a strategy that would never truly die. This would be followed up by another set just
They
5
never
years
truly
later,
die.
making it on
I
point
feel like the
with
deck would die if they hit like a couple of cards. They could easily kill it if they really wanted to, but they just don't for some reason.
last year to say the least.
Master Duel is your
Oh,
game?
God, dude.
Until I've watched you play Master Duel. Don't make me call you out on stream. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh man, I love the salad support.
careful what you
That's-
ask for.
I mean, sometimes you gotta say it. That was bad.
Soul Burning Volcano. Release date August 10th, 2023. Set type Duelist Pack. Major strategies Salamangreat, Battle and Boxer, Volcano.
But enjoy your trip to Japan, you know.
Back, like into next year, some of the cards in here are actually pretty useful because a lot of other fire decks use like Sunlight Wolf, so the Ghost Rare is kind of nice. Pyro Phoenix, or no, Raging Phoenix is the one in here, right? Raging Phoenix is kind of going up because some decks are using it. You know,
Yeah, it's
like,
used for this Atlantis
kinda
FTK.
like,
Or
like,
OTK,
the volcanic
OTK,
cards
not
are
FTK.
also, I mean, people are starting to talk about those kind of cards a little bit. Maybe it's
Normal
one of those
Rhino.
where, like, the price
Y'all think
are
normal
better,
Rhino's
like,
the
a
only
year
thing
down the
I've
line or something
seen?
like that.
I got more ammo, but I'll keep it
Legendary
loaded
set
for
were
another
believed to be retired
time.
After the last one was broken apart from Maidens and other releases. So seeing Soul Burning Volcano actually released in the TCG rather than getting similarly broken up was definitely a surprise, bringing support for fire attribute strategies used in the anime. The first of these was Salad, which had consistently been in and out of the meta in the past, so a decent wave of support could potentially bring the
I
deck back.
actually think
Fire
this
Attribute-
may have potential because Promethean Princess is really good support for it. And Splash Mage as well lets you just like build up into Promethean Princess very well. You play a lot of hand traps. Raging Phoenix is also really good support, like even more so than just the OTK that you can do in Salad, even easier than update access code with Atlantis stuff that other decks can do. But then you can also just like if you want up Dotscaper, you can go Dotscaper, make Balinks, add whatever, bring back the Dotscaper, make Splash Mage, bring back the Dotscaper, make Princess, bring back Balinks, make Raging Phoenix, link off Raging Phoenix for another Phoenix, and then search a counter trap, and that's just kind of cool. As far as interrupts go, right? Like the deck is neat. I think that's sick. So yeah. Quanto's Worlds VOD is still on Master, we can see for ourselves. No, I'm not talking about Master Worlds. I'm talking about like when we're in just Discord and I watched them play. It's nothing public. Flash locks you out of Princess? What are you talking about? Splash locks you into Cyrus only? Does it? I didn't know I did that. I'll take a while. Whatever. Splash Mage here. See, this is why we don't play decks before we read them. Oh, never mind. Ignore me. My bad, guys. And that's why I haven't built the deck yet. And you can tell how early on my thinking is. But I think the deck is interesting. Nonetheless, I think it is worse now than I thought it was. But, yeah. Just, I think Promethean Princess is helpful to that deck. We can't Zelantis. We can't Princess either is the big one. That's why they're playing Wicked to search Weasel. That's not a one card play is the difference. That requires you to do a little more. Because you need to summon afterwards, right? This card is still neat. How long does it take you to learn a deck now versus when you started playing competitively? When I started playing competitively, when I started seeing results or when I started playing, like I've always been a fast learner, but I've also learned different degrees. Like I learned maybe combos, but I wasn't as good in general. Nowadays I'm pretty fast with learning decks. Maybe one card off debug, but yeah. No. I mean, okay, when you have access to Gazelle, you can do everything. That's not a problem. But it's just I wasn't sure fully how much without the I thought you could use Splash Mage, but no, you can't. But I think I haven't. Okay, my point is I haven't explored this deck, but it could have some potential, so I probably will at some point. Maybe we can do that on stream. Eclipse, thank you so much for the raid. 160 people. Let's go. Appreciate y'all. We're doing a reactception. We're watching Josh react to the 2023 recap. And we'll just engage in discussion. Right now, we're at the point where Salad got new support, and I'm discussing how I think it may be a bit of a sleeper coming up because it can fit a lot of hand traps in, which is the big thing I think you want to be doing right now. A lot of non-engine, and you have pretty good lines. I think Raging Phoenix is a really, really good card, and so is Promethean Princess. So, yeah.
Salad on summon, it can banish itself from grave when a Cyberse battles to destroy your monster in the damage step. Weasel can summon itself from hand if you have 2 or more Salads in grave, and while
And
wished,
just skip
it can
reading
modulate itself
cards.
by 1 once per turn. Burst Griffin is a level 8
First Griffin's so bad, man.
I was literally about to say this card is dog shit. He's nicer than I am. I was gonna swear and say it's. I was gonna be meaner.
its attack. Charge is a quick play spell that can shuffle back 2 banish or grave fires to summon a 3rd, negating its effects and preventing attacking, or can pop a card on field if you control a ritual, fusion, synchro, exceed, or link fire with an attack different from its
What the
original.
fuck? I haven't even read this card. I'm gonna ignore it.
And revive is a trap that revives a fire engrave and can
I'm gonna
this
ignore
card
that
is
as
like-
well.
I mean, you kind of have to play it. It's not like a good card, actually. You kind of need it for the deck.
Wait, what? What is he talking about?
Or are solid. The field spell is like, I mean, you kind of have to play it. It's not like a good card, actually. You kind of need it.
Oh,
for the
Sanctuary.
deck. It's not
Sanctuary is
like a good card.
poo-poo,
Everything
but-
else is just ass, man.
Yeah.
Well, Will is fine. Will is okay. True. Will is okay. But like, you know, like still, there's so many, man.
Shuffle a Salad
He's saying a lot of bad spells and traps. But they have so many options. They have plenty of good ones, right? They have Rage, Roar, which are good cards. They got Circle. They got Will.
Languid of Fire
That's
should've been
fine.
number
That's
one.
plenty. How many good cards do you need?
Its first support since the Zexal era with Uppercutter, who searches
Garbage.
box to other battling boxes from deck.
Garbage.
Spell trap, and can attach material on quick
Playable.
battling boxes with card effects for the rest of the turn. Set it force. Quick play spell when the monster is destroyed in battle phase.
Garbage.
Grade and some of the number C from the extra deck is even back in the Zexal era. And this support wouldn't change that fact. Although notably, King Dempsey being generic meant
This card will be good one day again, hopefully. I mean, I'm gonna keep saying hopefully, but like, hoping perspective of cards being worth more, I guess. But
it could be used with other decks.
My
like
vendor
Elven
perspective,
Warrior
but
Surge,
yeah,
when
no,
they
just,
control the Lastly, Volcanic received its first wave of support since Accelerator Reload.
these volcanic cards have to be good one day. They're so solid. This card is
I actually
sick.
like the volcanic cards. I don't know if they're ever gonna see play. Like it's one of those situations where I like the cards, but I don't know where they're gonna see play or if.
It is a little bit clunky right now, and they have a lot of toolboxing options. I think they have a little more to bridge them together, a little more consistency.
When sent to grave,
Maybe a way
banish
for you to
itself
fit
from
one on
grave,
engines
and
would
banish
be
itself
great.
from
Well, it's the background music of the video. I can't do anything about it.
from field to grave to place a
But
different
it seems fine
accelerator
to
card
me.
from hand or deck face up on the field. Drooper can search a volcanic card on summon and can discard a card she'll summon while he's on.
Opponent's monster and foolish is a
Either search or summon a volcanic or great volcanics on bottom of the deck and becomes end phase. Some levity to the price.
I don't want to. I just don't like it when it reads just reading the cards. It's like whatever. Megatons.
Dueling Heroes. Release date September 7th, 2023. Set type reprint set. Major strategies.
Wait, what the hell is Dueling Heroes?
The relevant card
Tens.
2022. Impact lowering the price of tier 2 plus strategy.
Dueling Heroes?
This 10 wasn't very good. I mean, it was just Fenrir and
Megatons.
Rebellion, and
Oh,
that actually impacted
Megatons.
prices.
Okay,
Dueling Heroes would be this year's
Um,
and as expected would
Garura a bit, but nothing was that expensive. Stuff went up, but very mess set.
Distiel, Blackwings, Kashtira, Draco Slayer, Labyrinth,
The tins, I like the tins looking. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
no,
the tins were good. I
Tier and
think it
Sprite
was a
didn't really
little
get
bit
much at
overshadowed
all.
By the fact that they left out.
Actually, I'm
they
curious.
left
What's
out
Gigantic Sprite
Sprites,
worth? That card
Kuwabara,
would be
and
good one day
specifically,
again.
like,
That's a
Kuwabara
card. That
from
card is just
Tournament,
nuts.
right?
That
was
card
the one
probably
that-
is
that
worth
was the
being
card that
banned.
Everyone was complaining about, right? Outside,
And
I think
it's
still
never been
has,
reprinted, right?
Huge amount of good reprints. I still think I still look.
$5.
Tins.
Runic, and
I like
Adventure. In addition to
I mean, I know
cards,
Pote has
Chaos,
Emblem, but
Monex, the Zombie Vampire, Albaladeus,
maybe one day
Yeah,
this
there's
is
a lot of
worth
good fucking
buying.
stuff
I don't know.
Beyond the Pendulum.
I do not know.
For the most part, these reprints weren't very relevant to the current metagame outside of reprints.
If I didn't think this was a risky buy, it could get reprinted or hit before it's good again. But
And with this being
Rice Heart still wasn't banned when Unchained was taken.
you want to gamble?
Really? I forgot about that. I thought a Rice Heart was already gone.
the first YCS post-Dune, the meta had been substantially shaken up by the results.
Hey, we won this one as well. I won in the feed of this tournament. Didn't lose a match.
Starters, Kashtira had fallen from its prior pedestal, dropping all the way to 4th in comparison to its competition. Hurley would rise to a comfortable space in the meta with the release of E. Pearly Noir, giving the deck a reliable going first exceed target with Sleepy since you do not need to control a monster. to activate it.
Wait,
Giant
hold
Wing
on.
had risen-
What?
I feel
Oops.
like, at least looking back, I didn't think it was going to be as impactful as it was because it was very, very good.
Oh, fuck, damn it. I missed something
But
again.
like, yeah,
Let's
it was
click again.
interesting.
Well, technically, Duelist Nexus is
Looking
not
back, it has a
reflected
lot of really good stuff in it.
era starting
Wait, what the
be this
Oh,
year's
okay,
Megaton,
okay.
and as expected would reprint Blackwings, Kashtira, Draco,
hell? By the fact that they left, I know from Tier Limits, right? I still think
Albalaneda game outside of
Rice Heart still wasn't bad.
the meta had rise to a comfortable space in the meta with a
What is this? Why is there Eclipse book? Like, weird sorting.
Noir, giving the deck a reliable going first exceed target with Sleepy since you do not need to control a monster to activate it. Dragon Link had risen severely in popularity following its Worlds performance, with more players taking advantage of Dispater alongside the Swarm.
Yeah, and it had an okay Unchained matchup, so people also make out some crazy Unchained matchup, but there were ways to play around and adapt to it. So it really wasn't as good as people think it was. It's Unchained matchup, maybe like 55-45, maybe 60-40 in favor of Dragon, but it was nothing insane. So people making it out to be some crazy good matchup are just kind of being ridiculous. It may be a slightly favored matchup, but I'm not playing this deck because I think it's very favored in Unchained. If I'm playing a deck because of a good matchup, it better be an actually good matchup, like 85-15, 90-10. I'm pairing these matchups and they should be consistently easy. Dragon with Slayer? Nah, man, watch my combos. I don't end on Rage. I played against Dragon in this tournament. I didn't have a problem with them. I beat 2 of them, pretty sure.
However, the absolute breakout success here would be Unchained, taking 9 top spots and winning the event piloted by Jesse Cotton, once again tying the record for most YCS.
Oh, right, because it was just like, it was the Thrust, Eclipse, Talons era, and Nib to beat a Rice Heart, and then it was just good into other stuff.
I played no cash this tournament, so even despite that, this was just good against other decks as well. They're just good cards. They pair well with Unchained cards, and that's why I was so unwilling to let these go as we shifted towards Rescue Ace format. Like, I still wanted to play these cards because I still think they're really good in this deck.
Stuff and had a lot of good non-engine into.
Race was based. I over prepped for Race. That's why I played Duster in the main. I thought more people would play it, and they just didn't.
Into cash, yeah.
Wins at 5 total.
Oh wait, they just missed YCS Brazil. Oh yeah. You just said it. I didn't see that. But like, they left out Pac winning with Kamal and Ruben. I FTK'd you. Oh, I gave you the work. I showed you the best possible hand ever, and then said, "Get out of my country, my turf, my country."
With the new Unchained cards effectively turning the deck into a sort of fiend box, similarly to how Dragons formed Dragon Link, with Tour Guide being a full Unchained line and Dark Contract with the Abyss being a surprise tech choice that would become staple.
Y'all remember when people argued about playing Tour Guide?
They always leave out the 3v3s. No, they talked about both 3v3s already. There were 3v3s this year.
Like, yeah,
they already talked about the other two.
I don't think you should play this one card that wins you the game, like, and does full combo on its own, and like, you don't need your normal summon anyways. You don't need it.
Yeah, there was a lot of discourse on whether Tour Guide is worth it and whether the contracts are worth it. But, I mean, at this point, it's pretty solidified.
Aside from this breakout,
Why'd I have to do them like that? He was playing Rescue Ace. He wins game 1 with Dweller. He knows what I'm fucking playing, so helpful for him. And then game 2, I like win the roll. I mean, game 2, I go first. I remember I do something, he ashes, so I talents, look at his hand, and then normal Tour Guide or whatever in full combo, and he loses. I know his hand, he cannot win. And then game 3, my hand is like Nib Duster, which just ends his life, and then it's like talents, Tour Guide, Trap, Shavara. So he just gets like FTK'd 4 times over.
A couple of other decks managed to take a top here thanks to the new cards from Doom. Rescue Ace would be the first of these, with Emergency ironing out so many of their starting line issues by giving you access to much of their lines on turn 1 reliably, with Preventer also providing solid support here too. Infernoble would make it all the way to top 8 here thanks to the combo potential
Quantum you, yeah.
Who could still
hey, he's still top, so he can't be that mad.
Off of any 2 warrior monsters.
You know it's not a good Infernoble list when it's not like 41 of, right? Like you already know they weren't cooking when they put more than one copy of a card into it.
Yeah, he's trying to play a 2 mid range. He wasn't really utilizing the potential of the deck yet.
Branded Chimera was the new evolution of strategy thanks to the new Chimera support, using Gazelle with Branded Fusion to enable a Chimera the King of Phantom Beast line to support the prior branded play lines. YCS Cancun would be a week later, and with the rise of Unchained into the meta, the balance of power was clearly upset. With
I lost so quickly in top 8 of this one. I got shifted and I lost the roll when Penn goes shifter map Urbina. I lose game 2. They go draw phase shifter. I also just bricked. I can't play a card on my hand. I pass and I die. I was like, cool. Such a depressing. It was such a depressing end.
Had earlier this year, with Unchained right on its heels. Manadium Scareclaw would peek into the meta here with the addition of Elemental Hero Prisma to the lineup alongside a Hero Lives, to copy Vsauce Starfrost from the deck, enabling easier access to Vicious Astrolabe and Lightheart off of the monster that could potentially not take your normal summon. Dinosaur would take a top spot here thanks to Xeno Meteor.
We lost 3 times to Flu here. Okay, but my other 2 losses, so I lost to Henry Bancroft and Swiss, but I punted like bad. I made like 2 big misplays that cost me the match. So like, yes, I lost the Flu. Honestly, I shouldn't have. And my other one, we were both guaranteed for top cut at X1, so we messed around. Like, we didn't decide. It's someone I knew is Ryan Fletcher. Like, we effed around as well. Like, we played a Dreidel game to see who went first. We were fucking around. So, he won, but, like, we weren't really playing the game properly.
Off of your standard Dino lines, in addition to popping your baby dinos to summon Frostosaurus out of the deck.
Oh shit, it did pop. But it doesn't even play Ground Xeno. Oh, okay.
Hearing their effects engraved, in addition to the ability to trigger Lars multiple times. Andre Curioso would win the event on Fluwandereeze, taking advantage of the meta.
Lost this as well. Wait, I lost to the winner of the tournament so many times this year, actually. I lost to the winner of the tournament, or won the tournament. I won the tournament in Sydney, then lost to the winner at Philly, lost to the winner at Chile, lost to the winner here, lost to the winner in Brazil. Damn.
This was never meant to happen, right? This was never supposed. Fluwandereeze was supposed to be the deck that always, like, you know, gets second place. I don't know. That was like there was a crack in the matrix or something like that when this happened.
3 M-Pen? Yeah, that's how I died. He triple M-Pen me.
This would lead into the next structure deck release a week later, and while it wouldn't be the most impactful, changes were on the way alongside it that were sure to shake up the meta substantially. The Crimson King released.
Okay, don't care.
Good. Not like those can pop up here and there and are like viable pieces.
What are you talking about? The structure deck? I don't know.
Support to bring them into the modern era.
Not very good. I don't think this deck's very good. You have like these cards are like neat, but that's all they are. They're too restrictive. They lock you out of so much, and unless they get a lot of better Dark Dragons, which they already have so many of, they don't need more. It's not gonna be enough.
From like 12 years ago.
Or a synchro that mentions it. Red Zone.
You saying if that card was made 12 years ago, be good? Yeah, it'd be cool.
And Star Red Dragon Archie, a dark walk level 8 synchro whose name is already on field and engraved, and sets to break the monster zone summons archetypes. Able to be synced with the level C, Chupacabra, Extrav, Fiendish Chain, and full of changes, but aimed to rock the meta to its core with them. Newly banned was Kashtira Arisar.
Yeah, Samurai Scarecrow like 2 weeks after release and let this thing run around for like almost a year, man.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
Hits to the world's winning
good hits. This should probably get banned though. I think Megan was ridiculously powerful.
This was a fine list.
I can't believe this wasn't a 3 already. I remember when this came out, I was like, huh? Because I just thought Gazelle was already a 3.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Yeah.
I fucking man, I misplayed on top 16 this event. Well, I got Gimmick Puppet twice, but I actually had a chance game 3, and I made a mistake. I forgot he had Branded Opening in the grave.
Here they are, back at it.
But I had a
again.
better shot of doing something
The main
else.
thing
If I
holding
just
back
played
Scratcher
it
in the
better.
meta was Cashier's access to a Rise Heart.
Bro, there's only one Rick
Magnum or Chaos Space? I think Magnum should be banned.
in top 64. Surely they won't win.
That removed the deck instantly shot back into the meta with its very fusion line access points that can cascade quickly into various Exceed and
Let's go. They're showing off the right version of the Mallies.
Link plays. Unchained, now missing its primary threat in the meta, was poised to take over the metagame following Cashier's hits, but would struggle to take over now that all of the decks that Cashier had forced out were returning. Dragon Link had once again performed, despite the hits to 2 of their best cards, adapted by leaning even heavier into the other Bystials or their combo lines. Julius Schwarzkopf would win the event on Rickus on Avalon, once again showing the consistent power of the genus Loci start. This would lead into arguably the
Europeans,
best set for
man.
and with the meta freshly nerfed, this was the perfect state for an absolute upheaval of what remained.
Oh god, we're here already. We're already at Age of Overlord?
Already. He's saying already, but I think we started doing this video almost 3 hours ago, and we still have 50 minutes.
Already, dude. It's been like 2 hours.
Okay, he just said it. Yeah, like, it's not already. It's been fucking long. We've been here for a while, and I've been skipping portions as well.
Snake Eye, Horus, Armored Exceed. Impact, a massive shift to the game as a whole. Age of Overlord would, without exaggeration,
This is the best set of the year, right? Like, in terms of the rarity collection, in terms of reprints, sure. But, like, in terms of new cards and meta impact, surely it's Age of Overlord, right? Not even close.
change everything. about the meta. And
Even though you could
yes.
say, I mean, Photon Hypernova bringing a Rise Art was also freaking insane. Like, that
Well, so it's not all the core sets actually brought pretty good cards or impact like to do something to the meta. So they didn't make like too many straight up dud sets, thankfully, which is a big one. But
stuff was also
That- this
very
one was
dominant
probably
for 6
good.
months or something like that, or more. But I think Age of Overlord is going to be more impactful in the long term because it's got more like overall good cards, not just one deck, but like I mean, SP Little Knight and Typhon are going to change the way we play the game for a long time.
New archetypes that would be meta defining, new singles that would be played in everything, and support for previous archetypes that would potentially change their positions in the meta. Exactly what an impactful core set is supposed to do. Much of that would be centered around the newest lore-focused monster, like Albaz and Vsauce before her, being Diabellstar the Black Witch, able to summon herself from hand by sending another card from hand or field.
SP Low made the set warping. Yeah, and then the Sinful Spoil package as well. But Typhon is also a big one. Like that could have been a secret round another set, and then you know we've seen other stuff as well. Like the Arius mattered, the Vanadium stuff mattered.
Package is that it doesn't it benefits a couple
Horus
different
cards
decks,
are
but
also
most
good.
importantly, it's an engine
Snake Eye
that doesn't
cards.
require you to run any sort of bricks, right? It's like the cool thing about it is yes, it's kind of like you play different pieces that search each other, but you don't like it's not like one of them is a brick. Like you can start your combos with all 3 of them.
I mean,
cards.
Simple
So the cards that are being
Spoils
played
like
the most
Snake
is
Eye is
Diabellstar,
not great, but
Wanted,
yeah,
and
the
Simple
level
Spoils
of
Snake
brick,
Eye
like
still,
it's not
right?
gonna
And it's like,
fully
no matter which of the
mess
cards
you over
draw,
like a lot of these
the
other
engine
cards
works,
will.
right?
So it's
Design-wise, that's really,
better
really
one.
cool. My only issue that I have with these cards is the price point. Legitimately, I believe that they should have done a better job because the freaking engine is like $400 or whatever. I think that's just like
I think that's a bit of his lack of understanding of the markets that well hurting here. I think the biggest problem was, I really believe one of the biggest problems was that it was, we talked about this like 2 hours ago, was that the set was too close to Rarity Collection, and it led to the supply being lower than it needed to be for the set, for the, you know, in general. That also hurt it a lot.
it's a little bit. It's just too much, man. It's just too much. They should. I don't know. I don't know. What
This
they
was also way cheaper before. People didn't have to wait. So I will not ever feel bad for people, you know, because they didn't jump on an opportunity.
should do. I'm not freaking Yu-Gi-Oh!
They
marketing
made the
expert or anything
choice
like
to, you know, wait and see if we go down, and they lost the gamble. So
that. It's just like, you know,
goes
the
that way.
stuff was a lot cheaper at release. That is true. You know, the Wanteds. I picked up my Wanteds for like 40-ish or 45-ish. I don't remember exactly. Like it wasn't always that expensive, but it is now, and that also matters. You can't expect everyone to pick up stuff like 8 months in advance or like
It was playable then. It wasn't like it was unplayable.
exaggerated. You know, like and it's still even that was expensive.
And there's nothing wrong with making smart or bad calls. I think if you make a decision, like you don't just get you get to complain about it later because it didn't work out. I mean, you can, but like it's not a good excuse to do that.
Star monster from deck to hand, it can be banished from grave to place a Sinful Spoil spell trap that is either banished or engraved on bottom of the deck to draw 1.
Because the thing is, these cards are not going to be reprinted before. I don't think so. I mean, possibly, of course, but like I don't think these cards are going to be reprinted. The majority of the time where they're going to be top of the meta, right? The next couple months, they're probably not going to be reprinted.
We may see an ulti print. I don't know. QCR kind of invalidates the fact for new stuff.
Might be reprinted at some point when they're still like tier 2, tier 1.
I sold a lot of Typhons for 12 first weekend. Oops. I sold so many of these cards for so much less because I needed to turn over cash flow.
0.5,
Yeah,
who
what
knows,
do you
right?
know?
But like while the
Because I had some cancel a pre-order on my Rarity Collection. I remember I was about like 20 grand short because of the cancel. So I need to make up that 20 grand in like a week. So I had to just sell a lot of the stuff earlier than I really wanted to. And I didn't lose money, but like obviously if I could have held the Black Witch or the One Hits for longer, it would have panned out. Like in retrospect, if I was just able to cancel the Rarity Collection orders, the 20 cases extra or whatever, I would have done that. I don't think I could have, but Yeah, I mean, it's fine. That's the way it goes.
While the fire decks are going to be tier 1, we're probably not going to see a reprint.
She would even be tied to the new archetype of Snake Eye, a series of mostly level 1 fires with
Snake Eyes are really cool. I'm looking forward to actually playing Snake Eyes.
Ash, who adds a level 1 fire from deck to hand on summon and can send itself with one other face-up card to grave to summon a Snake Eye from deck. Oak, able to recur a grave or banished Snake Eye on summon with the same summon effect. Birch, who can summon itself from hand if you control a fire monster with the same summon effect. Flamberge Dragon, a level 8 dragon who can place a monster
I wish this was not only on your opponent's turn.
in grave or on field into the
Part of my biggest problem with these cards is that they're not the best at playing from the hand, which is frustrating. Sometimes you can lose to an Imperm, and I hate those type of decks. If this was just a better extender,
trap zone as a continuous
I don't know. I guess
summon a
that'd be
monster
too
treated as a continuous
powerful,
spell on the
but
opponent's turn, and when sent to grave can summon 2 level 1 fires from grave. Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, a field spell able to place a Snake Eye monster from hand to
Doesn't
grave
sit
and
right
place
with
that spell
me.
in trap zone as a continuous spell on activation. Boosts level 1 fires by 1100 attack, and can summon a monster being treated as a continuous spell when the opponent summons a monster. And
I know.
returns
For
spoiled
some
Snake
reason,
Eye.
I can
With
just
a
see
face-up card
Diebel
from
starting
grave,
an
summon a level 1
ulti.
fire from
Yeah,
deck, able to be banished from grave to search a level 1 fire from deck and place
but that's
a
not even
Snake Eye
expensive
on
one. Who
grave or
cares?
bottom of the deck. Sinful Spoil Snake
We'll talk about some of the implications when we do. Once we're done with the recap, we're going to do a little bit of an outlook on 2024. So we're going to talk a lot more about these kind of cards. For now, I would say at the moment, and also for Fire Green right now as a way to facilitate level 1 fire access. It's going to go beyond that in early 2024. We're going to get some other stuff that makes you play like bigger packages. Snake Eye's been insane. Infernoble as well, right? I forgot about Infernoble with Renaud, you know, like, but it's always.
you don't care about ultis till they fix
right?
QC it so bad. Yeah, it's pretty rough right now. I haven't been getting ultis either.
Like Rescue Ace. Yes, it
I don't know.
leaves
I've
you
also been going off the high end stuff because before it was good for me to get because it could also justify it as like a financial asset, as a good investment. And during COVID, it was great. I made money doing that, but
Horus is
by
one of
now
the
that's
things where
not
it
been the
looks very
case,
promising, but I feel like it's
so
missing something. And I'm
I
not
have
sure if
to do
it's
it
gonna get it. Even the cards that are already
and
announced,
see it
it's
more
already
so
soon.
as
I'm not sure if that's
something
it.
for
They get another
myself and it's
consistency
more of a
card, though, which
purchasing. I'm making a bit of money and I have to knowingly do
And
so. And when I'm factoring in an ad account, I decide to not be getting high rarities. That's why if you notice, if you look at my deck profiles, like a couple years ago, when I thought they were better investments for high-end cards, I'm using max rarity decks. But now if you look, I'm not. So that's, I've been wondering that's when my position changed. I feel it's no longer worth it for me to hold on to those cards.
This card is very cool.
Able to do it once per
This card's very cool, but it's only good in like pure Horus decks. But people are playing it obviously more as like a rank 8 splash.
monster name and reset self when sent from hand or field grave.
I don't even know what
Also,
that trap is.
Don't mind playing out of the graveyard, as you can use King Sarcophagus to effectively trade your opening hand for a grave of resummonable level 8s, which in turn get you access to the rank 8 pool's various options. Seeing success with decks like Tyr, Vsauce and Mannadium would get a wave of new cards focused around the Vsauce synergies, but the two most important of the wave came in Vsauce Samsara, able to be considered a Vsauce Starfrost on field and grave, can summon itself from hand by shuffling back any number of banished grave or on field Vsauce monsters, boosting by
The only ulti I kind of want to get for myself is Econ, but when I looked, they were really expensive because they were brand new. I guess I haven't done that in a while, so let me check if there's still a lot. That's more than I want to pay for them. I probably would have bought a 30s. I do want Econs. That's probably the one card. It's like my favorite spell card of all time, maybe. I love Econ. And it never had a good printing. So that's probably the one I'll like splurge a bit on. But yeah.
and can be treated as a non-tuner for a synchro summon. A level 6 synchro tuner can summon a level 2 tuner from grave on
This
summon,
card's also
negating its effects.
insane.
It can swap any number of tuners.
I'll
from
probably
field
buy
grave.
Europrint ones though.
Isn't this also a tuner?
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
tuner,
that's
yeah.
the only thing that's holding it back from being broken. I think the graphic is a little off, right? Because this is a tuner. Otherwise, it'd be so much better, right?
I remember when I saw
Yeah.
this the first time, I didn't realize it was a tuner, and that made a huge difference.
These
Because otherwise, you go
tuners
to like
can be
Excel
integrated
into
with
Baron, and
other
that's just
decks
dumb.
popped up, which we'll talk about with the next YCS. The Exceed armor line would be a new set of generically splashable Exceeds that play off of each other for advantage generation with Torpedo, a rank 3 that can attach 2 materials to draw 1 and gives a monster with equipped 2 effect stunning when they attack, and it's an Exceed targeting protection from effects. Fortress, a rank 5 can overlay itself on any rank 3 or 4.
And tell me, man, it's Reactception.
Materials and armored Exceed card for each material attached from deck to hand, and gives a monster with equipped 2 double battle damage. Full armor Dark Knight Lancer, a 3 map rank 7 that can overlay itself onto a rank 5 or 6. Boosts itself by 300 attack for each material.
These are interesting cards. They just haven't really done anything yet.
And equip card on it can add an Exceed card in grade to hand once per turn, and ban when an equip card becomes equipped to a monster you control. Absorb an opponent's monster to itself as material. And full armor Exceed, a trap while you control an Exceed monster. Exceed summons using monsters you control, and can banish from grade to target an Exceed monster and equip another Exceed from field or grade to it as an equip spell with the effects of boosting the equipped monster by attack and can destroy itself to protect the monster.
You have your Exceed package. You expect it to go up in the future? I don't expect it to go up because the rarity distribution is just not there. Like those cards may go up to like $1 or $2, but like you're not gonna. They're not hard to get. There's not much scarcity, so you have to keep that in mind a lot. It's just not going to be enough. But those cards are very cool. We did talk about them. They're sick and they may be meta relevant at one point, but I
Deck
don't
with
expect
rank
those
3
cards to
able
be
use
worth
the full
money.
line with one copy of full armored Exceed in the deck. To use to summon Dark Knight Lancer on the opponent's turn using Fortress. And any deck that can make a rank 3 or 4 that can lose all of its materials can do the same line without Torpedo, with Mathmech being a particular beneficiary thanks to Alan Pershing. Vanquish Soul would receive a new wave
Okay,
of
but
Outlaw.
even if there's no issues in the Europe, I just prefer the way of old ultis. Like again here, fuck. Maybe can I get this to focus in properly on my card? I don't know, man. This was just so much prettier when it was like fully like this. I mean, it would be better if I take it out of the top lower and sleeve, but I don't want to do that because I'm trying to sell it. And it's a really good condition. Let me actually grade it. I missed that. That was insane.
A fire worm that can summon itself to the
Jiaolong, man. This card, at the same time, was really, really cool for Vanquish Soul. At another time, was also kind of disappointing. So, like, when I played
You
Vanquish
ultis
Soul
are
for
much
the first
better.
time, the deck
It
had
depends on
two
the card.
issues.
I think it's a case by case
More
basis
or
for a
less
lot of
heavy
that
issues.
stuff.
It comes down to consistency, because it needs Raisin, right? And the other thing is, before Jiaolong, its problem sometimes was just like its ceiling, right? Like sometimes it just didn't have the oomph, you know, to actually, like, it didn't feel like, even if you had Raisin, it didn't feel like you were doing anything incredibly powerful, you know, like people would be able to just break the board and kill you or win the game, even if you did open pretty much full combo, right? And so when I read Jiaolong for the first time, I thought it was going to fix the consistency problems. Because it's a searcher, right?
AST
Like,
first or
surely
DR2
you think a
econs?
searcher
I used
gives
AST
you the
first.
ability to be more
I lost
consistent.
them. I don't know
However,
where I put
think,
them.
Contrary to what I thought at first,
I've actually been
that-
using Asala's Ultra Unlimited econs. Actually, maybe they're first. I've been using Asala's though. On the now I want to give the ultis.
pretty much at all, because
Those ultis are like my
you
favorite
really
rarity.
can't use Jiaolong to search Raisin if
Ult-
you don't
ulti
have
and
Raisin
CR.
already most of the time, because quite simply you're not going to be able to summon this thing and still have 2 fire monsters in hand to still search a Raisin. That's just not very likely to happen. It's only like it only happens very, very rarely that could happen, right? Yeah, it gives you some more consistency for Stake Your Soul. You have more fire monsters in the deck, yada yada. But the thing that this card does is it raises the deck ceiling by a lot, because Vanquish Soul is the kind of deck that easily cycles through all of the effects in one turn. Like if you have Raisin, you probably are able to cycle through all of the things in one turn. You can draw a card.
I was focusing on the ulti topic. I don't even know what he's talking about. Vanquish Soul.
And now search a card with Jiaolong, which just gets it over the top pretty much, because now you add another card on your turn, and then you add another card on your
It
opponent's
helps
turn,
a
and now you
snowball,
just have
yeah.
infinite value
I wish
over
it wasn't
the
level
turn, right? You just have
5,
everything,
but-
right? You have all the attributes, you have all the pieces you need to get all of your Vanquish Soul effects, all that stuff, right? And so like that's what Jiaolong does. Like
Oh, you know what tilted me? The QCRs at Agov were like good enough that you don't need Magicians of Bond to get money. But dude, the QCRs sucked. So you needed Magicians of Bonds to get good money. I opened up 30 cases of Dune and I pulled 0 Magicians of Bond in Unity. It's like, what the fuck? And then in Agov I opened up like 4 or 5 and it's like they were worth way less. So if you look at Magicians of Bond in Unity, the pricing difference, it's fucking dumb. Oh, this tanked. This was like 150. But either way, like, there's a price difference. Like, I wish I got it. Another one. I think I sold my Agov ones for this much, but these were like 150.
at first I thought it was
That's what
gonna
I'm saying. Collectibles just aren't a good investment right now. I'm avoiding it.
help consistency, but it doesn't do that pretty much at all. It doesn't help consistency because I mean most of the break hands actually that I've been drawing in Master Duel
And I opened 300 or 30 cases, 360 boxes and pulled 0. Drew. So
had
yep,
freaking
fun.
Jiaolong in it with no way to summon it, or even if I can summon it, I don't.
And
have
that is
the budget,
way
right? So,
below
like,
average.
Jiaolong actually doesn't really help consistency all that much. It's pretty much more like a combo piece that gets the deck over the threshold
Yeah,
of
I think
actually
that's,
being
that's
like
an apt analysis.
the full Vanquish Soul opener is now after this set is considered that you can consider it broken. Like if the full Vanquish Soul combo goes through, you have the Jiaolong in rotation. You
It's
get
not
the new
broken.
trap
It's
card,
very
like, that's
beatable.
hard to break. Like that's a good opener now, right? So the
When
thing that the
everything's
deck still needs, in
collectible,
my
yeah,
opinion,
so
is,
a surplus
like, a little bit
of
consistency piece, right? Just a little
high rarity
If
cards
it's
is a
an
problem.
artifact while he's in hand, can reveal a fire to change a monster's battle position. It can reveal 2 fires to search a
Supply is a problem. Also, the general economy
And
is
this
not
card
well
is kind of
positioned
like a
for it right
sleeper.
now.
Like this card is not as flashy.
There's not
as
the same
Jiaolong,
amount
but
of
it's also, I
purchasing
think,
power that was
incredibly important for
in the game
Vanquish Soul, because
during
this is the
COVID.
one
I mean,
that in the normal
for obvious
Vanquish Soul
reasons, like
end
you
board,
had
this card is what makes
big
it
cash
unbeatable. This card is
influxes.
insane. The fact that you have to play around them being able to blow up your board at any point makes it really hard to play into this deck now. It's not as this card is much better than the Book of Moon thing that they had in the first set that they came out. Like this card is incredible. Jane OCG man, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that. You've been supporting the channel a whole lot this year.
I'm
Appreciate
Mount
that so much.
Rushmore
Thank
of
you. One last
music
time in
artists.
2023. Appreciate you.
based on how many. With 1 or more, burning the opponent for 400 and summoning a Vanquish Soul from hand. 2 or more burning for 600 and protecting the Vanquish Soul from effect destruction.
So 4 of my 4 favorite artists.
All monsters on the field. This would be a solid way thanks to Jiaolong feeling a very
Snow Devil is so much better. Yeah, I didn't realize at when it came out how important it'd be, but now that I played it. Again and Ken, these are tears. They'll ruin the meta one day. I'm just ready for F these cards. Mount Rushmore music artists. I don't know, it depends on the mood, but probably at the very least includes Michael Jackson, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Elton John. I'll say those 4.
As your opponent will have activated a monster effect and will currently control a monster, seeing a lot of hype on reveal for those applications. On to the one-offs. Arias the Labyrinth Builder can on a quick effect send itself from hand or field to grave to summon a labyrinth or set a normal trap.
Yeah, let's skip through. Like, this is so recent, we don't need to keep talking about this.
Perfect Fiend or Illusion from deck to grave on Fusion Summon, and can ban Crisis as a rank 12 that can overlay on
Going second. I think this kind of stuff is incredibly important for the modern game because it's one way.
Typhon is
It's
sick.
one
Love
way
this
to
card.
fix the going first problem, because like board breakers like Talons or Thrust or Dark Ruler or Droplet or whatever, they can only do so much, and the same is true for hand traps because at the end of the day you have to draw those cards, right?
Yep.
And I mean, of course,
I'm
you
very
draw
happy
them
they create
sometimes,
generic
and
removal. That's why I love
you will
SP.
get
SP is
no question.
great for going
But having
second.
cards
It
like
is
this
helpful
from
going first as
extra
well,
deck
but
that
it's
are
great for going
powerful
second. Typhon as well, and it really
one
just
of the
helps
best
with a
ways
lot
to
of the
counteract,
playing
broken
through,
combo-based
maneuvering
point
through
first
fields.
style
So
drive, because you don't have to draw at high
exactly what I'm looking for.
you don't have to you don't have to draw the option to go into a Zeus depending on what situation you're in, right? Those kind of things. They're always
Typhon is
gonna
a
be
greatly
accessible
designed
to you
card, and I
unless
wish
you're
they
playing a
do
deck that locks
more
themselves
stuff
out
like
of it,
this.
but that's also part of the balancing of your deck, right? If your deck locks itself out of making to get lucky and draw a card like this is, I think it's great. I think it's I think Typhon is a phenomenally designed card because the drawback on this card is massive. Like, this card is not unbalanced in the slightest. This card is completely fine in my opinion.
Zeus
the card
is obviously way
basically
better of a
once you summon
card,
this thing, your turn ends, right?
but
Which means it's something you
I
have to do
actually think
very
the card is
carefully.
fine as well. So there may be a little more
And
arguments
it's not
that
always
how
live,
balanced
some
that card
decks
is,
play
but
around
I think the
sometimes
card is
not
great
summoning
because
from
it
the extra
promotes
deck
very
twice. I think
similar
that's also
things.
fine. You know, like if someone wants to play around Typhon by not summoning from the extra deck even twice, then fine in my book as well. You know, like healthy gameplay has been achieved, I would say. You know, overall in terms of just game design and balancing around it.
Monster the turn or turn after the
Oh man, this outing Dragoon is actually really funny. Wait, Dragoon is ass now?
Field to hand, being very clearly set up as the anti-Zeus, able to come down and completely counter the popular board wiping threat. Infernal Banshee is a rank 4 that can detach one to either search or bin a pyro from deck, and is able to
Card's better
summon
than I thought.
gaining attack
Unreleased,
with monsters times 100.
cool.
Being a rank 4 pyro searcher or dumper for various strategies. Exceed the Pendulum is a rank 3 requiring a pendulum monster that gains 100 attack for every
What did you say? Speeding it up.
Oh, he may chain to a spell
permanently. Seeing play an Inferno, banish a card on field or engrave, and could, when the opponent activates a card or effect,
Yeah, we'll see what he has to talk about this.
including at least one card you controlled. This
Bedge? I don't know what Bedge even means.
I think.
What does
SP
Bedge mean?
Light
It just means
is the
bad.
best card printed this year.
Help me with
and I don't think
the
it's close.
Twitch lingo. What does Bedge
I don't
mean?
think it's close. I think it's the best card.
Boring?
I think it's already changed the way we play the game.
Sleeper?
For the last couple weeks.
Oh, like bed.
It's gonna
Ha
change the way
ha
we
ha.
play the game
Okay.
moving forward, and like this
Sleep,
card is more impactful,
boring.
I think, than cards like Baron have been. Cards like
I'm glad I'm not seeing you guys
cards
say
like
Bedge
Nightmares.
because
This
that
card
means
is
not
on the same level,
you guys
if not
are
more,
enjoying the stream.
impactful.
I'm an old man.
And I will say,
it shouldn't be news
and
to
this
you.
is
I
a
don't know
big
the
issue.
fuck this
I'm not
means.
just pushing it aside lightly. I think the price point is a big issue with this card. But outside
Now I
of
know the
that,
lingo, but like now I
actually am
probably won't
surprised
forget it.
the more
I'll
I think
remember
about
you
it,
guys
the more
saying Bedge
I
means
like
boring,
SP
and
Light.
I'll work to fix it. but-
Outside of the fact that it's pricing out people from the game, and this is one of the cards that is pricing out people from the game actively, because this is not an issue of like, hey, you can't afford Kashtira, play a different deck. You know, you can't.
Barona's
afford
a lot more
Rust,
broken
play
than
different
SP,
non-engine.
honestly.
For a lot of decks
Yeah.
in the game,
Aren't
there
you
is
younger
no
than Josh?
alternative.
Yeah,
This
about
card
like
is
5
very,
years.
very powerful. Like literally, if you can't afford Little Knight, you have to. There's only very few decks that you can play at a high level.
Add the
right? Like,
emote match. Oh, is it one of the 7
arguably could
TV
get away
ones?
without it, even though I still plays it.
How do I do that?
Branded doesn't play it because it locks. It literally can't because it locks itself into fusions. Like that's literally it. Pretty much every other deck plays this card, right?
These are the ones that my
actually
mods have
needs it, right?
added.
So like, I don't want to argue against that. You know, when I say I like SP Little Knight, I
This
don't
is
like
not
every
even
single
working.
aspect of the card. But from if I ignore the
How do I add
accessibility
one?
of the card, I have actually noticed that I really enjoy the gameplay it provides, because it doesn't feel like it's incredibly powerful, and I wouldn't call it a balanced card whatsoever. It's not a
Bedge.
balanced card because it's better than every other extra card probably. But I kind of enjoy the back and
Is
forth
it
gameplay
this?
and interactions it provides. You know, the kind of thing, because it's not like first of all, like other cards mentioned
So
previously,
now it should
SP
show
Little
up?
Knight is significantly more powerful
Wait,
going
no.
second than going first, because the banishing on summon is usually relevant when you go first, usually not relevant
There,
when you,
I added
usually relevant
Bedge.
when you go second, not as relevant when you go first. And the fact that you can like make an SP, try to banish one of your opponent's card on the board, and if they chain something, you can, like, for example, imperm, you can dodge the imperm by chaining the Little Knight, like
Does
being
it
able to
work?
interact with multiple pieces of your opponent's board, while at the same time being a
Samari, I tried to add 7 TV emotes while Josh talks about Little Knight for 20 minutes. Yeah, I zoned out. Let's skip this.
YCS, I've played with this card, right? Like YCS Bologna, right? There's been countless scenarios.
It's not
where
working.
playing around activate the Magnamute, so that the SP could move, so that the actions that, once again, those factors gameplay pretty cool, and I actually of those.
Oh my
so
god.
that they make a,
Oh my
if
god.
it's not super,
Oh my god.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
Second,
Oh my god, are you done?
Help when tagged into with a card or effect. Finish 2 cards on field, including at least 1 card you control. This one link monster would complete.
Is it the best description? Oh my god, fine. You guys want to go watch it or no?
If the card isn't super powerful, people are just not going to play it, right? Like, why would I play a
Yes or no? Do you guys want me to go back and rewatch that and pay attention? No? Bedge, yes. Bedge, yes. Not just give my opinion. No, no. No. Okay, let's not do it. My opinion on SP. The card is very good. I like it for the game. What I like is it's more removal to help you going second. What I like as well, though, as well as really good at playing into fields and can really dismantle a field, is when you use it in that capacity, oftentimes it means you can't attack directly, which allows the player to then alter their game plans, right? Now they no longer have to really think about trying to stay alive. They can alter to follow, which I really like when players can adapt their strategy on the go. Those are interactive games where there's more decision making. That's a very big positive for me in SP Little Knight that I think is often overlooked. I like the wind-up rabbit-esque effect to tag out. I think those type of effects are always super interesting, and they create cool grind games that reward people with a lot of speed, that a lot of, you know, good resource management and value tempo and you just good basic fundamental understandings for Yu-Gi-Oh. So I'm a huge fan of that. Yeah, I like the card. And obviously, it's really good against targeting. Is a big thing that may be kind of bad, and resetting card effects is also kind of a bit wonky. Maybe it could be too powerful, but I'm a huge fan. So I don't want to talk about it forever because you can go watch Josh's spiel that looks like it's 10 minutes long. I think that is a ton of stuff. I think now as well as we getting more generic Link monsters, specifically Promethean Princess. And I played like 2 games or 5 games of Fire King, like 5 single duels. One thing that came up is SP banishing itself meant that even if you have no follow-up because it like triple hand trapped you, when this comes back and you are able to like normal summon a hand trap, that makes Promethean Princess, and now you get back into your plays again. And that's also actually really important. The link count of 2 kind of being stowed away for next turn. So that's super cool. Anyways, yeah, I think that's stuff. I don't want to talk about forever about SP Little Knight because we've analyzed this card like 400 times, and I can give you plenty of opinions.
If the card isn't super powerful, then I'm just going to play the other extra deck things out there that like do something,
including at least one card you controlled. This one Link monster would completely redefine the extra deck, as it not only did Unicorn's job when tagged into with IP, but better, it also provided either more disruption with a DPE-like effect or protection from cards like Imperm, able to remove the monster from the board so it can resolve safely. The number of outs, and if it isn't apparent just from the pie chart, Aegon's Thesis would completely upend the established meta. So let's dive into what exactly has changed. Vanquish Soul had adapted to Xiaolong and Snow Devil.
Yeah, Race Tech is one by Storm. Unchained did way worse than it should have. Fuck man, I got X2 and then top this right. I got 34th. 35th. Should I get 1 or 2 Promethean Princess release? We don't know rarities or pricing yet. I can give a better opinion on release. I'll probably do a bit of a stream talking about my opinions.
By the way, I feel like that already happened.
But you probably will end up playing 2 in a lot of decks. Some decks will play 1. So it depends what you're wanting to play. As far as investment statement go, though, it'll depend. We'll talk about it when the time approaches.
Samsara had effectively turned itself into a 1-card combo, able to access a level 8 synchro on its own thanks to being Vsauce on the field, able to link off into a light heart and get play lines rolling. Say hi to Little Knight. Tier would take 3 top spots here, playing similar.
I mean, the funny thing is, almost all of the there's other staples that are in almost every deck, like Baron or Dark. The problem, the reason why people aren't complaining about these right now is that Dark was printed as a freaking super rare, which that's how it should have been, man. Dark was is also a very powerful card that they released, but they didn't make it a secret somehow. Like, why not? Why? Age of Overlord
SP is better than Dark. Yeah, Dark is very good. I mean, I love Dark as well. I think Dark is a great card for the game. No problem with that. I don't think SP is a problem though, so I'm not gonna complain about it.
Would not see too much of a shift in their lineup, simply changing what hand trap lines to play. With Nibiru and Roll,
I'm spoiled in the sense where I open cards for a living. I have sponsors. I never really have problems getting access to cards. So while I can be sympathetic towards that reasoning as why people are mad, I will never ever let that dominate my opinions or have too much grounding or too much of an impact on how I feel about things. Problem is the price. They were 70 on release. Like, it's so hard for me to get behind that. You don't need it that much. I don't know.
It should have maximum been an ultra rare, like freaking Typhon. It was going to be worth more than Typhon, so it still would have been an expensive card, and the set would have still been incredibly good. Like, Age of Overlord did not need SP to be a secret rare to be a good set.
The puppy loves Little Knight. Rescue Ace would be unquestionably the biggest winner of the new set release, taking 12
so,
top
like,
spots.
The thing is,
Go
one, being
Santoli.
expensive is the one thing.
Oh
right?
wait, they just skipped over all the
decks
remote to YCSs, right? I just realized that now because he wanted remote to YCS. Cool. They also didn't talk about the playoffs. You get cards should be over 30. And Typhon like 40. Typhon went up a lot, yeah. No, you get cards should be over 30 is not a good opinion because it would drastically need to change the way the market works. Otherwise, it would run Konami out of business. Or it would run the game just into the ground. You can't do that without fundamentally changing the entire structure of how a product works. Good, fuck the market. And then when the game dies because the market collapses, that's great. When you can't buy cards from anyone because no stores exist because they're all out of business, like Naked Infinite. Nah, man, OCG has expensive cards y'all don't realize, but their entire setup is different. You have to overhaul everything, and that's easier said than done. EU SP started on 90. All right, I guess it's worse there. EU market's also fucking worse. I hate card market because adding on the shipping is always super expensive as well.
need wanted, but it's very hard to find a deck that doesn't need Little Knight. That's why I have a much bigger issue with Little Knight being expensive.
Bonfire's like 40 no CG. Yeah, cards can be expensive there too.
Wanted being expensive. I think it's just generally they should try to make very, very broad, like cards that almost everyone is going to need. They should try to make those less expensive. Or less high rarity.
Steven Santoli seeing a massive spike in playability thanks to Diabell Star. As now, wanted in any other card in your opening can get you to
Oh shit, I have Japanese wanteds and SPs that I bought that I bought while I was in Japan in August. I need to go find those and list those. Oops.
Who can search Airlifter, who can search Emergency, which can pop the Airlifter to summon Turbulence, and set 4 Rescue Ace spell traps with Hydrant on field for their bonus effects. This would completely revolutionize the deck's lines by giving them reliable access to not only Hydrant on turn 1, but also Turbulence set 4 on the first turn, positioning the deck as an incredibly powerful threat. Also, this time there's 2 Little Knight. With the meta revitalized, Little Knight was without a doubt the star of the show, spiking in price to over $100 by the end of the weekend and would be the new benchmark for extra deck staples moving forward. But let's be completely fair, though he didn't make the top cut here, we all know who and what we remember from this specific event.
Oh yeah, right.
This was funny, yeah.
One more piece. This is clean. This is very clean. We got the other arm, and all 5 pieces have been assembled. Leg, the arms, the head, Exodia, obliterate. Unbelievable. Wow, the crowd goes insane.
Jeff Leonard, also known as the dad of Yu-Gi-Oh!, would perform an Exodia FTK live on stream during round 4 of this event not once, but twice, energizing the crowd around him and making easily one of the most memorable moments in the entire year for the
We should play this deck in Master Duel sometime. I need to check how many of these are ultra rares.
3 Celine. That'll set you
YCS
back.
Santa Cruz would be a week later, and following the upheaval that was YCS Indianapolis, the meta appeared to have restabilized between various different strategies, with no clear best deck in the format, as even the decks with high percentages didn't hold a convincing margin. Infernoble would see a top spot here.
Santa Cruz. I skipped that for the Duelist Cup. I really wanted to go because I had tourist plan stuff as well, but the Duelist Cup was fine, so frick that, I guess.
Angelica's Angelic Ring to provide an extra spell negate. Sword Soul would take 2 top
We
spots
can't
here,
go
one
on
playing
this,
the same
yeah.
Tenyi Sword Soul, and one playing Super Heavy Samurai Tenyi Sword Soul, showing that older decks with lower power levels can top in the format as long as players who are comfortable with them can pilot them effectively, with the meta so wide open that almost anything competent can top. One of the most massive upsets here was unquestionably Dia Bellstar Mikonko, taking first place piloted by Michael Verisimo de Silva.
That wasn't the one
First
Ryan
step,
won.
Ken
Ryan got
again
third
to
that
the
one.
fullest extent. By triggering Ken again, you can
Ryan
force
is
all opponents to go
insane.
center column. In doing so, you can combo using any other pieces of extension into Ice Hold, which in turn can loop you through your Mikonko lines for setup, summoning Geonator Transverser, summon an Acid Golem, and swap it to the opponent's board, which in turn
Oh yeah, that's fun. Let's give our opponents a floodgate. That's my favorite form of Yu-Gi-Oh.
out of special summons, and with the Mikonko monsters would reflect battle damage back to the opponent, being extremely powerful in the unfocused metagame. This would lead into the next set a week later, and though Agov was absolutely powerful, this one would give it a run for best set of the year, being an absolute crowd pleaser that we could have only
Oh,
dreamed
Rarity
of.
Collection, right? I mean, I think this one takes best product of the year, at least in my book.
Oh,
I think
without
Age
a
of
doubt,
Overlord
not even
is
close.
most impactful product of the, I think is an easy way to phrase it, because this didn't introduce any new cards. This is just reprints, accessibility. Like this, I think this is the best product of the year overall. Age of Overlord, of course, more impactful.
November 2nd, 2023. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, staples. Impact, the bottom out of the staple market. Rarity Collection was a first of its kind set, bringing reprints of 79 all the way up to the max rarity of quarter century, while others being pricier. As of the nature of this set,
I did open the TCG version of the Rarity Collection, but sadly the card quality is so bad for some reason. Is it? I haven't
No,
noticed
it's
that at
fine.
all.
I
all
don't
the
think it's
cards I
true.
got from it
I've
were
had
fine.
fine products.
But
My quality's been
BBB
fine. I
values
opened
don't
up a lot of the
sure.
set.
These might still look a lot better. Like,
War Guide, Ash
I don't
Dimension
like
Shifter,
how the
Forward,
ultis
Battle
look
Dragon,
or the
Rogue,
CRs that
Reader,
much. That's the
Celine,
I mean,
problem.
you could literally list like almost all.
That's not a
79
that's
cards.
not a
There's some
quality control
more
issue.
cards in there that didn't need to be there for competitive players, but you know.
Heart, Called by the Grave, Pivot, and Permanence. All
A
received
lot of really
I
good
know a lot of
cards.
the
Holy
savers
shit.
would be held the same weekend. And similar to previous events,
Yo, this is fucking annoying, man. Like, so the new thing where they give you, if you go undefeated in Swiss, you get a giant card. And I got undefeated in Swiss in Vancouver and in Richmond, but both times I had a draw, so they didn't give me it. Like, and then in Bologna, they gave it to Simon, who had a draw, I think, or a loss because he was first in Swiss still. I just got destroyed. Fucking annoying, man. Like, I just got scammed twice.
the meta was so volatile that there would be no clear top deck, with Unchained taking the most representation here, but not being the undisputed best deck in format, with Tyr, Rescue Ace, Infernoble, Pearly, and Labyrinth all.
And then I just got destroyed in top 32. And it's just depressing. I mean, like, it's fine. I lost, like, swiftly. My opponent played well, so no complaints. Someone I know and respect, so not a problem. But, like, and then I honestly was more mad that I didn't get the giant card again.
Up numbers to make a case for themselves too. Joseph Bellafiore would win the day on Unchained, playing a fairly standard lineup of what we've expected to see at this point, with a slightly heavier hand trap line. This would lead into the last pack of the year, and it seemed to be poised to do something similar to what Wild Survivors did earlier that year. For
Yeah,
better
what
or
is that?
worse.
Wayland Smashers?
Garbage.
Set. Major strategies.
Garbage.
Kind of the Vanquish Soul treatment. Not quite there though. Not quite. I think what they did with Valiant Smashers is quite similar to Wild Survivors, because they realized, okay, one of these three archetypes is better than the other two.
Dude, the other
and we
two
wanna
are
make those-
fucking
we wanna keep those
unplayable.
more ultras, right?
Dude, I
What they
can't
said-
wait for like 6 months from now. I'll be eating my words when the best two decks are some Memento to Clan and fucking Valmonica, and I look like a giant douche. But right now, these decks are just beyond unplayable.
It was 5, right? It was 5 ultras, which is still bad, but it was less.
I
bad
can't get behind.
than what they did with Vanquish.
Memento.
It still wasn't a good
Yo,
set,
they banned Circular to make a Memento Circular.
because the other two
bring
were
us
Imagine. And then an all. I hope so. I bought a Valmanica core. Well, I hope you like throwing $20 in the trash because
Did
that's
you
what
read
you
the
just
pinned
did.
comment? I made a massive mess up with the set's coverage. My info on Valiant Smash was a bit off, specifically in terms of Memento. This resulted in not only non-updated text, but also me missing that the strategy had 3 ultra rares in the set, not 0. Okay. Noted.
on release that it was clear this particular set was not going to be well received. The first of these was Memento, a series of retrains of various DM-era vanilla monsters focused on popping their own cards to access other
Garbage.
mementos. With Tatsunu Toshigo able to summon itself from hand while you only control mementos, can pop a memento, you control the dump mementos from deck to grave whose total levels equal the one you popped. Darkblade able to start a memento on summon to pop an opponent's spell trap and able to destroy a memento you control.
It's so bad it needs two circulars. Yeah, it needs a Terratop and a circular to get there. Oh man, these cards are fucking rough.
This one was ultra rare, right? And then it was Bone Party or whatever.
Everyone was talking shit about Rescue Ace. Now look where it is. Okay, but we were talking about Rescue Ace, but we all understood that a BLS that sets 4 cards in the deck, which what Turbulence is nuts. That was still good. It still had a Stratos and a once per turn add a card, and then a Stratos for traps as well. It had more potential than this. There's less of that potential in their boss monsters here. And then they still needed the support of the wanted cards, emergency, and preventer to get there. So like, it's not the same. Like, remember earlier I said if I could honestly get behind potentially investing in these, I'd tell you guys, and you can get some as well. I don't. It's such a huge gamble. How much are these fucking worth? Let's take a look. How much the Memento Ultra is? Why is this $6? What? Why are these more than Valmonica? Okay, I was gonna say if you could buy the core for $5 or something dumb, like $10 for the entire core, maybe gamble $40 or something and have fun. And maybe one day you'll pay off and be rich. But fuck no, these are not even that cheap. So I'm not playing with that. I'm like, but sometimes you can look for a penny stock and make some money, but that's not where I'm putting my money. Waifu tags. What waifu? This goblin guy is my favorite waifu. How did you know? I remember fucking Fake Trap. Oh my god, was that Duels to the Rose or something like that? I so many
to destroy and negate
goblin with Fake Trap things.
While the deck has an extremely capable combo line and setup it could do, the payoff just wasn't there, leaving this as one of 2 archetypes.
Memento is one of those archetypes where it's really up in the air. Right now, it's not playable. And it's really up to Konami, I suppose, if they want to make it good.
Memento can make 5 negates. How do you make 5 negates in this deck?
Like the cards have the potential on there. Like if they make good Memento support.
Okay, maybe I need to reread this because Josh clearly thinks differently than I do. I haven't read them in a while. Maybe another stream will fucking read Memento cards because I think these cards are like little nonsense. Yeah, your 5 disruptions, your 5 hand traps, exactly.
I mean, we've just talked about it, like Pearly and Rescue Ace and whatever. How these?
You think Double Helix was an example of one card making our top tiered? No, because Spiral Resort is an insane card. We played Spiral Resort in Zoo decks to beat Paleo. That card was playable. So was Double Agent. Those cards were not like completely like based. They had a level of usefulness. Quick Fix we also knew was broken. It had the precedence of being Fishborg Blaster, a broken card that was banned. So is that card still banned? It might be. Probably not. But either way, Quick Fix is a Stratos Fishborg Blaster. Who the fuck is going to tell me it's a bad card? Drone, whatever, wasn't great. And then Sleeper. And Sleeper's fine. Sleeper's just okay. And Master Plan, it searches 3 cards. It's hard to get out though, but like the whole point was there were no links out. The deck didn't have any good X-Seeds and it didn't have a tuner, so it had no way of using these cards properly. No way of resetting Quick Fix and resetting Master Plan to really pop off. And that was a big problem. That's why the biggest way it was ever used was like Resort for Agent because it fit in line with the rank 4 toolbox that was Zamans at the time. But there was absolutely a realm that it was better. Like you could have played that with zombies maybe if Baron was legal. There were good level 10 synchros to make 7+3, but that didn't even exist back then either. So you were limited in a lot of its surroundings because the Spiral cards had a lot of potential before Double Helix. And you could argue that if Double Helix never came out and the deck was never hit, it would have seen play at some point just by links getting better because those cards just needed literally something to use the bodies for, and it probably could have been playable.
Decks looked at first release, like if they want to, they can make this stuff good. We'll see.
completely forgotten on release. The other one of these was Valmonica, a duo of pendulum.
Spy Gal not
I'm
being a
similar to
spiral.
these, even though
Yeah,
I would
that
say
was
Valmonica
troll.
is probably the worst out of the three. But once again, if they make custom cards for this archetype, then who knows what's going to happen.
2 while in hand. Discard another card to set with themselves.
Yeah, go buy your
But
Valmonica
I
cards,
have
man.
less faith in Valmonica.
Josh is telling you.
Both gain counters and scale when control the other scale and either gain life or take damage, and each had one other scale effect. With Angelo, link summoning a Valmonica link using monsters control the opponent attacks, and Mono dropping the opponent's monsters attack by 100 for each counter on yourself. Their links for Duralium, a link one that can only be summoned if you have 3 or more counters on Angelo, can destroy opponent's monsters on summon up to the number of counters in the scales,
On 2 times speed.
which either gains 500 life, plays a card in hand on both of you control Valmonica link strategies doing
Hear me out. Centurion is actually pretty cool. They
Eh,
need
boring.
to do 2 things to make Centurion a cool and based and viable deck, right? They need to, maybe 3 things. The
a lot.
most important thing is they need to ban King Calamity because this deck cannot be
Yes.
based while
Good.
King Calamity exists.
Good, yeah.
The other thing is if they ban
Off
King
the card.
Calamity, they need to give it another good level 12 to summon on the opponent's turn.
No, they don't.
Legacia,
No, they don't.
Legacia is
Crimson Dragon, no, they don't. Crimson Dragon can still make other things. You just make Cosmic Quasar. And negate. You just make the negate. Oh, Blazer. I thought it was Quasar. Are those 2 different cards? They are 2 different cards. What's the difference? I know this is the one you summon. What the fuck does this do? What's the Dune cover card? Okay, this is pointless. Anyways, this is the negate, right? Quick effect, manage this card and then face action one of these effects. This card is cool. This is great. Blazer Pass will lose the duel against any competent deck. But the whole point is you have like 4 hand traps with it. Calamity is cooler. Calamity is not cooler.
is okay to summon on the opponent's turn. You know, draw a card, pop a card, fine. You know, okay. But like they need to give it because the deck has the gimmick to synchro summon on the opponent's turn specifically, right? They kind of need a card that is specifically designed to be summoned on the opponent's turn. Because like with Legacia, it's kind of like the card is designed to be summoned.
I think it's
to be good on
fine.
both
I don't think you
turns,
need more
Like,
for
if
that.
I summon it going first, I can draw a card. I get to set back in the end phase. You know, cool.
Unless you want to change the entire dynamic of the deck. But I think the whole point is like a 1-card deck, 1-card starter deck that's relatively lean, that recycles itself pretty decently. And then you just have a bunch of hand traps in there.
Your card is good going first. If you summon it on your opponent's turn, you get to pop a card on top. Like, yeah, I get it. You know, the card is meant to be summoned on both turns and be good on both turns. Fine. But the effect is not good enough on the opponent's turn, right? Like, we need a Centurion Synchro that's meant to be summoned on the opponent's turn only. Like, only on the opponent's turn, right? So that we replace the need to having to go Crimson Dragon into Calamity, right? Because ban Calamity and then go from there, right? And then the other thing that they would need is like a way to, like, because they have one line and one line only, right? And if that one line gets disrupted, they pretty much can't really do anything.
Yeah, which is why I don't like the deck. But they need
would
more
need a
ways
way
to push
around
through that.
I
Yeah.
don't know how you would do that. Like, I don't know, maybe just different lines.
Well, you change the
essentially.
entire
Give them
dynamic of the
give
deck
them
that way,
a
right? You can make it
second
more
line of
combo
play that they can do,
based.
except of the
Yeah.
standard combo that we have. Because they have 3 main deck monsters. Exactly those spells. There's the tuner that we can summon.
in the back row. Walking itself from summoning for the rest of the turn. Able to boost itself by 4 when summoned from the back row based on effect.
Yeah, we
And
kinda
the
just
second
talking
phase,
about the same
Centurion
thing.
applies the back row, summon itself in hand Ray. And Legacia. A level 12 synchro gives battle protection to 2 lower attack monsters. Draws card on summon. Control the highest attack opponent's monster.
Because I actually think Centurion itself is really, really cool. I really enjoyed it when I played it as well. Like, we've tested it.
You
on
could tell the
Super
difference in our
Bowl. It was a really
playstyle so much by,
I just
by
wish it
watching
had a
some
little
of
bit
the
more
stuff.
lines instead of just one.
I just think it's
And
so
it wasn't
uninteresting.
just Calamity Turbo, essentially.
And in the end phase, places a non-synchro Centurion from hand Ray to the back
I want to go
row.
wild. I want to sync. I want to do a lot in one turn. I want to
Also,
pop off.
I have collector's rare stand-up, so I would appreciate if they would make it good even after banning Calamity. Thank you.
To place the Centurion from deck in the back row, and let you quick synchro summon after summoning a monster using at least one Centurion monster. Emblem Oath, which either places the Centurion from deck in the back row or sets the Centurion spell trap from deck. Bonds, which places the Centurion from hand or grave into the back row, and can banish yourself from grave when the Centurion synchro summon, places the Centurion from grave in the back row. Phalanx, which
Today as a Prio, right? You can search that up Bonfire.
And True Awakening, and Omni 8 counter sends monsters from the back row to grave cost. Needless to say, this was a strategy among the 3 that held potential. Being a deck that's, once again, Konami printed most,
Not gonna miss it.
which completely shafted the up rarities.
And 5 Centurion Ultras, which is better than what they did with Vanquish Soul, but it was still a bad set.
Give them
because,
SP the line level 12 synchro is what he's saying.
To Vanquish Soul. Though this was the last pack of 2023, it was not the last set release, as we still had one more.
I really don't think that's what you
and
need,
getting one last
but
shake up to finish the year off with a bang.
I guess.
Fire Kings. Release date December 8th, 2023. Set type structure deck. Major strategies Fire King. Impact
Major strategies. Fire
Structure
King.
deck,
Well,
final set release of the year,
yes.
giving us one last batch of toys to play with before the final YCS of the year, aiming to revitalize Fire King into a proper modern strategy.
Still
Support
streaming
Sacred
low.
Fire King
Yeah,
with
right. I don't know. I'm
summon
almost
hand
done.
or grave with fire monsters
We are.
popping a fire
This
fire
video
fire
is
fire
fucking
fire
long,
fire
but
fire
we're
fire
almost
fire
done.
summon itself from hand by popping a fire on field or in hand in the main phase on quick attack. Able to revive Fire King when destroyed, destroying a card.
These cards are very, very good. And
I can't believe something all stuck through me.
Saw
For
success
stuck me
at
through
YCS
all this.
Bologna,
I
even
appreciate
without,
all of you who have.
the full-on fire support from next year. Like, basically, it feels like we're going to talk about that in a second, even though we don't even have that much time left. We've been watching this for so long, I don't regret 1 second of it, though. In 2024, it feels like a lot of these fire decks are going to be... They are still Fire King, Rescue Ace, whatever you want to call it, but I feel like they lose a little bit of their identity because a lot of it is just the Snake Eye combo, and then it's just whatever you do on the side.
Yep.
Maybe that's just my first...
I think the one that is, I don't know. I think Rescue Ace and at the least, you do have a little bit of distinguish to them. you can actually go both ways. At least what I'm seeing is you can slim down the Fire Kings and make it more in tune with that Fire King or the Snake Eye identity, or you can, push a bit further and actually have more Fire King cards, and
Of it, because I actually haven't played it yet.
that
And they could still
aspect
very
of
well
that
be
could
fun to
definitely
play and
carry
all
its
that,
own
but it
weight
feels
as
like
well.
a lot
So
of them are Snake Eye decks with
I
a
don't know.
slightly other side engine, and they're only labeled as Fire King Rescue Ace in the overall deck breakdowns, right? But it's mostly
Oil and
Snake Eye
Bonfire.
decks,
What's
really, with
oil?
in different shades, you know what I mean? I'm happy that Fire King was able to hold up its own deck. Like, it was actually its own deck at YCS Bologna, right? They used the
What is
Diabellstar
oil?
cards as an engine, as a way to get to the Fire King cards, but like it was still a Fire King deck, right? And the cards are really good. So I was happy to see that they were able to perform like that.
On field when you do, ring
Because
follow.
it got like 4 top spots in Bologna, which is not bad. Like, that's respectable.
Who cares about
Summon itself
this?
from hand when a face-up Fire King is destroyed. Able to destroy another
Salvage
Fire King
hasn't been
and
playable in
yourself
15
after
years
that.
for a
Tonics,
reason.
Able to summon itself from hand if a fire is destroyed. Able to search a Fire King spell trap on summon. Returning itself to hand to standby phase after it's destroyed. Sanctuary, a continuous spell able to activate island from deck on
Poo-poo.
activation.
Card
Top
is
a fire
worse
monster
than the
from
original
destruction.
support.
And when the opponent special summons a monster, can exceed summon a Fire
I
King.
can't believe
Fire
people were
King
playing one of that
Skyburn,
before.
a quick play spell able to pop an equal number of Fire Kings you
Wait, is that what
control.
it's called now? Skyburn instead of Immolation? Lame.
Opponent controls, able to banish
Like a
itself
4-year-old named it.
from grave to
Sorry,
permanent
probably
Pretty much all of
Billy.
these cards up until here are really, really good for the deck.
Fire King from being destroyed by card effect, and their new exceed.
You don't like how good
and
Droll
their
is in
next
that from the
all
format
monsters
so
off summon
far?
can detach a material to pop
Yeah, I mean,
by 500 attack
typically
damage.
never a good
Destroy
indicator
Lost
for
Material
format
summons
is when
Fire
Droll
King
is
from Burn.
good.
This wave of support would bring Fire King into the modern era successfully, with Ponix specifically being an insane one-card starter for the strategy. It will set up the deck to end on Island, Sanctuary, and 2 level 7s to make Gronix Eternity on the opponent's turn when they special summon. Because of Ponix alone being a full combo for the deck, players will experiment with various other engines to go with it. From Tri-Brigade thanks to the Fire Tri-type synergy with Sacred Gronix.
Wait, what? Who's done that?
Magmatica, since the Deer Servant could get you to Ponix plus floor interaction.
Who's played
Blue
Tri-Brigade
interaction,
Fire
Shielding,
King?
Titanic Lad,
Weird.
and most importantly, Diabellstar being able to summon Ponix through Sinful Spoil Snake.
Oh, you can
Instead, Snake Eye
fractal
adds
and
the first
send
full board setup that could realistically end on
Ponix.
interaction points. YCS Bologna would be held the same weekend.
Ooh,
being
if
the last
only that was
YCS event,
good.
And from it, we'd see even more decks enter the field of viable decks, shifting the top cut distribution even more, with now 7 different decks taking at least 4 top spots and 17.
It's a shit way to end the year for me, I guess. I guess the DC, I'm going to say the DC Cup's high end of the year. I had such a good year, and then Bologna, I just didn't care. Like, I didn't do well. I wasn't even out when I dropped. I just did not care about the tournament. I don't know. Burned out, I guess.
With level 10 access and grave control, and even the super heavy samurai variant for quick and easy starting lines in Wakaushi. Fire King would take 4 top spots on its first outing as well. With
I
all
can't
the
believe 4
Delta
top.
into
I really
the
didn't think it was
additional
good
way to
enough.
start your lines, with one player adding in the Snake Eye pieces for the Ambler Whale setup line. Joshua Schmidt would take the event on a deck
Ooh.
no one was expecting, being Bestial Runic, using Quim for access to
I really don't
cartridges,
think this deck is
Bestial
good.
Uber as a searchable level 4 tuner, granted
This
regain
deck's
first interactions
good.
with SB Little Knight, able to turn its temporary banish into a permanent one, and most uniquely Duality, which could access a variety of different options in the extra deck off of the various levels and attributes in the deck. Such
Who Mega Lol? Who Mega Lol? Yes, we get it.
Perm, Unicorn off Gary to lock the opponent out of the game, and Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend off of Bestial Lubellion to burn for time. This win would also put Schmidt at 4 total YCS wins, placing him in spitting distance of the most YCS wins record at 3rd place behind Cotton and LeBlanc's spot.
Bro, we're so close.
And with that, 2023.
Nah. I gotta lead myself in more. You beat me at Worlds. I gotta win Worlds, and then I gotta, distance that lead a bit.
Full of variety and changes all around, being one of the most exciting years in the game's history overall. I'd like to take a minute right here.
You're
and
always
thank
at the
everyone who
stage
helped
looking at the
as it's
TVs.
also
No
been one
joke's
of the
easier to
biggest
find you
years
than my
for Finals
friends.
history, too. For starters, a big shout out to everyone who collaborated with over the course of the past year.
What happened? I wasn't always at this stage. I literally went out with Emery into the city in Bologna on Saturday, and we washed, and then I cubed on Sunday as well. That's depressing to make it sound like I just sat at the stage all weekend. I didn't do that. I sat at the stage waiting for people. Like, when I was waiting for people to be ready to cube, and when I was you were playing 3v3 Quantal. And Cotton and Ruxin. And then Saturday I was waiting for Emery to get back to the venue so we could head out.
This channel grow over the past year, as this has also been one of the biggest years of growth in my channel's history too. For starters, a big shout out to everyone I've collaborated with over the course of this year. Chaotic Meatball, Axmango, Sen, MBT, Scarlon, Golden Nova,
We're
Fiery
staying for
Dance,
the shout-outs.
Nim, Jaxel, Skep, and Nash. You've all helped in your own ways, and I cannot thank you enough. A big shout out also to Nutuk and Fiery Dance for their wonderful art that's been used throughout my videos this year. It's brought a new sense of flair to my content this past year that I couldn't have done on my own. Another big shout out to Joshua Schmidt specifically, whose reaction
Hey.
videos to my yearly recaps have actually boosted my audience immensely, which I severely appreciate. Lastly,
You're welcome. I mean, I'm only watching the videos because they're really, really well made. I appreciate you for your content. Thank you for making these, and I am glad that me reacting to them is helping your.
And I guess that it's my turn to make the same spiel. How I like when I've been talking for 3 hours nonstop, I can sit back and have a little bit of a break, and then watch a well-made video and still engage in discussion. It's not entirely boring and leeching content. So thank you to then Josh, and then thank you to Law Yu-Gi-Oh! Go sub and like both of the videos. Fuck, now I have to copy Josh. I mean, that's kind of the bit we're doing, right? It's funny, but I mean, it's also actually enjoyable at the same time. At least I hope you guys find so.
Channel, very, very nice.
Get your name in the credits next time. Yeah, we only started doing it at the end of the last year. I think like end of November, one of y'all suggested, why don't I watch Josh's one? And I'm like, sure, that'll be funny. And it actually panned out pretty well. So I think this is the 3rd time or 2nd time we've done it. But I think we'll keep up with it because I've been liking it. So I own giant cards. Yeah, I do. I have 2. I have Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon and Thunder Dragon Colossus. Yeah. The reaction inception. It's the reactception. Yep.
Wholesome. Yeah, I hope you do. I hope you keep doing what you do, and I hope you keep seeing success with it because these are phenomenal.
That's
I
the
enjoyed
end,
this one
right?
Again, very much. I mean, I'll keep it running,
But
but
certainly not least, a massive shout out to my patrons. Dammit Marco, Heyo, Jack Toporek, Jukes, Otaku GamerX, Prinrin, Ryza339, and all of my other patrons over on patreon.com. If you'd like to support me making this kind of long-form content, which does take a lot of effort to make consistently, please consider supporting me on Patreon, where support tiers start at as little as $1 a month to watch my content a day early. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing to the
I
channel.
just want to make sure. So, okay. I mean, we're done. Okay. All right, chat.
All right, chat. There's
I'll
3
drop the
minutes
link
left. What does he
once
talk
more
about?
In the thingy? You guys go over to the Law YGO, leave some love, subscribe to the channel. I'm not subscribed. This is all because I'm in a lot.
I guess that's what I should do as well. I should also like the video and be a good person, and then I should go like the other one. Here. Oh, nope. I lost it.
It also
And then let's go like it. Perfect, though. And then I'll link the videos for you to go. I'll link them at the beginning, but that was 3 fucking hours ago.
Logged into the.
There we go,
I'm logged
guys.
in on
Make
the
sure to
account,
go
trust
show your
me.
support.
See, subscribed, easy.
We're done, right?
Yeah. Go ahead and subscribe.
All right, we're done. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit there for that. Yes, Ryan, I finished Master Duel streaming when I was about 2 hours 10 into my stream, and now I've been here for 5.5 hours. And the only thing we've done since then is discussions and stuff around this video. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day for now, guys. I do have plans about an hour, so I'll take a bit of a break before I have other commitments. I actually managed pretty well to do 5.5 hours, so I appreciate everybody for staying with me, and hopefully, yeah, I can keep that up. My goal is to get to 4 hours consistently, and then up to 5. I doubt I'll be able to do 5-hour streams every day, but progress, right? Because before I could only do 2, then 3. I will keep working on it. If you guys want to show your support, it's been about an hour since the last sub, so you want to, just prove that this is the right path, exactly what you guys want to see, and it's worth me extending my efforts a little more. I would greatly appreciate it. And anyways, we said that there is potential events tomorrow, the German Open and maybe a German Regionals. I will probably commentate those, maybe not from the beginning, but midday-ish, like 9, 10 a.m., 11 a.m. maybe, my time, Eastern Standard. If there's not, I will probably stream either way. I am home and I want to stream as much as possible. So that would be tomorrow, noon Eastern, is the general schedule. And then Sunday, Monday, no, any day I've been home, I'll try to keep up the same thing. At least for a while, until I'm fully back into the groove of things. So, yeah. If that's not all, I'll put on some Michael Jackson and send you guys out. So, what do I want to send you? I'll tell you guys to beat it. Because no one subbed. That's too loud.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.